Everyone in City B knows that Mr. Chi is cold and ruthless, as if everything can't be seen by him. Even saying a word to others is a disgrace. But the sky is precious, and one hand covers the sky. Countless businessmen and politicians put down their bodies and gave up the compliments on their faces, but unfortunately none of them succeeded. Such a person, but there is a little Qingmei who hurts to the bone. I heard that the little Qingmei is the favorite of the master since he was a child, and he is an untouchable existence. I also heard that the little Qingmei has recently found her biological parents. Her biological parents are still disabled, and I don't know if the old man will look down on him. Chapter 1. Have you found your biological parents? That's the way it is. So Miss Su, you are the biological daughter of the Wang family. In the cafe not far from the university city. The voices of people are boiling. It doesn't look like a high-end office building. A coffee shop, a cup of coffee can be sold for dozens of dollars. It is naturally cost-effective in the university town, so at noon, many college students gathered in this coffee shop. The speaker didn't react when she saw the person opposite. She thought it was because of the noise here. She didn't hear what she said clearly. So he said it again in a heavier tone. The meaning of impatience also appeared. Obviously, she didn't take this matter to heart, but just came to do business. Su Bailey, naturally, heard the impatient tone of the person opposite, so she raised her head and took her eyes off her mobile phone. She supported the palm-sit-sig face with one hand and blinked innocently. So what? The woman opposite was obviously choked by the girl's unexpected attitude, and then frowned and said, "So now we have found your biological parents for you. Don't you want to see them?" Su Bailey shook her head. She didn't want to. It was this choked tone again, which made the woman stunned again. The woman thought about the task she had brought and tried to hold her breath. This matter is about the future of the two families. You can refuse if you want to. I will pick you up at school this Saturday. I hope you can prepare in advance, okay? Before Su Bailey could say anything, the woman opposite stood up and interrupted what she was about to say. That's it, Miss Su, I'll say goodbye first. Don't assume that she didn't see it. If Su Bailey continues to talk, she will never follow her plan. Instead, it's better to take the initiative to end the conversation and take the initiative in your own hands. As she walked, the woman couldn't help thinking in her heart, what's wrong with Su Bailey? They have helped her find her biological parents. Shouldn't they be happy, excited and ecstatic? What's the matter with the feeling of hitting the cotton with a punch? But can she be bluffed by a little girl film? The woman looked back at the girl contemptuously, but such a face was for nothing. What's the use of being good looking? She won't pity the jade. She has to go on Saturday, and she has to go if she doesn't. If you really refuse to leave, at worst, let the bodyguard tie him up. Anyway, Su Bailey is not the real money of the Lin family. If you offend her, you will offend her, and you can't do anything to her. If this matter can't be done well and the Lin family is disgraced, then her assistant's job will really be done. At present, she is very satisfied with her job and her face, but she doesn't want to lose her job because of a little girl. The assistant didn't come alone. There was a man sitting next to her who was sorting out the documents. When he saw that assistant Zhao had left, he quickly accelerated the movement of his hand. This is for you, the parent-child certificate of you and the Wang family, and I will take the rest of the materials first. Su Bailey stared at the round eyes and looked at the document in front of her. The good guy even made the parent-child certificate. Where did they get her things and conduct experimental comparisons? Does Qi Shenji know about this matter? To do these things from under his eyes, he must begin to suspect that someone dares to question his authority again. Those who usually dare to question him will not have a very good end. Thinking of this, Su Bailey couldn't help shivering. The Lin family may be unlucky to, but her trembling appearance turned into anxiety and uneasiness in the eyes of the man opposite. That's right. The girl has just turned 20 years old and has only recently become an adult. Even if she is an adult, she may not be calm, not to mention that she is just a weak little girl. I guess I'm already in a panic now. He looked up and saw that the girl in front of him had fair skin, picturesque eyebrows, and a clear sense of innocence in her eyes, just like a little white rabbit, agile and innocent, but the corners of her slightly pursed lips betrayed her, as if telling her panic. In the face of such a big beauty, especially a lovable beauty like a little white rabbit, the man's voice unconsciously became a little quieter. Assistant Zhao is not malicious. She is just in a hurry to finish what Mr. Ling explained. If you have any questions, you can ask me. This is my business card. With a warm smile on his face, the man pushed his business card in front of Su Bailey. Su Bailey smiled at him. Thank you. The girl's smile made the man faint for a moment, and the blush climbed up his cheeks after the trance. You don't need to look at it. He is shy. His heart was also quietly touched by the person opposite. But such a beauty is not what he can imagine. If there are many beautiful things, he is an ordinary person with a clear understanding of himself. The man hurriedly lowered his head and took the document, trying not to keep his eyes squinting, and said, Miss Su, I still have something to do, so I'll say goodbye first. By the way, I have already paid for this table for the meal. Please feel free after that. Saul Bailey looked at the man who almost ran away and tilted her head innocently. Is there a flood beast here? Or can she eat people? How can you run so fast? Could it be that Qi Shenji was present? Wow, I didn't see that this person looked so stupid. He was so powerful that even this could be found out. That's right. There seemed to be only 3 people at the scene, but in fact there were 4 people. No, there were 5 people here before Assistant Zhao left. Saul Bailey looked down at the mobile phone in her hand. Sure enough, the phone above was not hung up, and it was still walking for seconds. She raised her mobile phone and put it to her ear, and the coquettish voice also sounded. Hey, brother, do you hear me? Well, I heard it. Baby, don't be afraid. Leave this matter to me. A low voice came from the microphone. Obviously, he didn't say a few words, but it made people feel extremely at ease. No, I also want to see what's going on. Saul Bailey refused in a hurry. If this matter really made Qi Shenji take action, she would not see any excitement. After all, with President Qi's desire to protect, these things that should not appear in front of Saul Bailey should not be exposed at all. If he didn't prevent it like this time, he came directly to Saul Bailey. It's okay if Saul Bailey didn't suffer any physical and mental injury. But where she has won, it's a little uncomfortable. I'm sorry. Not to mention the Lin family, even Saul Bailey's biological parents are absolutely not pleasing. When the person in the microphone heard this, he was quiet for a long time, as if he was doing some difficult choice. Finally, he muttered in a low voice, I think about it. Chapter 2 Possessiveness is beginning to sprout. Don't think about it. Saul Bailey didn't agree. Today's matter, however, asked Qi Shenji to think about it, and it turned into his ears, and he could solve it. Isn't it until the dust is over before she can know the result? This is not good. She also wants to have the right to know about such a big thing. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. It seems that there is a strong psychological struggle. Saul Bailey sighed in her heart. Alas, really, she is not a ceramic doll, and she will not break when touched. She doesn't know what's wrong with Qi Shenji's increasing desire for protection. It's like everyone in the world will hurt her. Saul Bailey comforted, brother, don't worry. I'm going home today. Shall we go back and talk? Hearing this, the silent person is no longer silent. He immediately said, okay, I'll ask Assistant Shen to pick you up at school. Saul Bailey just wanted to refuse, but she thought that she had rejected a man once. If she rejected him again for such a small matter, there was no need to make him unhappy. Saul Bailey thought that she was a person who spoiled her boyfriend very much, so she said obediently, okay but let him go to the same place, and don't come to the school gate. The man was very satisfied with her obedience, and a low laugh flowed out of the microphone. Okay, baby, when Assistant Shah arrives, I'll ask him to call you when you come out. It's too hot outside. Don't get sunburned. Although Qi Shenji is someone else's boyfriend, but she can be a father. Before, Saul Bailey often couldn't help sighing that if she had a father, she wouldn't have been as careful as Qi Shenji. Maybe this is the charm of the father's boyfriend. Got it, Dadchi. Saul Bailey joked playfully with the people on the phone. Then he put down his mobile phone without waiting for the other party to speak. But if you listen carefully, you can still faintly hear the man's laughter from the noisy crowd. Next to Saul Bailey is a large floor-to-ceiling window. Although it is the middle of summer, the air outside is very hot, and even Jilly is screaming weakly. But this does not affect her blowing the air conditioner and eating ice cream indoors. The evening sun fell on her body through the window. It was so warm that she couldn't help showing off a few mouthfuls of ice cream in her hand. Because she ate too fast, Saul Bailey only felt a cool air rushing straight to Tianlingai, which made her unable to help sing a few times. At this time, there was a man's serious voice from the mobile phone on the desktop, and Lily was disobedient, wasn't she? It seems that the mobile phone on the desktop has not been hung up for so long. Saul Bailey also seemed to hear the sound. She stared wide-eyed, and then hurriedly picked up her mobile phone and said in a panic, I didn't eat ice cream, I really didn't eat it. The man obviously didn't believe it. It was just a simple sound, and Saul Bailey lost the battle. Well, I ate. Qi Shenji's ruthless voice came from the phone. What did you promise me? Saul Bailey said weakly, I only eat 1 ice cream a week. If I remember correctly, have you eaten this week? Yes. Saul Bailey said discouragedly, I just don't want to eat. Qi Shenji coaxed softly, good boy, baby, it's not that my brother doesn't let you eat, but you have a bad stomach. You ate too much last time, and your stomach hurt so much. Did you forget about going to the hospital in the middle of the night? No. Saul Bailey shrank her neck in a guilty, and said the nice words as if she didn't want money. I knew that my brother was for my good, and I listened to him. But in fact, I'm still in my heart. Joe Pipey, fascist, dictatorial tyrant, eat an ice cream. You're so good. My brother still has a meeting, so I won't talk to you for now. I'm not allowed to eat ice cream secretly, okay? Got it. Saul Bailey is absent-minded and perfunctory. Go ahead and get busy. The man opposite thought of something and smiled, and then there was no sound in the mobile phone completely. Saul Bailey put down her mobile phone again, but took a closer look. Good guy. The phone was not hung up. Unexpectedly, it still shows that it is on the phone. Saw Bailey looked at the ice cream in front of her, sighed, and then lay weakly on the table. She didn't dare to take a bite of the ice cream in front of her. She picked up her mobile phone, skillfully switched the call interface to the background, and then searched for information boredly. Ling family, Ling family, Ling family, found it. It has made a fortune in electrical appliances, and now it is a well-known enterprise in the country. But this scale is obviously not enough to see, and no wonder Saw Bailey has not heard of it. What happened today was too outrageous. Originally, Saw Bailey wanted to ignore it directly. But it was a coincidence that the people sent by the Ling family made an appointment in this coffee shop. Saw Bailey usually loves the ice cream in this coffee shop, but because of the strict control of Chi's father, she can't eat it even if she wants to eat it. Today, I couldn't help it. I took advantage of this matter and wanted to steal one secretly. In this way, when Qi Shenji found out, only the Ling family would be unlucky. After all, if you scold them, you can't scold her. But she didn't expect that the previous emperor was in the middle of the road, and she was found out before she took a few bites. Alas, it's a pity to Xiaobing, you have melted so tragically. You haven't reached the value of an ice cream. You are destined to be an ice cream that is not complete. Just as Saw Bailey's thoughts were flying, her green bubble lit up. It turned out that Assistant Shen had arrived. Saw Bailey immediately got up, took her bag and went out. In the evening, more and more students came out of the school gate on the commercial streets around the university campus. After a busy day, the energetic students seemed to be passing by locusts one by one. They stared straight at their favorite stores and rushed over, fearing that they would be one step late and there would be a long queue. That was undoubtedly a first blow to them, and it was an unbearable blow to them. Saw Bailey patted her chest quietly. Fortunately, Assistant Shen went to the old place to wait. If she came directly, she would be on the school headlines the next day. She carefully dodged one student after another who wrote hungry, I'm so hungry, I'm starving to death. After 7 turns and 8 turns, I finally got to a quiet street. At this time, a car has been parked there. Even people who don't know the car can see that this car is definitely not cheap. Saw Bailey looked around like a thief and walked over to make sure that there was no one. The co-driver got out of the car the moment he saw her. Before he could open the door, he saw a gust of wind coming. Before he could see the person clearly, the door in front of him had opened and closed. The whole action was completed in one breath, and the car door almost brushed the tip of his nose. Chapter 3 Ambiguous. Assistant Shen touched his nose with a lingering heart, which was so dangerous. I almost hit him in the nose, but it doesn't matter if I hit him. If it gets caught in the lady's hand, the gentleman must send him to the African Project Department. Thinking of the difficult environment there, Assistant Shen shivered, turned his head and got into the car and said very attentively, Miss Su, there is a small cake in the refrigerator that you asked me to prepare for you. If you are hungry, you can eat some first. Cake. When Saw Bailey heard what she liked, she immediately came to her senses. She said to Assistant Shen with a curled eyebrow, Thank you for your hard work, Assistant Shen. Assistant Shen quickly looked away from the girl's delicate face. He looked straight ahead and didn't dare to look at me at all and said, It's all I should do, so now I'll send you back to my old house. Saw Bailey nodded, okay. Along the way, Saw Bailey ate a small cake happily and looked at her mobile phone from time to time. Suddenly, her ears moved. She didn't know what she heard. She immediately picked up her mobile phone and whispered, Brother. The other end of the mobile phone quickly replied, I'm here. What's wrong with Lily? The cake is delicious to thank you, brother. Kiss me. When the mood was good, the spoiled spirit began to show her true nature. Qi Shenji, who has always been unable to change his face, was obviously pleased by the words, and a low laugh also came from the phone. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. Saw Bailey waved her little fist happily, which had already swept away the depression of not being able to eat ice cream just now. Saw Bailey, who was coaxed like this, even thought happily that Qi Shenji was so good. I also know that I bought her a small cake to eat, which is still her favorite one. Don't talk about it. Qi Shenji can really pinch Saw Bailey. It's just a simple move that makes her cloudy and sunny in an instant. The two began to get bored again. Assistant Shen looked back from the rearview mirror and couldn't help sighing that the relationship between the two was still the same as ever. If he heard correctly, it seems that the phone in Miss Su's hand has never been hung up. Sir, this damn protective desire. No, it's possessiveness. It's outrageous. If this matter is put on others, someone can listen to himself anytime and anywhere, and he will definitely not be able to stand it. But Miss Su is like a person who is fine. She is so used to being a gentleman. Sure enough, the word feeling is really difficult to understand. At least he, a single dog, can't understand it. That's right. Before he knew Miss Su's existence, he wouldn't believe that Mr. Saw still had such a side. In his impression, the gentleman should be cold and unkind, but in front of Miss Su, he has a completely different face. What kind of magic does Miss Saw have that can make men who have always been decisive to kill fall into the gentle village and can't extricate themselves? Assistant Sheng curiosity returns to curiosity, but he still sits honestly in front of him, looking at his nose and his heart is unmoved. Even if he wanted to look back at Saul Bailey curiously, he didn't dare. It's not that he doesn't want to live. It's not empty words, with the gentleman's temper, that is, the kind of person who literally doesn't want to live. It's the night. In the dark room, Saul Bailey was sleepy. After Qi Shenji finished his complicated official duties, he rushed back. But even so, it was past 10 o'clock when the car drove into the yard. At this time, the housekeeper was dressed in a straight suit and stood on the porch to greet him. He first took the black gloves that Qi Shenji had just taken off, and then ordered the servant to take the slippers in an orderly manner. And when I turned my head, I also picked up the new tea that had just been brewed. "Sir, do you need to prepare a late-night snack tonight?" Qi Shenji shook his head. He did not take the tea brought by the housekeeper, but turned to ask, "Where is Lily?" The housekeeper said with a smile and said, "The young lady went back to her room to rest after dinner." Qi Shenji nodded slightly and said, "You don't have to prepare for late-night snacks. I'll go upstairs to see Lily." The housekeeper looked at Qi Shenji's back with satisfaction. He had worked in this family for many years. Even if the gentleman usually didn't like it, he still thought he could see his mood. Very good. Mr. S. low pressure in the past few days has dissipated in this instant. At this time, Saul Bailey was lying on the bed with her legs twisted in the air, playing games excitedly. Her feet were upside down, which showed that her master was in a very good mood at this time. Qi Shenji pushed the door open and saw this scene. The girl, who seemed to be a white-faced steamed bun, was stuck in the soft bed, and the nightgown was also loosely worn on her body. Because of the excited peddling legs, she could still see the exposed large pieces of cream skin. Qi Shenji's eyes sank. When Saul Bailey heard the movement from the door, she looked up and saw Qi Shenji coming towards her at a glance. "Brother!" She shouted excitedly, and at the same time threw away the mobile phone in her hand excitedly, not caring how fierce the picture displayed on the mobile phone was. Qi Shenji hummed softly and sat by the bed and hugged the little girl's slender waist. The little girl in her arms also came obediently, and the fragrance of milk also slipped into Qi Shenji's heart along her nose. Qi Shenji's eyes darkened, and he kissed the slightly open lips of the person in his arms. Saul Bailey raised her head and was obediently kissed until she was out of breath. Then she stretched out her slender jade finger and poked Qi Shenji's chest. Qi Shenji naturally felt that the person in his arms was dizzy because of lack of oxygen. He took out a lot of willpower to raise his head, and when the two separated, he also made a clear bang. Of course, it also took out a few lips of transparent saliva. Saul Bailey was softened by the kiss, lying softly in Qi Shenji's arms, panting like a kitten. After a long time, her coquettish tone sounded, "You are so annoying. I came back to talk to you about business. Good baby, I haven't seen you for days. You have to understand me." Qi Shenji smiled softly. Saul Bailey tilted her head. With Qi Shenji's temper, it was really not easy for him to endure not seeing her for so many days. You know, when she was a freshman, she didn't even participate in the military training that every freshman had to attend. Of course, she didn't want to participate. That was a military training. Alas, how tiring it was. Qi Shen's hands and eyes were connected to the sky. It was just a phone call, and everything was solved, let alone let her mention living in the school. This is still the opportunity she has worked hard to get to experience the dormitory life this year. When Qi Shenji agreed, she was stunned. Thinking about it, it really should be rewarded. Saul Bailey stretched out her white and tender arms like lotus root and wrapped them around Qi Shenji's shoulder. Her little face turned yellow and said, "Then I'm kissing you." The girl's movements were very big. From Qi Shenji's eyes, her graceful posture was clear at a glance. At a glance, she felt that the qi and blood of her whole body were gathered in one place, and his proud reason was completely broken. Saul Bailey blinked her eyes and only felt bad. Sure enough, she guessed correctly, and the next second, the strong hormones covered the sky overwhelmingly. After a while, a deep and hoarse voice overflowed from my throat. I don't know how long it took for the sound to stop gradually. But the clothes in the room were scattered all over the ground, and the air was also filled with a sweet smell. Chapter 4 Morning with Backache. Qi Shenji's handle Saul Bailey, who put on her pajamas again, was picked up from the bathroom and carefully put it on the sofa. He casually tore off the faceless sheet and found a new sheet to change it with a clear goal. After changing the sheets, he didn't stop, and stuffed the unbearable sheet into the washing machine in the bathroom. I don't know how many times this skillful action has been repeated. People can't help but be dumbfounded when they see it. How can the head of the Shi family, who has always been high, still do these things? Is this still the man who has always been obsessed with cleanliness? When Qi Shenji finally finished everything and went to the sofa to pick up Saul Bailey, she had already snored. That look was like a kitten grinding teeth, which made Qi Shenji's eyes more and more tender. Saul Bailey slept very lightly. The moment she heard the movement, she opened her eyes. When she saw a familiar person, she hummed and rubbed into Qi Shenji's arms. Brother, I still have to discuss with you what happened today to even if I can't lift my tired fingers, so Bailey hasn't forgotten the purpose of her coming back today. Qi Shunji coaxed softly, aren't you sleepy? It's not too late to talk about it tomorrow morning. Hearing this, Saw Bailey's unconscious little head was only slightly entangled for a moment, and then completely gave up resistance. Well. Qi Shunji smiled, put Saw Bailey on the bed, and then turned off the table lamp next to him. He tied up the corner of the quilt behind Saw Bailey, patted her thin back and said, good boy, go to sleep. Saw Bailey listened to the hoarse voice with unconcealed tenderness and couldn't help rubbing in Qi Shunji's arms again. Qi Shunji raised a playful smile, came to her ear and whispered, if you don't want to sleep, then let's continue to do what adults should do. Saw Bailey immediately behaved when she heard this. Can't move, she can't move. The whole body is as if it was scattered. She would rather lie still and pretend to be dead. After a while, I fell asleep in a daze. Qi Shunji looked at the person in his arms with a smile and pulled her back into his arms with a smile. In the silent night, only the sound of the air conditioner and the sound of the two people's breathing can be heard. At 9 o'clock the next morning, Saw Bailey opened her eyes with difficulty. The brain that died in the morning made her look blankly at the ceiling and blink her eyes. How did she go home? Saw Bailey had a wrinkled little face and thought for a long time with fierce eyebrows. Suddenly, she sat up and patted her thigh. Wrong. She went home yesterday. She still has class this morning. That's it to a good student, skipped class, which was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue for her. She just wanted to get the mobile phone at the bedside and ask her roommate to ask for leave for her. But as soon as I twisted my body, my whole body was as if it had fallen up, and it hurt so much. Saw Bailey. She touched her sore waist and only felt that the swelling and pain here were severe. Qi Shunji also began to be ruthlessly angry in his heart. He was good at everything, but he tried too hard in this regard. At this time, the door was pushed open, and it was Qi Shunji with clear water who came in. Are you awake? Saw Bailey waved her little fist. How dare you talk to me? Unfortunately, this threatening action fell into the eyes of the man, which was not powerful at all. Instead, it made people's hearts more and more itchy like a kitten. If it can be masturbated directly, not to mention how good it feels. But hairy cats can't be masturbated. Men obviously understand this truth. He wisely chose to change the topic. Qi Shunji's low and lazy voice sounded. Why am I embarrassed? I don't know who begged me last night. Shut up. Saw Bailey didn't listen and shouted loudly. Her little face turned red. She buried her head under the pillow like an ostrich, as if as long as the person opposite couldn't see her face, such a shameful thing could not be done by her. Qi Shunji stopped teasing her when he saw this. He walked over and pinched the back of Saw Bailey's neck. Saw Bailey's body trembled reflexively. Qi Shunji coaxed, well, come out, it's all my fault. Do you want to choke yourself to death? Saw Bailey poked her head out with a wish. It was your fault. I skipped class today because of you. Qi Shunji looked into his round eyes and sighed. Is your brother such an unreliable person in your heart? I have asked your classmates to ask for leave for you. Saw Bailey blinked her eyes when she heard this, as if she felt guilty for wronging the man at will. She stammered, well, that's what you should do too. She is so arrogant. The more she says, the more righteous she becomes. Qi Shunji was not annoyed at all, but handed the water to her with a good temper. Yes, it's all what my brother should do. Good boy, you drink some water first, your throat will be hoarse. Saw Bailey took the warm water and drank a whole glass of water in 3 or 2 mouthfuls. Qi Shunji naturally took the cup in her hand, put it on the head of the bed, and then sat down, pressing Saw Bailey's waist from time to time. How about it? Is the force okay? Saw Bailey leaned back and nodded comfortably. Wrong. There is still business to talk about. She quickly turned her head and said, brother, did you hear everything about yesterday? With the confirmation of Saw Bailey's relationship after she became an adult, Qi Shunji's possessiveness for her has become more and more in the past 2 years. He had to go home every day after college, which was the biggest concession he could make. But she didn't expect that Saw Bailey yearned for a happy dormitory life and had to stay in her sophomore year. This matter was not discussed by Qi Shunji at all. But he couldn't stand Saw Bailey's coquettishness every day. In the end, needless to say, he was still defeated and retreated as usual. No one would have thought that Mr. Qi, who usually kills decisively outside, would look like this at home. I feel a little sad. Chapter 5. The balance of the phone bill can buy his life. Qi Shunji is willing to let her live in the school, but if he can overcome his perverted possessiveness, he will not call Qi Shunji. In the end, the two made an appointment for 3 chapters. Except for sleeping, Saw Bailey's mobile phone should keep talking to him at any time. When he wants to hear her voice, he can hear her at any time. Don't put this request on other normal people. I can't stand it at all. Not to mention that this request is unreasonable, it is even a little perverted. But Saw Bailey is different. She feels that there is no problem at all. There is even a trace of darkness. Alas, whose boyfriend is so clingy? it turns out that it's tomato family too. Of course, Saul Bailey has to try to pretend that she really can't do anything about you, but forget it. Of course, her boyfriend wants to spoil herself, so let's do as you say. So far, Saul Bailey has also successfully won her own living in the school. In this way, the two people's mobile phones are always on the phone except for sleeping. Until later, Saul Bailey thought it was troublesome and didn't even bother to hang up the phone at night. Thanks to the good quality of the phone, she could withstand such overload charging every day. Sometimes, Saul Bailey is a little afraid that the phone will explode because of overloading. But fortunately, it doesn't happen at present. The two of them are comfortable, but they feel sorry for Chi Shinji's assistant. There is a whole secretary's office around Chi Shinji, and there are countless secretaries and assistants in it. They have a very clear division of labor and perform their own duties. Such a high phone bill to recharge on the phone is generally handled by Chi Shinji's personal secretary. In order to reimburse, he has to pull out the bill and invoice. But as Chi Shinji's secretary, he is also very busy, too busy. So I asked Assistant Shen to issue an invoice when he was free. For the first time, Assistant Shen thought of this when he passed by the business hall without knowing it, so he went in and issued an invoice on the way. As a result, the salesperson had a subtle look. He was also asked a few questions by the salesperson as if he had committed a crime. Are you sure this money was used for the phone? Don't encounter any new type of fraud, do you? Assistant Shen faced the questioning eyes of a group of people, which was called Sweaty. When he saw the detailed list pulled out by the salesman, the whole person was more delicate than the salesman. Oh my god, what kind of family can use so much phone bill in a month? This is almost higher than his salary. The salesman thought he had been cheated, which was very forgive. If he hadn't known who the owner of the phone bill was, he would have had the same reaction. Then, when he saw a long list of zeros in the balance of the phone bill, he didn't want to speak at all. All right, he's none. Should I say that he deserves to be a gentleman? The feeling of depositing the balance of the phone bill into the bank card. It's really different from the same card. It's really wrong for his bank card to follow him. It's not as good as other people's mobile phone cards. The little assistant suffered from physical and mental double attacks and had to face the puzzled eyes of the salesman and repeatedly defend himself. Finally, the matter was sorted out. Only then did the invoice come out smoothly. He also ran away from the sight of the salesman looking at the fool. Don't look at him like that. It's not that he charged so much money into it. Who can read the gentleman's mind? If he could guess it, he would not be an assistant here. He would have been the president of a listed company. After this incident, Assistant Shen vowed that even if he was on the way, he would definitely not go to the business hall to issue invoices. No, he is determined not to help Secretary Wang issue invoices. He does his own affairs. He doesn't want to suffer such a shock, and he seems useless. Of course, he thought about it. So much phone bill was enough to buy his life, and he probably didn't need to issue a second invoice. But don't worry about the gentleman's mind. What if the phone bill is really charged again? Forget it. For the Sara of insurance, he'd better tell Secretary Wang. Invoices are fine. But please be careful. It's better to handle it online, just handle it online. Facing Secretary Wang's puzzled gaze, he showed a smile. Don't look, don't ask, be honest and obedient, and you will appreciate me. But he seemed to forget at this moment that the phone bill was recharged by Secretary Wang himself. How could he not know the amount inside? Later, Secretary Wang knew the whole thing and showed a calm smile. The child is still too young. How can you not even bear this little thing when you are with your husband? He pulled his clothes proudly, otherwise how could he be a secretary and you could only be an assistant? Hey. Of course, these are all later stories. At this time, Saul Bailey and Chi Shinji are talking about what happened yesterday. Chi Shinji nodded and said, I heard it all. Lily doesn't have to be afraid. My brother will handle it properly. Don't then I came back for nothing. Saul Bailey stared at him. Chi Shinji showed a playful smile and came back for nothing. Oh, Lily doesn't want to see her brother so much. No, I didn't mean that. Saul Bailey, who knew that she had said the wrong thing, quickly covered her mouth, and her round eyes were still blinking with gaiety. How can I come back for nothing when I can see the president of Xi, who is ashamed of the moon and flowers? Of course, I miss my brother when I come back. Saul Bailey's flattering words came out of her mouth as if she didn't want money. It's just that the meaning doesn't seem to be right. Chi Shinju rubbed his forehead helplessly. Lily, how can a man describe it like this with your idiom? Hey, to I'm right again. Is my brother not good looking? Saul Bailey stared at Chi Shinji's face and couldn't help but look like A. Anyone who belongs to the upper circle in City B knows that the famous head of the Chi family is extremely handsome, which is an existence that makes people yearn for. However, he has been at the top for a long time and has great power, which is an existence that no one dares to offend. Even if everyone knows that he is extraordinary, no one dares to look at his face carefully. The status is not enough, one by one, for fear of making him unhappy, and something is going to happen. The status is qualified, and they are all from the generation of uncles, one by one, like a monkey spirit, and they will not take the initiative to provoke men who cover the sky with one hand in B City and even the whole country. Even if you want to appreciate such a good-looking person, you can't appreciate it. However, only she can appreciate it carefully. Saul Bailey is happy. Ah, to what a perfect handsome face. Suck to why is this rose stuck in the cow dung? Alas, that's not right. She is not cow dung. It should be why this cabbage was arched by a pig. It's even more wrong. She is not a pig either. Saul Bailey thought about it. Forget it, at least it's better than cow dung. She also blamed herself for comforting herself. Chapter 6. The color is bold. Such a good-looking person has been taken down by her Saul Bailey. She is indeed the most awesome. Everyone has facial control, but Saul Bailey is especially serious. Just when Saul Bailey's eyes were on Chi Shunji's body, she could still hear the sound of sucking and sucking. Chi Shunji had no choice but to stretch out his hand and poked her forehead. You are not reserved at all. Saul Bailey stared wide-eyed and looked at him incredulously. What do you mean she doesn't know how to be reserved? Obviously, the person in front of her is the one who doesn't know how to be reserved. Her waist is so sore that she can't straighten it up now, so I can testify for her. What kind of big-tailed wolf is it here? Saul Bailey's complaining eyes successfully made Chi Shunji happy, which is not right. It should be her expression of addiction earlier, which has made him happy enough. Nothing makes people happier than the person they love. They like themselves so much. Even if it's a face, it's okay. After all, a face is also a part of strength. Chi Shunji has never thanked his parents so much for giving him such a face. He is in a very good mood now, and he is more and more talkative. Chi Shunji reached out and touched Saul Bailey's head, and his attitude was not as strong as before. Does Lily want to recognize her biological parents? Although it is difficult to accept that there are two people who are related to him by blood in Saul Bailey's world, it is not that he can't stand it. After all, nothing is more important than Saul Bailey's physical and mental health. Well, he still remembers that more than 10 years ago, little Saul Bailey often held his thigh aggrievedly, firmly believed that her parents would appear one day, but she didn't know when she had never mentioned this matter again. Maybe he is already disappointed. But now that the news has appeared in front of her, it is forgeable for her to see her biological parents. After all, blood connection is an indelible thing, but he can't help but want to be jealous. The jealous Lily's eyes will be divided to others again. He hugged Saul Bailey and said, "It's okay to see your biological parents, but who is the most important person in Lily's heart? Don't you forget?" Saul Bailey. "Oh, Wooty, you are jealous again. It's just that the vinegar this time is even a little outrageous, bro." But Chi Shunji is willing to make concessions so quickly that she didn't thinking of it. Saul Bailey thought that Chi Shunji would have to solve everything as before. She didn't want her to suffer any harm, so that she could show this matter completely in front of her eyes. Is there a discussion now? On second thought, this time is indeed different from before. After all, this is her biological parents. He likes her so much that he certainly doesn't want any regrets in her life. Woo woo woo, it's really a day when I love my brother more. She is safe to protect the best brother in the world, vinegar essence and so on. After Saul Bailey thought about it, she turned around and wrapped around Chi Shunji's healthy waist, and the coquettish spirit began to spoil him unscrupulously again. "Brother, don't worry, even if my biological parents appear, you are still the most important person in my heart, and I promise that you will be the only one in the future." 10,000 steps back and say, "They Tangyo haven't raised me for a day. You have raised me for 14 years, haven't you?" Chi to dad to when Chi Shunji was about to feel excited about this, Saul Bailey's little mouth said helpless words. He stretched out his hand and scratched Saul Bailey's waist. "Am I too used to you? Ha 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 ha, don't scratch, itchy, I was wrong." Saul Bailey held her stiff waist and dodged left and right, but she couldn't avoid Chi Shunji's confinement. Just after the two got angry, Chi Shunji finally let go. Saul Bailey's smiling little face turned red, and there were also clear drops of water on her white face. At a glance, it was tears of laughter. She took a deep breath and then slapped Chi Shunji's chest to tell you the business. "Be honest with me." But I felt that the chest felt good, so I couldn't help grabbing it. After this grab, she realized that something was wrong, and she let go awkwardly. Well, everyone has a love of beauty, which is understandable, right? I don't know how Chi Shunji usually maintains his figure and feels so good. Who is tempting? Besides, I haven't seen him exercise on weekdays. It's really 10 unsolved mysteries. Okay, but it's not me who is dishonest this time, is it? Chi Shunji's smiling voice sounded. "It's me. What's the matter?" Saul Bailey glared at him unreasonably, but with a strong look. Chi Shunji said with a good temper, "Yes, yes, yes, Lily can do whatever she wants." "That's right. Let's stop this matter first. Let's get to business." Saul Bailey nodded with satisfaction, and then said ruthlessly, "Besides, even if I find my biological parents, do I have to recognize them? I don't know what kind of people they are. If." Speaking of this, Chi Shunji's expression is also indifferent. "Good boy, if they can't satisfy you, then leave everything else to your brother." "Yes, that's right," to Saul Bailey patted Chi Shunji on the shoulder with relief. "I will definitely not be polite to you at that time, but before that, let me face it alone. Saw Bailey's eyes closed slightly, and her beautiful eyelashes curled in a perfect arc, forming a shadow on her eyes. Do you say that she has no longing and no expectations for this matter? Of course there is. But life is always not so satisfactory. For example, when she was young, when she was in the welfare home, she looked forward to the appearance of her parents every day. But parents have never appeared in their world. It was not until later that she began to understand what the welfare home was. It's just a group of children that no one wants. No, but this group of children are also different. Some of my friends once had parents and had the purest love in the world, but it was only because of all kinds of misfortunes that they never saw each other again in this life, but at least they felt it. And she, who had never had parents for a day, was just thrown at the door of the welfare home on an icy night. I don't know which one of them is more unfortunate. One side once had it, but it was like a fleeting flower. As for the other side, they have never felt the word family affection, but they have been looking forward to it. At that time, Saw Bailey actually hoped to find her parents. At least, she wanted to ask why they didn't want her. Is there any difficulty? Or can't be raised? Chapter 7 Male Junior. But as time went by, she had a brother and had everything. Everything her brother gave her has filled her whole world, and the idea of finding her parents has never appeared again. Obviously, when she heard the news, she should have been as indifferent as a chrysanthemum, and even her indifferent heart could no longer raise a ripple. But why are you a little nervous and looking forward to it now? Qi Shunji sensed Saw Bailey's uneasiness. He gently kissed the hair on Saw Bailey's head and comforted, "It doesn't matter. Don't think so much. There is a brother in everything. Lily just needs to enjoy everything happily." Smelling the familiar smell, Saw Bailey was successfully appeased. She collapsed comfortably on Qi Shunji's body and stretched out. "That's right. I have my brother to support me. What am I afraid of? What I should be afraid of is them. Tremble, human beings." When Qi Shunji saw her treasure-playing appearance, he knew that she had recovered a little and loosened her frown. She changed the topic and said, "Let's go down for dinner. Aunt Lee made your favorite shrimp dumplings." Shrimp dumplings. Saw Bailey rubbed and sat up straight. "Why didn't you say it earlier?" The next second, she had already walked to the door and couldn't see that she was the one who had a bad back pain just now. Seeing that the people behind her didn't keep up, Saw Bailey quickly turned around and probed like a dog. "Brother, hurry up." Qi Shunji smiled and came. After this breakfast, Saw Bailey went back to school. Of course, I still asked the driver at home to take the car to the same place. Then she crawled to the school with difficulty with the heavy love of Qi Shunji and Aunt Lee. Although B University is the top institution in the country, the students who can be admitted to study are all the most outstanding people in the country. But they are no different from ordinary college students. Learning is learning, and they also read a lot of gossip in the forum in ordinary days. However, Saw Bailey is a little famous in their school. After all, she was the one who entered the school beauty selection list in her freshman year. Although there is no comment on the colonel's beauty, this department's flower is stable. When there are young and vigorous boys in the school, when they saw her, a delicate and soft girl, carrying so many things and moving to the school with difficulty, at least many people felt pity. Hey, maybe we can use this to promote an unspeakable fate. It's a pity that the fallen flowers are intentional, and the flowing water is ruthless. After rejecting one man after another, Saw Bailey began to be ruthlessly angry in her heart. What's the matter with this group of people? If you don't study hard, you will know what to date. You should know that she has a boyfriend. At least everyone who knows her knows about it. These people want to be a male junior. No, even if they are willing, she has to protect herself like Jade. This group of people can't compare with her brother Shunji at all. Her brother is handsome, talented and considerate, which is not suitable for her. How can there be such a suitable boyfriend in the world? This must be tailor-made for her by God. Thinking of this, Saw Bailey showed a giggling idiotic laugh. What are you laughing at? So happy? Suddenly, someone reached out and patted Saw Bailey on the shoulder, which also scared her. She turned her head and saw that it was a senior in the same department. She nodded slightly and didn't explain what she was laughing at. "Hello, brother. You don't have to be so polite to me. Just call me Gao Yan." With that, he was going to pick up the many things in Saw Bailey's hand. But he was dodged by Saw Bailey. Feng Gaoyun didn't feel embarrassed. He looked up and said with a smile, "Little sister, you have taken so many things. I'll send them to the dormitory building for you. I'm just on the way." "No, thank you, brother. I can do it alone." Saw Bailey refused coldly and ruthlessly. "Alas, I just said that you don't have to be so polite to me. You're going to see me, aren't you?" Feng Gaoyun didn't back down. Saw Bailey frowned, saying this as if they were familiar with each other. "What are you talking about? She is a woman who adheres to female morality. How sad it would be if my brother knew that she was recruiting bees and butterflies outside. This can't be done. It can't make him sad." Saw Bailey's spoiled husband's brain did it again. She just wanted to refuse with a tough attitude, no matter whether he hurt his face or not, but fortunately, several figures ran over from behind Feng Gaoying and successfully rescued her. "Lily, You're back. A girl with short hair excitedly took the things in her hand. I'll do it, I'll do it. How can I let your slender jade hand take the thing in person? What she said was really dog-legged, but several people at the scene didn't think it was wrong. Saul Bailey was finally relieved and said with a smile, Yaning, man, Xiaoyou is so clever. Zhou Man said with dog legs, yes, there is no class in the afternoon. I'm going back to the dormitory. I'll give these things to the old slaves. You can relax quickly. The last girl who came over with glasses said very coldly, brother, you are also here. Leave it to us. I won't bother you for your hard trip. Her eyes were full of wisdom, as if she could see through Feng Gaoyan's heart at a glance. There were too many people this time, and Feng Gaoyan withdrew his hand awkwardly. I happened to be on the way. How about helping you take some? No, that's all. We can take it ourselves. Feng Yu pushed his glasses. The sun was too bright. Let's go quickly. Feng Gaoyan, yes, let's go. Are you sure you don't need my help? I'm on the way with you. It's not good for others to see that I, a big man, know you, and you don't help me. Feng Gaoya's smile is also a little reluctant, but he still increased his tone and explained again that he was really on the way. It's just the sweat on his forehead. I don't know if it's because of the sun that's too sun or because of a guilty heart. This scene made Zhou Man and Xin Yaning feel something was wrong. They peeked at it as they walked. When he walked to the dormitory building, the atmosphere was a little awkward for a moment. Feng Gaoyan cheered up and chatted like an ordinary brother to his sister. By the way, sister, haven't you said why you laughed so happily just now? Oh, really? Zhou Man also asked curiously, has something good happened to Lily? Saul Bailey shook her head and said with a smile, either I met something good or I was thinking about my boyfriend. Yo to Jin Yaning coaxed, no, didn't you go to see your boyfriend yesterday? And you just came to school now, so you are separated from your boyfriend for a while. Do you miss him so soon? Love brain, proper love brain. Ah. Saul Bailey was so angry that she jumped up and wanted to cover her mouth. Shut up quickly. Does the younger sister have a boyfriend? Feng Gaoyan said in surprise. Feng Yu took a look at him. Don't you know? She had already said it in the year she entered the first year of college. There are many admirers of good-looking people, not to mention such a sweet girl. On the first day of Saul Bailey's school, she was targeted by many people. But it's a pity that all the confessions were fruitless. No one thought that such a clever-looking girl would have fallen in love before entering the freshman year of college. At that time, I didn't know how many men's hearts were broken. Feng Gaoyan touched his nose with a guilty heart. Ah. I thought it was the nonsense made up by the junior sister in order to get rid of her troubles. After all, there are different opinions, but no one has seen her boyfriend, has he? Chapter 8 Recruiting Bees and Butterflies. Feng Yu said indifferently, it's not a lie, it's all true. Lily's boyfriend loves her very much, and she loves her boyfriend very much. Learn. Long. At the end, Feng Yu also deliberately weighted the word senior, hoping that he would not be obsessed. Feng Gaoyan felt more and more guilty when he was looked at him. He touched his nose and whispered, falling in love is not marriage. Who said that you can't be separated? Feng Yu pushed his eyes and looked at him calmly. Senior, for the sake of being my brother, I give you a piece of advice. You can't provoke Lily's boyfriend, and you can never afford to provoke him. Don't do anything that makes you regret. If your thoughts are known to him, I can only send you a blessing for yourself. Feng Gaoyan was shocked at this moment. What kind of person is it that this little sister, who has always only cared about academics and does not care about other things, say such a thing? His lips trembled a few times and didn't say anything more. Feng Yu took another look at him. The advice said, instead, you'd better stop the loss in time while nothing has started now. This is also some suggestions from my sister. You'd better think about it. After saying that, she stopped looking at Feng Gaoyou and turned around and quickly caught up with several people who had gone far away. Those people looked at her and asked curiously, Xiaoyou, what are you talking to the senior? Why doesn't he leave? Feng Yu smiled. It's nothing. He just remembered that there were other things to do and he had to go back first. This matter was just a small episode. Several people didn't care at all. Saul Bailey didn't even turn her head and didn't dare to think about where Feng Gaoyou had gone. She just followed the giant and went far away. Feng Yu looked at Saul Bailey's every move and couldn't help hooking the corners of his mouth. There may be another young man's heart that will be broken tonight. But that's fine. She is also helping Feng Gaoyou. Although she doesn't know what the identity of Lily's boyfriend is, what she can be sure is that it is definitely not something that ordinary people can provoke. Besides, they have taken so many benefits from the boss in the whole dormitory, and the two roommates are often not online. In some ways, she can only come forward to sweep away all the uneasy factors for the boss, which is also what she should do. The young lady should be happy and carefree every day. Otherwise, I'm sorry for so many things she received. In the dormitory, Saul Bailey was looking for the bag excitedly. Come on, man, this is for you, and this is for Yaning. Xiaoyo, if you don't like these things, I didn't get it for you. Saw Bailey divided the things at hand, and the dinner I brought from home. Let's eat together. Qin Yaning rubbed her hands embarrassedly. Forget it this time. You have given us so many good things. Zhou Merman also agreed, take it back quickly. We think of you as good friends. How can we take advantage of you all the time? I'm very happy that you can bring us dinner. As she said, she excitedly opened the large lunch boxes. Each layer was full of them, as if she was afraid that she would be hungry. You should know that for this amount, they have to eat 2 meals together in the dormitory, and the young lady also adheres to the principle of not eating leftovers, which is even cheaper for them. I don't know how the chef of Saul Bailey's family does it. He can make such a fairy taste. Even if it's leftovers, they are willing to eat it. The smell made her eager to bite off her tongue. Saul Bailey was unhappy. He frowned and stuffed things into their hands very forcefully. You all said that we are good friends. What's wrong with your good friend giving you something? Other people are not still looking forward to their best friends getting rich to raise them, but you are good, but you meet me. However, the things you brought us were really too expensive, which was really bad. Qin Yaning quickly glanced at the things in his arms. As expected, a set of H's full set of skincare products was sent out by Saul Bailey carelessly. The price of this full set of cosmetics is almost 10,000 less. How can these poor students think of it? It's okay to take it once or twice. They can still accept it stubbornly, but I never thought that this young lady who doesn't eat fireworks in the world often gives. How good people can give these things often. No matter how good their relationship is, they can't afford such a precious gift. Now it is rumored that the 3 people in their dormitory are from the rich second generation. On the contrary, this really rich woman disappeared in the center of the topic, and no one knows about it. Saul Bailey sincerely regards them as good friends, and these things outside her body are really floating clouds. And 10,000 steps back, there are too many piles at home, and you have to throw them away if you can't use them up. Instead of this, why don't you give it to your good friends? In this way, everyone is happy. Chapter 9 Show off your failure. Saul Bailey said with a smile, just take it boldly. If you don't help me use these things, I can't use them all. How can I buy new products at that time? Besides, my brother said that you usually take care of me so much that I want to be generous to you. If I can't even send these things out, what should he think of me? When the 2 heard this, they let go of the last bit of anxiety in their hearts. The bosses of the Lily family said so, which shows that they really don't care about these things. That's right. In the eyes of these superiors, money should be the least valuable thing. In this case, they took it happily and brazenly. At worst, take care of Lily more in the future. You must take care of her as a noble queen and give her meticulous service. I believe the boss also thinks so. After finding it out, the 2 of them said with a smile, then thank you, Lily, and thank you for your boss. Only then did Saul Bailey nod with satisfaction. That's right. Speaking of this, she looked at Feng Yu playfully. Xiaoyo, I don't have this or that to I'll give you cosmetics, and you don't need them. It just so happens that my brother has just received a batch of new research materials. I asked him to even some for us, and we can use them together at that time. When it comes to cosmetics, Feng Yu is not interested at all, but when it comes to research materials, her eyes shine brightly. Is it the one we talked about last time? Saul Bailey nodded. Yes. Hister, you really got it. When will it arrive? I'm sure I won't be polite to you. Feng Yu no longer has the previous calmness. These 2 days. Okay, thank you, boss, thank you, Lily. Feng Yu said exaggeratedly, if you have something to do in the future, you can tell me, and I will definitely go through the fire in the future. The materials in Saul Bailey's mouth are the materials they have lacked in the recent research of pharmaceuticals. The price is extremely expensive. Even their mentors may not approve the funds to buy them. They thought it would be out of time, but they didn't expect that there was another village. Feng Yu was not polite to Saul Bailey at all. She thought happily that she had just helped the boss drive away an invisible rival. What's wrong with taking some benefits? If the boss knows, he will praise her for her beauty. At worst, she will resolutely support the sweet love between the boss and Lily in the future, and will be the sweeper on their way forward. Well, that's it. In the future, men and women who want to chase Lily in school, don't ask the boss whether they agree or not. Let's talk about it after passing her. It's Saturday in the blink of an eye. The assistant who came to pick up Saul Bailey came as promised. She was relieved to see Saul Bailey getting on the bus with her so honestly. I thought that if she didn't want to, even if she was tied up, she would be tied up. Fortunately, she knows each other now, and the bodyguards she brought are useless. That's right. I guess she has been thinking about it in the past 2 days. The Ling family is not a family that ordinary students like her can mess with. Instead of this, it's better to be a handsome person who knows current affairs. But what the assistant didn't know was that it seemed that there were only her and the bodyguard she brought, but in fact, there were more than a dozen people hidden nearby. If she really dares to let the bodyguard do it, what awaits them is the second half of her life without regret. Saul Bailey's cooperation also saved their lives ruthlessly. The car drove very fast, and soon it arrived at the Chunjong Garden of B City. The real estate here was still developed by Chi Shinji Company because the location was good. At that time, he still wanted to leave a set for Su Bailey to play with, but Su Bailey had been here once and was disgraced by this rustic aesthetics, and he didn't want anything. If you don't want it, don't do it. There are many properties under Su Bailey's name, and there are many better ones than this one. It's right that you don't like this set. Chi Shinji didn't force it. I haven't seen anyone who is more humble than him giving gifts. But I don't know why, I'm so rich that I'm a house written on the face of an upstart, which has become the favorite of many business owners in B City. Is it because it can't be developed by Chi's group? In order to please Chi Shinji, they all compete for face. The car drove into the quiet community and stopped in front of a more eye-catching villa. This aesthetic is undoubtedly stimulating Su Bailey's nerves. When the assistant saw that Su Bailey was motionless, he sneered in his heart, "Torbause is Torbause. Is this stupid?" She sounded with some proud voices. "You haven't seen it, have you? Just take advantage of this insight, otherwise people like you won't be able to enter here for the rest of their lives. All right, don't be stunned and get out of the car. Su Bailey. Thank you. She has been to such a building once, but she doesn't want to come again. It's ugly to her eyes." The assistant is still chattering, "Do you know how much a house here costs? Even if you sell it, you can't afford it." Su Bailey couldn't help but look at the assistant curiously. Her face is full of question marks. If she remembers correctly, this is just an assistant, right? This house is not hers either. I don't know where she got her sense of superiority. Woman, you are really difficult to understand. The assistant brought Su Bailey smoothly, and even if she had successfully completed the task, she couldn't wait to push open the door and bumped into two people. This is a couple. They are supporting each other. Su Bailey can clearly see that there is something wrong with the man's legs and feet. She limps when she walks, and she still needs the woman's support to stand firmly. But now he is also trying to maintain his proper decency. Perhaps it's the haze of life, and the two are like ugly ducklings who accidentally broke into this luxurious paradise. Standing in front of the crowd, the cowardice on his body can't be shaken off even if he dares to shake it off. In addition, because of his disability, even if he has changed into decent clothes, he still reveals a trace of a sense of restraint. The two looked at Su Bailey's eyes, revealing a little amazement and excitement, and tears slowly overflowed in their eyes. Their bodies also began to tremble slightly because of excitement. Children, children, children. But under two tense conditions, the two of them were sobbing that they couldn't say the next word. At this time, two people stood up on the sofa. The two of them dressed up like pearls. I don't know what kind of banquet they thought they were going to. Su Bailey didn't even have to think about it. These two must be Mr. Ling and his wife in the mouth of the assistant. Mrs. Ling took the lead in showing a decent smile and said first, "This is Su Bailey, right? Come on, Bailey, come and sit down." Although she was smiling, her smile was deep and bottomless, and she looked a little smiling. Mr. Ling also said, "Yes, yes, yes, Lao Wang, your legs and feet are not good, but don't stand. I'm very excited to know that you have found your daughter, but you should also take better care of your body. If you poke people's sore spot like this, some people with background will not mention it in the open." Mr. Ling didn't seem to care, and specially poked his disabled legs and feet, which didn't seem to pay attention to the Wang family. Su Bailey frowned invisibly. Is this the hospitality of the Ling couple? When the disabled man heard this, he was obviously stunned, and then lowered his head with low self-esteem. The woman holding him patted his hand comfortingly and slowly took him to the sofa. Of course, she didn't forget to say hello to Su Bailey. "Bye, Bailey, Mom. Well, can Auntie call you that? Come and sit down, too." Chapter 10. Still a green tea-flavored president. Su Bailey didn't say anything, just nodded and walked over. Mrs. Ling said with a smile, "Please sit down, Miss Su, what's the matter with you today? You already know that these two are your biological parents. The parent-child certificate has been made, and we also came to you after confirming that it was correct." "Yes, yes, yes." Mr. Ling also said admirably, "On the day of the result, Lao Wang was very excited and couldn't wait to go to school to find you right away. I also stopped him because he saw that his legs and feet were inconvenient. You wouldn't blame him, would you?" Su Bailey. How does a big man talk? I know, the person in front of me is a president. I don't know it. I thought it was a jealous male junior who came from. Why did he speak in the same tone as the little stars raised by Chi Shenji's cousin? Su Bailey was very disgusted, but she didn't say anything. But the Ling family and his wife have been labeled as things that can't be on the table in her heart. Fortunately, these two are not her biological parents, otherwise she would have to run away. It's so scary. Seeing that she didn't say anything, several people thought it was the child who couldn't accept the fact at once. Wang's father immediately explained, "Kid, we all know that you can't accept that we suddenly appear in your life like this, but you can think about it slowly. We won't force you." As soon as Mr. Ling heard this, he immediately came to his senses. This is not good. If he didn't recognize it on the spot, how could he logically let his daughter disconnect from the Wang family? He said quickly, "Alas, what can't the child accept? She is so old. It's good if she explains it clearly. Uncle, tell you in detail. You really can't blame your parents for this. So Mr. Ling talked about Saw Bailey's background in detail. In fact, what happened was quite bizarre. In those years, Mrs. Ling and Zhao Xing, Saw Bailey's mother, were in the same hospital. On the day of delivery, another person broke into the hospital with a knife. In the chaos, the child didn't know why he held it wrong. At that time, the families on both sides did not know about it, and the child was also taken home to raise. But Ling is always in business. As his business gets bigger and bigger, he will inevitably have some enemies. An accident, the child was stolen by the enemy's family, and they haven't found it for a long time. Who would have thought that Saw Bailey was thrown into a welfare home? For these fatherless orphans, the people in the welfare home will enter their DNA into the library to make it easier for them to find their parents. However, Saw Bailey is not the biological daughter of the Ling family. Even if it is recorded, it can't be compared. As for the Wang family, they don't know much about it. At this time, they are still carefully raising the daughter of the Darling family. Until a few days ago, Wang Qiyan, the biological daughter of the Ling family, is now called Ling Qiyan. She needed a blood transfusion when she was hospitalized. Compared with the results, it didn't match the blood type of their husband and wife. At that time, I thought I was wrong, but I didn't expect it to be true. The doctor also patiently explained to the two of them that two people with blood type O could not give birth to a child with blood type A. This time they panicked. Originally, they didn't want to tell Ling Qiyan about this matter, but she happened to hear it. She even had to make a fuss about finding her biological parents. Okay. As a result, you said it was a coincidence. Because of Saw Bailey's disappearance, the couple had already entered the DNA into the system, and Ling Qiyan found her biological parents as soon as she entered the record. When the Ling couple received the good news, they cried with joy. They immediately rushed to the hospital to recognize their daughter and paid money to cure her daughter's illness. As a result, the Wang couple were left dumbfounded. What about their daughter? Fortunately, after entering the system, the child from the welfare home, that is, Saw Bailey, was also compared. In fact, after saying this, there are many things that can't help but be scrutinized. Saw Bailey looked at Mr. Lin with a foolish look. He really dared to say this, but she didn't dare to believe it at all. Not to mention that he is the wife of a big boss. How can she live in the same hospital as a family like the Wang family, which looks like ordinary people? How could such a coincidence happen to hurt someone with a knife, and hold the wrong child because of this? A coincidence is understandable, but it is not a coincidence when thousands of coincidences meet together. And the most important point is that after she was taken away by Yi Shenji, these DNA records should have disappeared. Even if it can be compared, it is the right person above to take the initiative to contact Qi Shenji first. It is absolutely impossible to go beyond him and find the Ling family directly. The people above are not stupid. It is impossible to offend Qi Shenji for this little thing. It's not worth it. Mr. Ling seemed to be very satisfied with his explanation. He said with great satisfaction, so that's what happened. Your parents are not wrong. They didn't mean to lose you, let alone want you. All this is God's will. You will understand them, right? Chapter 11. Chen Tianjing appeared. Saw Bailey was not used to him. She looked straight into Mr. Ling's eyes and said, "Oh, uncle, I have a question. Why did your wife go to that hospital to give birth? According to reason, this should not be, right? Bah, little green tea, do you still want to stand at the moral high point and pinch her? Dream." Over the years, Saw Bailey has long been favored by Qi Shenji to the point of being lawless, and how could she be willing to suffer? Even if she can't expose the truth of this matter now, she absolutely doesn't want him to get better. What the hell? First, the contemptuous attitude neglected the Wang couple, and now they come to talk to her. Where is the face? Their daughter was raised hard by the Wang family. What about themselves? Lost by them, even she is now beginning to doubt whether it was really lost due to an accident. If she hadn't met her brother, then her life, isn't there a trace of guilt? Should this be the attitude of the Wang couple? How big is the face? Mr. Ling was stared at by the girl's dark pupils, and inexplicably felt a little pressure from the superior. What are you kidding, a girl? How can he have such a temperament? He must have felt something wrong. But Saw Bailey asked this question very well, which still made him feel guilty enough. He smiled and said, "Ha ha. Coincidentally, it was all a coincidence. At that time, I was dealing with the thorny problems in the factory and hadn't been home for a long time. I couldn't rest assured that I would come over. Let's see who thought that someone was hit by a premature birth in the factory. At that time, he was also in a hurry. The ambulance took him to which hospital and went to which hospital?" Saw Bailey nodded. Although she still felt that this was full of loopholes, she couldn't come up with any evidence for a while. Without evidence, she couldn't talk nonsense, otherwise wouldn't she become a casual wronged person? Mrs. Ling also smiled and turned around. Bai Li is a sensible child at first glance. Hearing this, she must also understand the difficulty of your biological parents. Sit down and let your parents look at you. Saw Bailey turned her head and saw that the Wow couple had tears in their eyes and tried to prevent them from falling. The moment Saw Bailey looked back, the two faces, which seemed to be full of vicissitudes, also forced to laugh at her. Zhao's mother immediately waved her hand and comforted, it's okay, take your time, we are not in a hurry, let alone urge you to accept us immediately. After all, we haven't raised you for a day, and we are not qualified to tell your life. You just need to know that you can come to us for anything you encounter in the future. We have always been behind you. Right, that's right. Wang's father also nodded in submission, but he couldn't hold back the tears and flowed down the corners of his eyes. In order not to make Saw Bailey feel embarrassed, he quickly pulled up his sleeves and wiped the corners of his eyes quickly. Saw Bailey's mouth opened and closed, and finally only shouted, "Uncle, Aunt." The husband and wife of the Wang family were not discouraged at all. They repeatedly said, good child. Seeing this, the Ling couple looked at each other, and their eyes were full of eagerness. It's not good to be so slow. My daughter will be back soon. How can they speak righteously? Thinking of Cao Cao will come. The door of the Ling family was opened by the servant again, and the figure of a girl came into view. At this time, she held the paper bag in her hand and shouted excitedly, "Dad, Mom, I'm back." When the Wow family heard the familiar voice, their bodies immediately moved. When they were about to speak, they heard the Ling family respond with a smile, "Qiyan is back." Their smile at this time came from the bottom of their hearts, which seemed to be different from the perfunctory attitude they had just faced. Yes, today I had a distance from the door to the living room. Ling Qiyan saw the person sitting on the sofa clearly as she walked, and the unfinished words also stopped at this time. Ling Qiyan was stunned for a moment. Why are you here? The parents of the Wang family couldn't help but feel a little sad when they heard this. It turned out that their parents were not calling them. I didn't expect that after just a few days, the daughter they raised had become someone else's daughter, and the acceptance was very good. It seemed that they didn't take the family affection over the past 20 years to heart at all. Thinking of his daughter's various things over the years, Wang's father couldn't help sighing. Is it true that they can't teach their children, so they raised their children to be so indifferent? Ling's mother pulled Ling Qiyan over and glared at her with a little affection. What do you say? Ling Qishan reacted and put the gift bag in her hand on the sofa with a smile. Oh, you misunderstood me. I didn't mean that, or I was a little shocked. Why did uncle and aunt come here today and didn't tell me in advance? It's better not to say what she said. The 4 words uncle and aunt simply hit the hearts of the Wang family. In an instant, they only felt like falling into an ice cave, and their hearts gradually cooled down. Mr. Ling sang together beside him. Alas, why are you so out of here? Why did you inform you in advance about your uncle and aunt? You can't be so capricious in the future. His words completely separated Ling Qian's identity from the Wang family. Got it. Ling Qian pouted and said coquettishly, I won't ask questions that I shouldn't ask in the future. Isn't that okay? This is right, and you should also get used to it. Mr. Ling said with a smile, your uncle Wang and Aunt Zhao have also found their own daughter. It is still necessary to distinguish them, otherwise what will the children think? The meaning of his words turned out to be Saw Bailey's. Even the honest Wang father heard something wrong. He frowned and said, Mr. Ling, the meaning of your words is wrong. It has nothing to do with Bailey, love, the child just saw us today. It's a little too much to talk about her. It's Qiyan. I didn't expect her to change her words so soon. Why didn't you tell us in advance about such a big thing? Although Wang's father was a little honest and cowardly because of his disability, he did not give in to such a thing as slandering his child's reputation at will. Who knows if they continue to say this and spread it in the end, it will all become a problem of Saw Bailey's small belly and chicken intestines. Obviously, Qian hasn't cared about the couple since she learned about the existence of her biological parents. Thinking about it, I felt cold again. Chapter 12, The Cold-Blooded Real Gold. Mr. Ling didn't expect that honest people would also fight back. It seemed that the rabbit couldn't be in a hurry. He immediately cheered up and dealt with it carefully. Oh, I didn't say it right, so I made a mistake. Yes, it's all my fault. I'll make amends to you. The children are all good children. In fact, this is what I and her mother mean. Mrs. Ling said, yes, although you have been in love for so many years, since we have found our own daughters, let's all this return to the throne, otherwise it will be bad for the 2 children and the 2 families, so we also hope that you 2 don't contact the children if you have nothing to do in the future, after all there is no reasonable relationship. Keeping in touch will only have a bad impact on the families of both sides. Father Wang sighed when he heard this. Qiyan, do you think so too? Ling Qiyan nodded gently. When the Wang couple saw their daughter, whom they had raised for many years, they were so indifferent and heartless. Although they felt very bad, they couldn't say anything. After all, this was no longer their child. It's not that they are afraid of getting involved in them, but they didn't expect that Ling Qiyan would also treat them the same way. All right, then do as you said, and we won't contact each other in the future. When Mr. Ling heard the answer he wanted, he said happily, well, that's right. Brother, I see that you are a reasonable person. In this case, we are all very happy. When Lin Qiyan heard this, she was also invisibly relieved. It was so good. She can also get rid of that poor family completely. Although the Wang couple has given her most of their love over the years, she doesn't feel any happiness. Other people's children can have whatever they want. What about her? She couldn't imagine that she would live like this in a small rental house and a dirty and messy environment. Different people now life appeared in front of her. Don't blame her for can't wait to catch it. If you want to blame, you can only blame the couple for being useless. Even if they are working hard and succeeding, they don't have to be so embarrassed now. She just wants to give herself the best life. Is it wrong? Lin Qiyan glanced at the designer gift bags she put on the sofa and said firmly in her heart, no mistake. They can't give you this. You don't have to feel guilty. It was their inattention that changed your life, otherwise you could enjoy such a life from childhood to adulthood. How can it be 20 years late? Thinking of this, she looked at another protagonist at the scene. This person who would have replaced her life and enjoyed a luxurious life. At first, she was very jealous of this person's existence, but later she was lost after hearing that the Ling family had only raised her for a few days. Lin Qiyan was very happy again. Very good, this person doesn't occupy the place she deserves. Now looking at the face in front of her, she is extremely happy. Fortunately, such a person did not occupy her life. What should she compete for a fake who is good-looking and temperamental? Fortunately, none of this happened. Although the man in front of him had a fake life, he was not even a fake man. He was just a poor person like her. Oh, no, I heard that she used to be an orphan. She should feel comforted when she finds her biological parents, even if it is a poor and dirty home. In an instant, her sense of superiority reached the extreme. What's the use of good-looking? It's not the same pity. While Lin Qiyan was looking at Saul Bailey was also looking at her. The person in front of her, just like the little bosses she had seen who suddenly got rich, entered a different life because of sudden luck. They don't know how to dress themselves up, so they obviously overdo it. These people only feel that they already have money and have to decorate themselves with various brands of luxury goods, especially to highlight the huge logo, so at first glance, they are dressed a little out of place, and even think that these luxury goods are fakes. Saul Bailey couldn't help sighing in her heart, should I say that it is worthy of a family? Is this the habit engraved in the genes? The dress of the Lin family and his wife today is a little too ostentatious. It can be said that they are paying attention to this meeting in such a non-banquet occasion, but Lin Qiyan may not be. It seems that the whole family likes this kind of simple and extravagant style. The Wang family and his wife are still shameless, and the people opposite when it comes to this, they naturally can't sit still. I'm afraid that they won't let go. If I don't leave, it will really be a joke. So Zhao's mother helped Wang's father to stand up. In this case, let's say goodbye first, Qiyan. This is also the last time I call you. Since you think so, let's meet again. Let's treat it as strangers. I just hope you don't regret it in the future. Lin Qiyan was not convinced when she heard this. She was no longer her biological parents. Why did she want to educate her? Her sharp voice sounded, and I won't regret it. Why should I regret it? You can't give me what my parents can give me at all. I don't have any regrets. When the Wang couple heard this, their hearts died in the end. They didn't understand how the children raised since childhood could become like this. Unexpectedly, let go of so many years of love. Is it because they did not educate her correctly and give her the correct 3 views, or is she a cold-hearted person herself? But these have nothing to do with them. They were completely hurt and decided to return to the bridge as the Lin family said in the future. Otherwise, they care too much about Lin Qiyan. What will their own daughter think? They already owe the child a lot, but they can't make her unhappy. In the future, the only thing in their hearts is Saul Bailey. Mr. Lin patted Lin Qiyan on the back. All right, you should say a few words less. Let's see if your uncle and aunt are angry. Although he said reproach, the joy in his eyes was clear at a glance. Yes, there is nothing more important than the biological daughter who has just been found and is willing to be close to her family. It's right to say what the child said. Although it's ugly, it's rude, isn't it? The Wang family is the most ordinary family among thousands of families. How can it be compared? It's normal for children not to like them when they go to their house. If it were him, he would usually see people like the Wang couple, but he would not pay attention to them at all. His daughter is on his side like this. Of course, he also has to speak for her. Mr. Lin said with a smile, although the child's words are not good, the meaning is also right. Lao Wang, you should understand. Father Wang said expressionlessly, I understand. Let's say goodbye first. Mr. Lin quickly stretched out his hand and said, wait, take this. Chapter 13 1 million. After saying that, he gave a look, and Lin's mother took out a check and handed it over with a smile. Here is 1 million, just think of it as your hard work in raising Qiyan over the years. After all, after so many years, there are no merits and hardships. When Lin Qiyan heard this, she looked at the Wang family's parents more and more proudly. It seems to be saying, how about it? It's cost-effective to raise me. Although you haven't brought me any superior life, I have brought you 1,000,000. This is 1,000,000. Alas, if you want to make money, you may not earn so much money in decades. When the Wang family heard this, they only blushed. They seemed to have been insulted, but there was nothing they could do. But the only thing that can be certain is the money in front of us, which can't be collected no matter what. Father Wang took a deep breath and said, "Take this money back. We can't take it. After all, the responsibility for the child's mistake is not all yours. This is all an accident, and no one wants to." Mr. Ling is very tough in this regard. "No, Lao Wang, you must take this money. I really can't take it." "You must." The two sides went back and forth, and they tore back and forth several times. At this time, Saul Bailey, who had been silent, stood up. She walked over slowly and pulled out the check from Mr. Ling's hand. "We have taken the money, and now we can leave." Mr. Ling looked at her in surprise, and then looked at Wang's father happily. "Look, your daughter is more sensible than you. It's right to accept it." Wang's father looked at Saul Bailey with great embarrassment. He really shouldn't have taken the money. They were greedy if he took it, but now it was the money received by his own daughter, and he didn't know how to ask her to return it. Zhao Qing is also very embarrassed. Over the years, her daughter has been lonely and helpless. She doesn't know what happened to them as parents. What if her daughter urgently needs money? Sometimes money is a good thing that can save lives. Although they want to keep their self-esteem, they are insignificant compared with their daughters. Speaking of which, she and the child's father are still useless. Even if the child is found, it can't give her a good life. The old two obviously had the same idea. Their mouths opened and closed, and finally they looked at each other and no one was talking. Lin Qian sat aside and looked at this scene with a little pride. Look, how great he said he was, but he didn't accept it in the end. It's good to accept it, which can also be regarded as completely buying out her nurturing grace. In the future, someone will talk about this matter, as if she is so cold-blooded. Saul Bailey looked at the two stupid people in the Wang family. She couldn't hold back a fart for a long time and sighed helplessly. It seems that she still has to come out. She put her hands around her chest and said calmly, "You don't have to feel embarrassed. This should have been what you should have received." Saul Bailey stretched out her hand and pointed to Lin Qian. "She was raised by you from childhood to adulthood. No matter whether you can give her any good material conditions, at least a day has not been missed on her way to grow up." And she pointed at herself again and was lost by these two people. She lived in a welfare home since she was a child. What kind of place is the welfare home? Everyone must have heard of it, so don't make it like this anymore. It seems that you have collected money by yourself, and it's just a dwarf's head. It's not certain for me to say who should be guilty. Saul Bailey's words undoubtedly tore open the shame cloth in an instant, and also made Mr. Ling feel more and more that the little girl in front of him was really sharp-toothed. If there were only this honest couple today, he would have been pinched by him long ago. Even if they were going to leave, they had to be grateful to Dade for leaving. At the same time, the heart must also be full of guilt for their family, and never dare to disturb their lives in the future. It's a pity that everything is not going according to his plan now. But the biggest victim of the matter has come to this. The 1,000 mistakes have become their family's fault, and he can't refute it. After all, they really haven't raised this child for a day, and it should be them who should feel guilty. He smiled and said, yes, Miss Saw is right. It's our fault, and the money is just a little compensation. Saul Bailey said with a smile, Mr. Ling is really calculating. He just wants to use this money to buy out 20 years of nurturing. Saul Bailey stood on the moral high point, and Mr. Ling couldn't tell her. Just as he wanted to say something to justify himself, Saul Bailey interrupted him. Forget it, I'm too lazy to argue with you about this. Since we have received this check, let's say that we have agreed. In the future, we don't know each other and go our separate ways. Saul Bailey looked at the Wang family and his wife solemnly. Do you agree with me? If you dare not agree, then it's okay for this pair of confused parents. Leave the rest to your brother. She doesn't have the idea of getting married. Wang Zhifian, the wife, heard her daughter speak in such a firm tone, she immediately nodded like an honest chick. Originally, they didn't want to make their own daughter sad. Now that Qian didn't want to have anything to do with them, it just broke their concerns. That's fine. At least everything is back on track. Very good, that's it. Saul Bailey was satisfied. The two people in front of her were not the kind of confused parents who only cared about their own children. She liked it. Although Mr. Lee was forced by Saul Bailey just now, the direction of things in the end was still according to what he thought, and the whole person was very happy. Well, or you, a college student, understand things better. Mr. Lee rubbed his hands and added nervously. Now that it has been agreed, I also want to erase all the traces of Chia's life in your home. Even if someone asks about it again in the future, you can't mention it. As you know, families like us value identity the most, but we can't let outsiders know that she has been outside for so long. At that time, Mrs. Ling immediately said, yes, when my daughter was lost, although it was a big fuss. Yao, but in the end, no one knows whether the child has been found or not. I plan to claim that after finding her back, I was afraid that something would happen to her, so I sent her out of the country, knowing that I didn't return to China until this year. Father Wang said cruelly, yes, whatever you want is your business, let's pretend that it doesn't exist. Very good, Mr. Lin smiled happily. Saw Bailey added sarcastically. Of course, you, especially your daughter, can't bother us again in the future. Chapter 14 Real Gold versus Fake Gold. At first glance, she is not a good person to get along with, and she doesn't want Lin Qian to disturb the life of the Wang family again. She is very careful and can't tolerate sand in her eyes. If the Wang family valued Lin Qian more, she would go crazy and didn't know what she would do. After all, she is not a person who will consume herself. She will only go crazy and embarrass people. When Lin Qian heard this, she gave her a blank look. Of course, when anyone is willing to take care of them, you think it's all you. You are so pitiful that you can only have such parents. Since you have received my family's money, you will break up from now on. Alas, Qian, shut up. You can't talk like that. Mr. Ling must be soft when he should be soft. After all, this matter is no longer beneficial to them. If the girl in front of him changes her words again, they have no choice. Saw Bailey was in a bad mood in an instant. She insisted that I was in a bad mood. If it's not good, you can't be a good principal. He sneered, Mr. Ling, if you raise a child until the age of 20, even if you don't spend much money, your living expenses will be 20 to 300,000 yuan. If you hire a nanny, how much salary will you pay her a month? 20 years, is this more than 1 million? To put it bluntly, isn't it just sending flowers? I don't dislike your petty anger, but you have confidence because we received the money. Excuse me, is it the confidence you brought? Mr. Ling's face turned red when she said that this million seemed to be a lot. In fact, as Saw Bailey said, it was not enough to repay the care of the past 20 years. Even if the Wang family and his wife are regarded as nannies, the cost of nannies in the past 20 years is an astronomical figure, not to mention other daily needs and efforts. Therefore, this money is not hot at all, but very at ease. On the contrary, he, who was given 1 million, seemed to be stui. He gave him this money because he had raised his daughter for 20 years. Speaking of which, didn't you pay attention to the Wang family at all? I thought it was more than enough to send them 1 million, but I ended up in this awkward situation. Yes, you are right. I must educate Xian well. It's because she doesn't understand this truth. Saw Bailey was aggressive. If your family and your Qianjin are saying such things in the future, or there are some bad rumors, then I will put this matter on the internet and talk about it well, and let everyone see who is more shameless. We will never spread this matter, so don't worry. When Mr. Ling heard this, he was afraid that this would cause his company's stock price to fall because of this. He quickly glared at Lin Qian. You too, why don't you apologize? Although Lin Qian was very unconvinced, Saw Bailey's words also poked her pain spot, making her unable to defend herself. After all, what she said was the truth. Lin Qian bit her lip and said reluctantly, yes, I'm sorry, I'm sure I won't say anything. Even if I meet you on the road, I will definitely assume that I don't know you. That's all right. After saying that, she stomped her feet and turned her head and ran upstairs. Lin's mother stood up helplessly. The child may not have adapted to the sudden change for a while, so she is so capricious. I went up to persuade her that you can talk slowly. Wang's father felt that his heart was as solid as a rock at this moment. He waved his hand and said, no more talk, that's it, never see you again, Bailey, let's go. Walk slowly. Mr. Ling waved his hand and shouted, mother's son is going to see the guests off. When they all disappeared completely, he spat in anger. Well, you deserve to talk to me like this. Fortunately, the matter has been resolved, and we don't have to meet again in the future. Otherwise, I will be disgusted to death by such people. But he also knew in his heart that the people opposite would not rely on him at all. Now, he was just angry because of his incompetence. At that time, the daughter he had just found compared with the other's daughter, and he couldn't get on the table. If it was the same in the future, what should he do? Mr. Ling frowned. No, you have to let the child's mother take good care of it quickly. Outside the door of the Ling family's villa, the three stood on the uninhabited asphalt road and looked at each other. Because it is a famous villa area in the city, the price is high. It doesn't matter whether the appearance of the design is good or not, but the privacy must be good. When the people in here go out, they are all picked up and dropped off by car. It takes more than 10 minutes from the courtyard of every household to the gate of the community. If it is not necessary, there can be no people walking on the road. Even if the owners want to take a walk after dinner, their own yard is enough, and they won't run to the community at all. Therefore, the Wang couple are a little embarrassed at this moment. When they came, the Ling family sent someone to pick them up. They didn't think about how to go back. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like a place where taxis will come in. You can't get off in less than half an hour to the gate. What's more, Wang's legs and feet are not very convenient. Zhao Qing smiled awkwardly at Saw Bailey a few times. I'm sorry to let you see the joke. How about you and Lao Wang wait here first? I'll go to the gate to find a taxi to come in. Wang's father also looked at Saul Bailey nervously. If you don't want to go home, we can also send you back to school. It's not too late to go home and have a look when you are free in the future. It doesn't matter. I'll go back and have a look with you. Saul Bailey faces the king. The couple didn't refuse with nervous and expectant eyes. After all, you don't have to go out to call a car. I called an online car hailing on my mobile phone and will come right away. When the Wang couple heard this, their eyes were instantly full of surprise. Zhao's mother, good child, mom and dad have prepared a room for you. If you are not in a hurry to go back, you can stay for a short day. Father Wang, you're wrong. You don't have to live for a day. My child, if you want, you can live at home in the future. Your mother's cooking is delicious. Zhao's mother also patted herself on the mouth with a smile. Oh, look at my mouth. You're right. This is your own home. Bailey, you can live as long as you want. Come back to live whenever you want. We have always reserved the room for you. Saul Bailey smiled at her parents who were so careful. It's okay not to smile. A smile softens the hearts of both people. How could they give birth to such a handsome daughter? If it hadn't been for the paternity test, they couldn't help but doubt it. After a while, a low-key and luxurious black Maybach drove over and stopped straight in front of them. Even people like Wang's father who don't know the car know that this car is not cheap. When he saw his daughter open the car door, he couldn't help saying, Bailey, don't get on the wrong car. This car is not cheap. How can he come out to open an online car hailing? Chapter 15 is Maybach, an online car hailing. Saul Bailey said positively, that's right, get in the car. It's this car. I guess the business is in a slump now. There are all kinds of models in the online car hailing car. I've also used Porsche before. Wang's father didn't understand, but Wang's father was shocked. Maybe it's because he doesn't usually take a taxi. I don't know that online car hailing has reached this point now. In fact, he didn't think about it carefully. In such a private house, there are all big bosses who are either rich or expensive. How can foreign cars give way in? Previously, it was unrealistic for Zhao Qing to go outside and take a taxi to come in. As long as she walked out of the gate, if no one informed the doorman today, she would not be able to come in. In this way, the car in front of you can't be an ordinary online car hailing at all. But the vision limits cognition, and these Wang couples don't understand. Wang's father took a luxury car tour 2 times, once when the Ling family just sent a car to pick them up, and the other was now. But why does he always feel that the car under his ass is more than several times better than the Ling family's car? This accessory, this hardware, all show the low-key and luxury of this car. Wang's father sat up straight and carefully touched the leather chair under his buttocks. I couldn't help asking, alas, master, you drive such a good car, why do you still come to the online car hailing? Is it really so difficult to do business now? Online car hailing. The driver was stunned when he heard this. He looked back from the rearview mirror. The lady didn't say anything, but he didn't dare to talk nonsense. Saul Bailey smiled and said, yes, there are a lot of such online car hailing recently. The people who can be the driver of the Qi family are not ordinary people. They are more thoughtful than the small bosses of ordinary companies. When he heard this, he immediately understood. The driver said with a smile, yes, now that the business is down, I will go out to buy a sports car and subsidize the family. Oh, it's really not easy for you. Wang's father sighed. Yes, it's not easy for anyone these days. The driver replied calmly while trying to hold back his laughter. No matter how bad the business is, which person will drive Maybach to open an online car hailing? People who can buy this car, even if the company goes bankrupt, are stronger than ordinary people. That is, the car he drove today, the black color scheme looks a little ordinary. If it was changed to a random car from the husband's family, this lie would not be complete. This is already the cheapest car in the garage. If the lady doesn't want to reveal her identity so much, should he apply to the housekeeper to buy an ordinary car? The car slowly drove out of the residential area, and the driver asked, oh, by the way, where are you going? Zhao's mother hurriedly said, no. 13, Chengzhou Village, it may not be easy to park over there. You can park wherever it is convenient. The driver was surprised for a moment when he heard the address, and then said without changing his face, okay. Chengzhou Village is not a good place. It is notoriously dirty and poor, and the security is not good. Okay, but because of the low rent, a lot of migrant workers have gathered. These people are of extremely poor quality, so don't have any accidents. That's not the place where the young lady should go. The driver was afraid of taking responsibility. When he waited for the traffic light at the next intersection, he quickly sent a message to the nearby bodyguard captain, asking them to go there in part of the people and wait quickly. When the captain of the bodyguard saw the address, he naturally looked like a great enemy. He did not dare to assign people to arrive first. Therefore, when Saul Bailey and others arrived, although the surrounding environment was dirty and messy, the often indecent phenomena did not appear. After Wang's father got out of the car, he looked around curiously. Today, all the people in the alley disappeared. But it's okay if it's gone, so as not to scare the child. He turned his head and looked at Saul Bailey curiously, and then some. He said with low self-esteem, "In the past, my family spent a lot of money because of this leg, so now the conditions are not very good. I can only rent a house here. You don't see that it's a little dirty outside, but the house is tidy by your mother." "Yes, yes." Zhao Chun looked at her obedient daughter and also felt that she was out of regard with the environment. But she can't change the condition of her home. She can only tell her carefully, "If you go home in the future, tell your mother in advance that I'll pick you up at the station outside. You don't see that there is no one in the alley now, but there are usually people here, such as social youths and debt collectors. You'd better not go alone, do you understand?" "Got it." Saul Bailey nodded obediently. "And I am full of curiosity about this place. Wow, it's like opening the door to a new world." Although Saul Bailey grew up in the Welfare Institute, she has never been exposed to such an environment at all, not to mention that she was taken to live in by the Chi family at the age of 6, so she could not accept such a cultural impact. It was not until she and her husband and Mrs. Wang entered the house that the bodyguards hiding around were relieved. A man in a black suit ran to the shadow. "Captain, what should those people do?" "Take it all away and go to the police station to stay for a while. They estimate that there are a lot of cases. What does it look like to stay here? In case we bump into the lady, we don't have good fruit to eat." "Yes." The man nodded and left quickly. The captain also picked up the walkie-talkie. The first team kept an eye on me in the corridor. Everyone who entered and left the Wang family took a good look at me carefully. The second team, you have hidden it for me in the nearby building. If there is any problem, please report it at any time. Yes. There was an echo from the walkie-talkie soon. The Chi family is indeed a place that does not raise idle people. In a short time, they can arrange everything well, and even some bodyguards have moved into the house of the Wang family in the opposite building. And it is so laborious just to facilitate the observation of the situation. It can be seen that Chi Shenji's desire to protect Saul Bailey has reached an indescribable level. Saul Bailey didn't know what was happening outside. Now, she had stepped into the gate of the Wang family. The neat and warm living room caught people's eyes. It was indeed, as Wang's father said, not as bad as it looked outside. Saul Bailey took a closer look. If she didn't consider the outside environment, it was not unacceptable. As soon as she entered the house, Zhao's mother said nervously, sit down, sit down. This is your own home. You can do whatever you want. You must be thirsty along the way. I'll pour you a glass of water for you." "No." Saul Bailey stretched out her hand to stop it. Zhao's mother had already walked into the kitchen. Wang's father waved his hand. "You don't have to worry about her. Just take a look at the house first. By the way, that's the room we prepared for you. You can go first and have a look back home." Wang's father didn't care about face. He turned his head and picked up the crutch next to the shoe cabinet. In ordinary days, he has to rely on this old partner to walk. Today, he is also afraid of losing face to his child, so he deliberately didn't use crutches and asked Zhao Jing to support him. After all, it is better for others to walk with support than to be like a normal person with a crutch. Chapter 16. There is also a younger brother. Saul Bailey walked to the door of the room prepared for her by the Wang family. She reached out and pushed open the wooden door. The furnishings in the room were simple and warm, with a single bed covered with small flower sheets, a log-colored desk and a wardrobe. The lighting in this room is very good, and the sunlight shines on the ground through the window, forming a golden light spot. Saul Bailey walked to the bedside, which looked comfortable, and sat down gently, feeling the soft bed under her body. She looked around and finally fell on a picture frame on the desk. She got up curiously and approached. There seemed to be a family portrait in the photo frame. In the photo, Wang's father and Zhao's mother smiled brightly, and there was a boy standing in the middle of them, who seemed to be in high school. Saul Bailey stared at the photo and pursed her lips. There were other children in this family, and she didn't know whether to get along with them. At this moment, Zhao's mother came in with a glass of water. She saw Saul Bailey looking at the photo in a daze and quickly explained, "That's your brother, 3 years younger than you, and now he is in his senior year of high school. Today, he also wanted to go to see you, but when he came to the monthly examination, we didn't let him come." Oh, Saul Bailey didn't know what to say, so she put down the picture frame casually. Zhao Chung thought she was unhappy and quickly explained that this photo was also sent by the child. "He wanted you to see what he looked like when you came back. There was no other meaning. When you are free, our family will take a family photo together. It doesn't matter to me. You don't need to explain." Saul Bailey picked up the glass of water with a smile and took a sip of water, which is also a sign of goodwill. Zhao's mother was really relieved. She quickly said, "I'm going to buy vegetables now and prepare dinner. Tell me what you like to eat. I'll cook it for you. Just to taste my mother's craftsmanship." Facing Zhao Jing's expectant eyes, Saul Bailey tilted her head and thought, sweet and sour ribs. When Zhao's mother heard this, she didn't know what interesting thing came to her mind. She smiled very happily. Okay, I'm going to buy ribs. By the way, there is another store near us selling small cakes, which are also very delicious. Do you want to eat them?" "Eat?" Saul Bailey nodded heavily. Zhao's mother smiled and narrowed her eyes. Okay, if you are tired, you can rest in the room for a while. No one will come in and disturb you. After dinner, I'll come in and call you. Thank you to Zhao's mother looked at her obedient daughter in front of her and walked out happily. Seeing that she was so happy, Wang's father asked curiously, what happened? Why are you so happy? It's nothing. Zhao's mother shook her head. Just now, I asked Bailey what she liked to eat, and she said she liked sweet and sour ribs. Oh, is it such a coincidence? Xiaofao's child also likes to eat. Yes, so I asked her again if she wanted to eat the small cake from the one downstairs. At that time, her eyes lit up. Sure enough? Wang's father sighed. I didn't expect their sister and brother's taste to be so consistent. On the other hand, Qiyan, Zhao's mother only felt a chill in her heart. She waved her hand repeatedly. On the day of great joy, don't mention her. What if her daughter hears it and thinks too much? Today, she was also completely hurt by Lin Qiyan. From now on, she will only think that there is no daughter. Well, I won't say anything. You go down and order more food. You must have a good meal tonight. Got it, use your say. Zhao Qin smiled and told her, I asked the child to rest in the room. Don't go in and disturb you if you have nothing to do. If I don't go in, I definitely won't go in. Give the child some space and digest it first. In the room, Saul Bailey fell on the soft bed. She smelled the smell of the quilt that had just been dried. She rubbed her face comfortably on the quilt. Then she took out her mobile phone, put it next to her ear curiously, and asked tentatively, brother. The man's beautiful voice immediately came from the phone. I'm here. Saul Bailey was so happy that she knew that Ji Shenji must be guarding on the other side of the phone. Sure enough. Saul Bailey didn't know what to say, so she giggled and hummed a few times. Ji Shenji said with a low smile, is Lily in a good mood? Saul Bailey admitted embarrassedly, Ji Shenji asked softly, is Lily satisfied with her biological parents? Saul Bailey turned over and lay on the bed, shaking her little feet. I didn't expect that they didn't mean to throw me away, and they were not confused at all today. They would stand on my side and talk to me. Ji Shenji saw that she was in a very good mood and was also very satisfied. That's good. It's good if you are satisfied. For such a big matter. He still let Saul Bailey go alone. How could he let go of his heart? Naturally, he heard it all on the phone. Of course, I also heard my kitten's sharp teeth and scratching people. He was very satisfied with Saul Bailey's fierce counterattack in the face of people he couldn't get used to. That's good. His Lily can't wrong himself in everything. He still hopes that she is stronger. It's better to be so strong that no one dares to bully her. After all, why has he worked so hard over the years? Isn't it to give Lily the confidence to be domineering? Of course, she is very good and never causes trouble for herself. In ordinary days, she doesn't take advantage of his situation at all, which makes him feel very unfulfilled. Thinking about the second generation of other people's families and looking at Lily, she is really good. After Saul Bailey was happy, she said uncertainly, brother, I didn't expect the Wang family to have a child. Do you think my brother will like me? Although Saul Bailey was still shouting like an uncle and aunt, this brother regarded the Wang family as his own family, otherwise he would not be upset because of such a small thing. Ji Shenji comforted, yes, Lily is so cute that no one will dislike Lily. However, the senior year of high school is the time of rebellion. He has lived with Lin Qiyan for so many years. Will he suddenly change his sister? Saul Bailey's lack of confidence is the last thing Ji Shenji wants to see. How many years did it take him to develop her so bright and confident? How can he shrink back into his turtle shell because of this matter? Ji Shenji quickly interrupted her words. It won't happen. Lily, don't you believe me? Saul Bailey pouted, but I'm not renminbi. As long as I'm a human, someone will hate me. Chapter 17, my younger brother is a little cute. Lily won't, my brother promised. Ji Shenji smiled and comforted, even if he doesn't like you now, he will definitely like you after a long time. Well, brother, you're right. Saul Bailey clenched her small fist and waved it, as if she was cheering herself up. But at this time, she couldn't see the face of the man on the other side of the phone. Although the man had a smile on his mouth, the smile did not go deep into his eyes. Even the dark and sharp eyes are like blades, shining with cold light, as if staring at the prey that has not yet appeared. I hope this younger brother can be more sensible and obedient. If he dares to make Lily sad, he doesn't mind using some necessary means to make him obedient. Of course, the whole Wang family is the same. He won't be polite. There was a knock on the door. Saul Bailey said a fierce mewer to on the other end of the phone. Someone knocked on the door. Brother, let's talk at home in the evening. Then she threw her mobile phone aside without waiting for Ji Shenji to speak, because she knew that Ji Shenji would not be angry, and the person who was favored was so fearless. Saul Bailey walked over and opened the door, and met a teenager's eyes, which scared her. The teenager had neat short hair and fine bangs covering his forehead. His eyes were clear and bright, with a trace of imperceptible tension. He is a handsome guy. If you look closely, there is still a little shadow of Saul Bailey in the teenager. The teenager obviously didn't expect that Saul Bailey would look like this, and Wang Qiyan, oh, no, it should be called Ling Qiyan now, which is completely different. This gentle appearance gives people a sense of protection, which is completely the appearance of his ideal sister. The teenager lowered his head slightly and whispered, "Are you my sister?" "Sister?" Saul Bailey was slightly stunned, and then smiled. "Well, hello, my name is Saul Bailey." The teenager scratched his head nervously. My name is Wang Lingfeng. "Sister, you can call me Xiaofeng." Saul Bailey was a little surprised that this was different from what she thought. What about the agreed atmosphere of sword pulling and gunpowder? Now, you shouldn't point your finger at her nose and say, "Get out of here. You're not my sister. Ling Qiyan is my only sister." Yes, it has to be reasonable in this way. Besides, the teenager in the senior year of high school likes to be enthusiastic when he is in high school. Shouldn't he feel that it is his own return and occupying Ling Qiyan's position? Maybe the question mark in Saul Bailey's eyes is too obvious. While Lingfeng's whole body was stopped, and his brain was spinning rapidly. What should he do? It seems to be misunderstood. What should I do? He doesn't seem to have done anything misunderstood. This is the first time we meet, and he will be hated again. No. While Lingfeng grabbed his hair anxiously and scratched a cool broken hair into a chicken nest head. Saul Bailey didn't expect that the person opposite was more nervous than him, and couldn't help sneering. While Lingfeng grabbed his hair weakly and explained, "Mom and Dad welcome you home, and so do I. Don't think nonsense." Saul Bailey blinked her eyes. "Oh, are you afraid that your former sister will be unhappy if you show goodwill to me like this?" When Wang Lingfeng heard this, he subconsciously said, "I don't have a good relationship with her, and she is not happy. It's none of my business." But as soon as he finished saying this, he felt that something was wrong. It's okay to say this kind of dirty words to his friends, but in front of this new sister, who is very well behaved at first glance, she will not feel that she is very fierce and difficult to get along with. It's bad. This is the end of the mouth faster than the brain. The mouth is over, and the brain is chasing behind. Why can't he change this bad habit? Sure enough, Saul Bailey hesitated for a moment after hearing this, but she felt that the younger brother she had just met seemed to be very talkative. She couldn't help knocking on his head and not swearing. Wang Lingfeng touched his head and stared his eyes incredulously, and then giggled. He would not be indisciplinate. This kind of intimate action was obviously willing to accept his performance. He immediately made a gesture of pulling his mouth. "Well, I won't say anything in the future." Seeing that he was so well behaved, Saul Bailey couldn't help reaching out and touching his head. She was so good. This kind of thing has never happened to Wang Lingfeng. In an instant, the teenager's brain completely died, and then his whole body turned red. Saul Bailey couldn't help sighing that her younger brother was really cute. This is exactly the younger brother in her fantasy. Saul Bailey felt that the distance between them was much closer in an instant, and she would also become more casual to the people she was close to. So at this time, I couldn't help asking, "Do you have a bad relationship with Ling Qiyan?" Wang Lingfeng drooping his head and didn't know what to say. Saul Bailey rubbed his head again. "If you recognize me as your sister, just tell me the truth." Wang Lingfeng gritted his teeth and said, "Indeed, his relationship with Ling Qiyan has not been very good since he was a child. Ling Qiyan is used to being selfish and doesn't like having a younger brother to share everything with her. Wang Lingfeng didn't understand it when he was young, and he was willing to be close to her, but he couldn't help sticking his hot face to other people's cold buttocks. After a long time, his heart naturally became cold. It's okay if they just ignore each other, but Wang Lingfeng can't stand the cynical mode. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to live in the school after high school. This is not to avoid seeing Ling Qiyan, so as not to ruin his good mood. Usually, he only goes home on weekends. Ling Qiyan doesn't want to see him, so she will choose to live at a friend's house these 2 days. So the two of them have been similar to a stranger in the past few years. As for why Ling Qiyan doesn't like such a cute younger brother, it's all because of Ling Qiyan's own personality. From today's incident, it can be seen that she is used to selfishness and an exquisite egoist. Naturally, he will not be willing to enjoy everything at home equally with this younger brother. She wants to force him in everything. While Lingfeng thought she was a man and disdained to fight with her. Instead, she felt that he was afraid of her. Change not to mention that Ling Qiyan was vain after entering junior high school. She didn't want this or that. She also asked her family for money every day. If she didn't give it, she would make trouble at home every day. Therefore, my father, who was forced to work on the construction site, worked overtime on a rainy night in order to be greedy for those 2 overtime pay. Until one time, his foot slipped and fell from a high place. Fortunately, his life was saved, but his leg was lame. She didn't feel guilty at all. Wang's father lived in the hospital for a long time and borrowed a lot of money. She even stole the money from the doctor once. Fortunately, Wang Lingfeng was brought back later. Although only a part of it was returned, fortunately, Wang's father was discharged from the hospital smoothly. However, after being discharged from the hospital, Wang's father was completely unable to work on the construction site, and ordinary places were unwilling to recruit him as a disabled person. He was completely abandoned. The family's expenses are earned by Wang's mother working odd jobs alone, and Wang Lingfeng will also go out to work to hand out leaflets during the winter and summer vacations. Ling Qian was fine, and she still opened her hands and mouth as before. Until she found that she could no longer squeeze out any benefits at home, she was even less willing to pay attention to the Wang family. Chapter 18 Differential Treatment. For such a person, do you think Wang Lingfeng cannot resent him? Especially after he knew that Ling Qian was not his own sister, this resentment reached its peak. It can be said that his family is partly because of her. On the other hand, she patted her ass and left, not paying attention to the family's efforts over the years at all. Wang Lingfeng didn't see Ling Qian come back when he went home today. He didn't even have to think about it. The cold-blooded person definitely didn't want to come back. Now that she has everything in her dream, can't she pick it up? Wang Lingfeng's words completely abolished Saw Bailey's CPU. She has seen a shameless person, but she has never seen such a shameless person. It seems to be lighter today. Isn't this a born bad species? The Ling family's family killed other people's families almost like their families, but they wanted to take 1 million to send it away casually. Isn't it because the Wang family and his wife are honest and easy to bully? Should I say that it is worthy of a family? What a strong blood relationship. They haven't been raised for so many years. A white-eyed wolf and a hidden little thought. What a perfect family. Wang Lingfeng didn't want to say these bad words behind people's backs, but the more he said, the more angry he became. Saw Bailey was very sympathetic, and finally couldn't help nodding repeatedly. She is so bad. Right. I'm so angry. My parents always say that we are a family, and she is a girl who wants to give in to her. Wang Lingfeng said angrily, it's okay now. She is not from our family at all. No wonder she is so bad. Saw Bailey patted her chest and promised, don't worry, I'm not that kind of person. Wang Lingfeng's face couldn't help blushing again. Such a soft sister is different from Ling Qiye at first glance. I know that you are different from her. Poor thing. If you have anything in the future, tell your sister. She is your strong support. Saw Bailey's sympathy exploded, and immediately took out her mobile phone to add Wang Lingfeng's green bubble. Wang Lingfeng was very frightened. He didn't expect that his sister would be able to vet his anger at the first meeting. Is this the charm of my own sister? So Ling Qian refuses to come back? Wang Lingfeng couldn't help asking. Saw Bailey nodded. Yes, don't pay attention to each other when we meet in the future. We are strangers. Very good. Wang Lingfeng is very satisfied, and such an ending is also the best. He looked at the furnishings of the room and thought about it. You can rest assured to live in this room. No one has lived here before. He turned up the volume on the living room, as if he was afraid that Saw Bailey would dislike the room where he picked up the room where Ling Qian could not live. Saw Bailey looked at such a considerate brother and couldn't help laughing. Okay. At this moment, she felt that she seemed to be much closer to the Wang family. There is also an indescribable feeling in my heart. When it was time for dinner, the Wang couple looked at the scene in front of them in surprise. What happened in this short time? The sister and brother got along well. At least from their point of view, Saw Bailey is more intimate to her younger brother than to their old two. Especially when the son of their family, who usually fights with heaven and earth, can speak so patiently, this is also something they didn't expect. Wang Lingfeng was in the period of rebellion, just like a firecracker, which exploded at one point. At least it can be seen from the way he gets along with Qiang. Is this the magic of brothers and sisters? Are brothers and sisters who are related by blood and brothers who are not related by blood to get along differently? Wang Lingfeng didn't have time to care what his parents think of him at this time. He was taking care of his sister, who was in need of care at first glance. He reached out and picked up a piece of spare ribs and put it in Saw Bailey's bowl. Sister, eat the ribs. The ribs made by my mother are so delicious. Saw Bailey smiled sweetly at him, and at the same time, he replied, thank you, Xiaofeng, you can also eat. Wang Lingfeng looked at the ribs in the bowl and giggled. The scene of brothers and sisters was stunned by the Wang family. No, his son can also be called sister. And he is very good at taking care of people. Before that. Alas, it seemed that it was just a simple personality mismatch. They also attributed all his performance to his son's rebellious period. It turned out that they misunderstood him. He simply didn't like Ling Qia's behavior. Indeed, without this layer of parental filter, Qia's usual behavior is really indescribable. But who let her be his daughter before? Of course, parents can accept it unconditionally. What are you thinking about? You eat it, too. Wang Lingfeng looked at his mother in a daze, picked up a rib and threw it into her bowl. Zhao's mother looked at the ribs in the bowl. Although she felt in a much better mood, she still stretched out her chopsticks and knocked on Wang Lingfeng's head a few times. Can't she throw something? Wang Lingfeng touched his head aggrievedly and complained to Saw Bailey, sister, you will bully me. Saw Bailey looked at her brother who was playing treasure and touched his head with a smile. It must hurt, poor thing. Wang Lingfeng nodded aggrievedly like a puppy. Mom's hand is so strong that it hurts to hit people. Be careful in the future and don't make her angry. You can't help beating her. Zhao's mother laughed angrily and said that I seemed to be a man-eating tiger. Your sister is so good, which is different from you, a skin monkey. How could I hit her? Who knows? Women are changeable. Wang Lingfeng whispered BB. You bastard will ruin your mother's reputation. Father Wang also joined the battlefield. Wang Lingfeng was wronged, but Wang Lingfeng didn't say it. His funny appearance made the three people present laugh. In an instant, the distance between the whole family was much closer in this invisible. After dinner, Su Bailey glanced at the time. It was not too early, so she was ready to get up and say goodbye. Zhao's mother looked at her nervously. Are you still going back? Can't we stay at home for a day? Didn't we have a good chat just now? Why do you have to leave? Zhao's mother doesn't understand. Wang's father also looked nervous, afraid that there was something wrong, which made the child feel bad. He also asked carefully, is there anything wrong with the bedroom? Chapter 19. Accept. No, I've been working on a project with my tutor recently. I'm a little busy. It's more convenient to go back to school to live. Su Bailey shook her head and made up a lie that was not a lie. After all, the project with the tutor was real, but she didn't go back to school to live. So what she said was that her face didn't blush and her heart didn't beat. After all, if she didn't go back today, her brother's vinegar jar would have to be overturned. It will be difficult for her to coax at that time. Besides, no matter how close her relationship with the Wang family is, it can't be compared with Qi Shenji. In her heart, Qi Shenji is the most important person to her, and everyone else has to stand aside. When the second old man heard this, he was relieved. They suddenly remembered that their daughter was still a talented student. She was admitted to be university by herself, one of the top schools in the country. If you go back to the village to say this, the whole village will envy her and Lao Wang, and the waste pole can be straightened up a lot in an instant. In the past, it was the extent that the ancestral graves were smoking. Even for generations of poor farmers, they could open a page for her genealogy. That really can't delay children's learning. Wang's father said happily, well, study is important, and we don't want to delay your study. When are you free and go home? So can we keep in touch with you in the future? Zhao's mother then asked carefully. After all, she was the daughter who had just been found, and her concern was unstoppable. Su Bailey said with a smile, yes, you are welcome at any time. Good. When Zhao's mother heard the answer she wanted to hear, the corners of her mouth almost grinned behind her ears. Wang Lingfeng, who was standing aside, was very unhappy. He was sulking. Unexpectedly, his sister only stayed for so long and was about to leave. At this time, he stood there, as pitiful as a wet puppy. The careful Su Bailey noticed it at once. She waved to Wang Lingfeng. Xiaofeng, come here and contact me at any time if you have anything. My sister will come back to see you on the weekend. Really? When the puppy heard the owner's words, it instantly got up. Su Bailey nodded positively, really? Well, it must be. Wang Lingfeng finally recovered his vitality. He picked up the small cake on the table that he hadn't eaten and said, I haven't eaten this yet. You take it back to school to eat with your classmates. This restaurant tastes good. Listening to his words with some kind tone, as if he was Su Bailey's parent, when his daughter returned to school, he told her to have a good relationship with her classmates. But Su Bailey was very useful to these words. Su Bailey smiled sweetly. Well, thank you, Xiaofeng. You're welcome. It should be. Wang Lingfeng turned his head pretending not to care, but the blush on his ears betrayed him. However, Su Bailey's smiling eyes kept falling on him. He was even more embarrassed, so he quickly changed the topic. By the way, I'll send you out. It's not very safe here at night. As a girl, you'd better not walk alone at night. Okay, then Dad. Dad, Mom. Mom, goodbye. Before leaving, Su Bailey blushed and couldn't help shouting. This is a name that has not been called for more than 20 years. Su Bailey is still a little uncomfortable when it is suddenly called out. Her call made the second old man happy, and she was a thoughtful little cotton jacket in her heart. You know, when we first met in the afternoon, my daughter was still calling her uncle and aunt, and now she is willing to call herself mom and dad. What does this mean? It means that she is willing to accept them. The hearts of two people are as sweet as if they were soaked in sweet water. Zhao's mother took the lead in returning to her senses. She quickly said, well, good daughter, see you on the weekend. After she finished speaking, she saw that Wang's father beside her didn't respond for a long time, so she stretched out her arm and secretly pinched the soft flesh on his waist. Only then did Wang's father re-ease. It's just that unlike Zhao's mother's joy, his eyes actually overflowed with tears. In order not to let his son standing aside see the joke, he turned his head and refused to look at people. Oh, something seems to have in my eyes. I'll go to the bathroom to have a look. Bailey, slow down. Call me in advance when you come back on the weekend. We will pick you up on the platform. Don't leave this place alone. I got it, Dad. To Saw Bailey saw Wang's father's cute reaction, and cried out with her eyebrows bent. This time, she was obviously much more obedient than just now. Wang's father stiffened again and rushed into the bathroom without looking back. After listening carefully, he could still hear the sobbing from the bathroom. Zhao's mother shook her head helplessly. That's all. Just pretend you didn't see it. Your father still wants to show face. Wang Lingfeng and Saw Bailey looked at each other and nodded with a smile. In the corridor, the two people in good shoes walked slowly downstairs. After listening carefully, they could still hear Wang Lingfeng's words of concern. The lamp in the corridor has been broken recently, and no one has come to repair it. Sister, be careful when you walk. If you can't see clearly, grab me. Well, as their voices gradually moved away, Zhao's mother closed the door. Wang's father finally limped out of the bathroom with a crutch. His eyes were red, and he cried bitterly at a glance. Did they leave? Of course you're gone. Oh, are you finally willing to come out? Zhao's mother looked at him with a joking look, only embarrassed Wang's father. All right, don't look at it. It's impolite to watch it. I'm still angry. Zhao's mother shrugged her shoulders. When Wang's father was about to smoke, she finally changed the topic and said with great emotion, I didn't expect that we, Xiaofeng, are still a person who can take care of people. When they went downstairs just now, they also knew to tell their sister to be careful under their feet. Be sensible. Father Wang nodded happily. There is nothing happier than that his children can get along well. Thinking of the previous two people, Xiaofeng and Xian, they were quite in the posture of not seeing the king, as long as they met and stangled. He also knew that Xiaofeng simply didn't get used to Xia's behavior. He felt that Xia was so big that he was so capricious that he became a cripple, not to mention that he didn't feel guilty at all. But at that time, he wanted to they are all a family, and harmony is the most important thing. Qi Yan is a girl again, and Xiaofeng is a big man. If you give her a little, just give way, but I didn't expect that such a relationship was wrong. Xiaofeng's repeatedly concessions made Qi Yan more and more fearless, and finally the two looked disgusted. It's because he didn't fulfill his duty as a father. But forget it, Qi Yan now has the life she wants, and Xiaofeng can also get along well with his own daughter, and everything is developing in a good direction. Zhao's mother obviously thought the same thing as him. She patted Wang's father on the shoulder comfortingly. That's it. This is the best choice. Qi Yan now has her ideal biological parents, and her life is many times better than following us. In this way, we don't owe her anything. When it's white pears, we still have to add it's good to be nice to her. I think Xiaofeng also likes her very much. After that, the atmosphere at home must be stronger than before. You are right. Wang's father sighed, which completely let go of Ling Qiyan. From this moment on, they clearly knew that Saw Bailey was the only daughter they needed to love in the future. Chapter 20 Control. Wang Lingfeng led Saw Bailey to the bus platform outside. It was close to the road and it was convenient to take a taxi. Along the way, he was a little puzzled. At this time in everyday life, it was the time when the gangsters around were drinking and playing. Why didn't he see anyone in the alley today? It was the first time that the dark alley was so quiet, which made him a little unaccustomed to it. All the way to the station, Wang Lingfeng didn't meet anyone. After thinking about it, he still said uneasy, Sister, I didn't see that I didn't meet anyone in the alley tonight, but it's still quite messy at ordinary times. If you go home, you must tell us in advance so that we can pick you up outside. Saw Bailey is delicate and soft. To put it bluntly, it is completely unmatched for this place. Who knows if those trash will have any evil intentions when they see her. The more Wang Lingfeng thinks about it, the more uneasy he is. He couldn't wait to let Wang's father move immediately after he went back, but as long as he thought of his family's financial ability, he could only sigh from the bottom of his heart. Wang's father owed a lot of money for the leg surgery at that time, and it has not been paid off yet. Their family can only save a little on daily expenses. Although the environment here is not good, the rent can be said to be the lowest price in B City. If they want to move out of here, their family may only have one way back to the village. However, there is no way to make money when he returns to the village, and the debts owed will not be paid. Saw Bailey looked at Wang Lingfeng's sad face and didn't know what he was thinking, but she still nodded obediently. I knew that I must contact him in advance when he came back. It's so late for you. Xiaofeng, you should go back first. You should be careful on the road alone. I'll wait for you to leave and then go back. Wang Lingfeng waved his hand unconcealably, and I'll call a car for you. No, I have called online car hailing, and the distance will arrive soon. As soon as her words fell, an ordinary car stopped beside Saw Bailey. Saw Bailey blinked blankly. Is this? When the window of the car fell, a familiar face appeared. It was Driver Chen. Driver Chen saw someone beside Saw Bailey from afar, so after stopping the car, he didn't dare to get out of the car to help open the door. He coughed lightly, and then asked seriously, Is this the car you called? It's me. Saw Bailey was shocked, and Saw Bailey answered immediately. Unexpectedly, the driver at home was so eager to perform. She turned her head and waved her hand and said, The car is coming, then I'll go first. You go back quickly. Okay, bye. Although while Li Feng agreed, he still stood still and did not move until the car left his sight. In the car, Saul Bailey looked shocked. Uncle Chen, where did this car come from? Why don't I seem to have seen it? The driver explained with a smile, when I saw the young lady in the afternoon, you didn't seem to want to reveal your identity, so I applied to the housekeeper to buy an ordinary car, which would be more convenient in the future. After all, it's too conspicuous to drive a luxury car. There are a lot of cars at home that can be changed at will, but they are all expensive luxury cars. Even stupid people can sense something wrong. Saul Bailey stretched out a thumbs up and praised, you are a driver. My brother's company can't do anything without you, so I won't do it. Ha ha ha, miss, you're kidding. How can a rough person like us enter your company? Driver Chen said with a smile, it has been a blessing for me in my 8 lives to be able to drive for my husband and young lady. His words are not nonsense. Although he is just a driver, his salary is several times that of an ordinary driver, not to mention the bonus given by the housekeeper on New Year's holidays. Now that you have received this salary, you must be clever in everyday life and know who is the top of the family's food chain. Otherwise, there are several drivers of the Ji family, but why has he been responsible for driving for the young lady? This is the gentleman's trust in him. Driver Chen is a little proud. Saul Bailey looked around the car curiously. In fact, she didn't know much about these cars. In her cognition, she only distinguished whether they were good or not. She asked curiously, Uncle Chen, how much is this car? It's not expensive. It's only 200,000 yuan. Is it too cheap and uncomfortable to sit on? How about sending it to the interior of the car tomorrow? In this way, nothing can be seen from the appearance. Saul Bailey shook her head. No, it's quite comfortable. You can drive this car to pick me up in the future. It's good to drive this car. Even if she is bumped into, she can justly say that it's her online car hailing. Why was she so stupid before? Unexpectedly, she could do this. Every time she came home from school, she ran a kilometer away to take a bus like a thief. Now, she finally doesn't need it. Saul Bailey was messy in the wind, and felt that her previous road had gone in vain. Okay, Uncle Chen listens to you. The driver's mouth sounded good, but he turned his head and reported the matter. After all, everything about the young lady was not something he could make for himself. He thought that with the gentleman's nature, it would be good to change such a cheap car for the young lady and take it occasionally. If he sat on a daily basis, he would definitely change something. Sure enough, that's right. The matter was reported on the same day. The car had been modified the next day. There was no change in appearance, but the driver knew that the car had probably been replaced with the parts of the whole car. The old house of the Qi family. Saul Bailey carried a small cake and flew in like a happy bird. Qi Shengji was waiting for her in the living room. When he saw her come back, he put down the document in his hand and waved to her. When Saul Bailey saw it, she trotted all the way and sat in his arms. Brother to she called sweetly, and everyone could see her good mood. Qi Shengji stretched out his hand and pinched Suba Bailey's little face. He had no conscience. He almost forgot his brother when he went out for a day. Saul Bailey's eyes widened incredulously. She complained dissatisfiedly. No, I didn't live in Wang's house, but went home obediently. How can you say that about me? Chapter 21, The Night of Undercurrents. Qi Shengji hugged Saul Bailey and laughed. Well, it's my brother who blamed you. I apologized to you. Saul Bailey hummed arrogantly, and then picked up the small cake from the side. My brother asked me to bring back for my classmates to eat. I didn't go back to school, so I had to give you a discount. Come on, I'll give you the first bite. Qi Shengji didn't like sweets, so he immediately refused and said, I'll forget it. You can eat it yourself. Saul Bailey pouted and couldn't help but bring the cake to Qi Shengji's mouth. Just one bite, eat it quickly. This is also the first time her parents have bought it for her. She really wants to share it with Qi Shengji. Qi Shengji looked at the fork in front of him and took a bite obediently. When Saul Bailey saw that he ate, she took back the fork and didn't dislike his saliva, so she ate happily. The housekeeper was watching from behind. Noi held back my smile. No matter how powerful you are outside, when you get home, in the face of the sweet you don't like the most, you don't have to eat it. The young lady is indeed the top of this family's food chain. The housekeeper thoughtfully left with the servants, leaving this space for the two of them. Qi Shengji saw that she was so happy, and the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. He gently stroked Saul Bailey's hair and said gently, if you like it, I'll buy it for you later. That's different to a boyfriend is a boyfriend, but this was bought by mom and dad. It feels different. Qi Shengji looked at the little red mouth covered with cream, and his eyes suddenly darkened. What's the matter with some jealousy? He suddenly stood up and picked up Saul Bailey in his arms. Saul Bailey was shocked. Her hand holding the cake shook and almost fell down. It was hard for her to stabilize the tray so that the cake did not fall down. Saul Bailey's delicate voice came. What are you doing? My little cake almost fell off. Qi Shengji didn't say anything, but walked steadily to the second floor with her in his arms. Saul Bailey's hair stood up with sweat, and he always felt bad. When she finally lay down on the soft bed, she showed such an expression on her face. This damn sixth sense is really accurate. Saw Bailey struggled to death, but to no avail. In the end, the poor cake was innocently thrown on the bed. Ji Shunju leaned over and held the chattering little mouth and tasted the sweet taste of cream. This is much better than the cake just now. Saw Bailey's brain is blank, like a drowning fish. A moment later, Ji Shunju let go of her, and her eyes were full of smiles. It was so sweet. Saw Bailey came back to her senses, her cheeks were crimson, and she screamed shyly, which also stopped Ji Shunju from continuing to say. This interesting reaction successfully pleased Ji Shunju. His eyes became deeper, and finally his whole body covered his body again. Time ticks and ticks. It was already white, and the bedroom became quiet again. The temperature of the air conditioner was a little low, and the mottled arms with red marks were exposed and stuffed into the quilt by Ji Shunju. He looked at the exhausted face in his arms and knew that he had done too much today. Perhaps sensing his uneasiness, Lily actually got used to his bad temper and followed him with the flow. This also leads to the man who has always been calm and self-controlled and ascetic, completely losing his decency. I don't know where his proud reason has long been lost. Ji Shunju looked at the soft face in his arms and always wanted to break the wings of this beautiful little canary and imprison it. But he can't. He doesn't want to see the disappointed look in Lily's eyes. But Lily is so cute that more and more people will like her in the future. When they all gather around her, how much gaze can be given to him? She can't imagine. I just hope that Lily will always put him first like today in the future. If one day her eyes really shifted, he was no longer the most important person. Ji Shunju lowered his eyes and smiled gently, but the haze in his eyes was buried in the shadow. At that time, Lily can only wrong him. Ji Shunju thought a little pervertedly. He really hoped that there would be such a day. He laughed out loud, then bowed his head and kissed the forehead of the person in his arms, pulling her into his arms. The person in his arms muttered dissatisfiedly, and he quickly reached out and patted her on the back to calm her down. But for a while, I could only hear the steady breathing of the two mixed together. Time flies, and the weekend comes in the blink of an eye. Saw Bailey wanted to go home and have a look. After all, since this week, she has often received calls from the Wang family and his wife carefully. I couldn't say anything important on the phone, just to see her recent situation. There is also Xiaofa's daily greeting text message, which is very wonderful, which makes her feel that they must want to go home on weekends. Even if they don't do anything, it's good to have a meal together. But she remembered that Ji Shunju seemed to be in a bad mood last weekend. After that crazy night, she was covered as if she had been chased by a car the next day. Until now, I still feel a little sore in my waist. Although she has been contacting her boyfriend by phone these days, she hasn't seen him after all, and I don't know if he has adjusted himself. Saw Bailey thought about it for a while and still thought that her brother was more important. How about accompanying her brother first? Take time to go home for dinner tomorrow afternoon and go back to school. Having an idea in her heart, she immediately picked up the phone. But there was no sound on the phone. Saw Bailey thought for a while, hung up the phone that had not been disconnected for a long time, and chose to call another number. This call was quickly connected, but the voice on the other side was obviously not Ji Shunju, but Assistant Chen. Miss? Saw Bailey asked doubtfully, Assistant Chen? Where is my brother? Assistant Chen lowered his voice and said, Sir is talking to someone in Langting. Do you need me to bring the phone in and give it to you? Saw Bailey thought about it. Anyway, there is nothing urgent. No, how long have you been there? Is it inconvenient for us to go there? I've just arrived for a while, and it seems that it will take some time to finish. Welcome here at any time. Assistant Chen thought to himself that the world is not as big as this ancestor. Who dares to give her a closed door? Even the gentleman himself doesn't have the courage to ask what kind of dishes he wants. Of course, he dares not say it. Sure enough, today is a humble social animal day. That's all the go. I'll be there. Saw Bailey didn't eat and missed the delicious food of Langting, so she no longer hesitated. She turned her head and ordered Uncle Chen to leave for Langting. Chapter 22 is she looked down on by a dog's eyes. Langting is located in the most prosperous area of City B. The rent here is an astronomical figure that ordinary people can't imagine for a year. Although it is a place of sound and color, a strict membership system has been implemented since the beginning of its establishment. The threshold for membership is extremely high. It not only requires capital verification, but also a series of very cumbersome index scores. Without a certain strength, you can't become a member at all. These members have to come in person, and it is no problem to bring as many people as you want to enter. In addition, those who want to enter can only choose to buy admission tickets. One admission ticket can bring more than 10 people into the venue, which is enough to come and play, but this kind of admission ticket can't be released a few a year. As soon as it is released, it is time for those children of rich families to spend a lot of money. After all, just getting an admission ticket can brag among friends for a long time. Even if the conditions for entering Langting are so harsh, it is still loved by powerful merchants. First of all, the privacy here is very good, and it is good to entertain some customers. Don't think that rich people don't have a competitive heart. Their competitive heart is no less than others. It is easier to do business here with less effort. After all, being able to come in is also a manifestation of strength. Up to now, there have been countless businesses worth hundreds of millions here. Secondly, that is, the more important point is that Mr. Chi, who has always lived in simplicity, may appear here. That's right, this is the industry where Mr. Chi has been playing together since he was a child. It is easy to take advantage of the coolness by relying on the big tree, otherwise Langting could not have become famous so quickly. Even with a probability of 1 in 10,000, if you can meet Mr. Chi, who is usually invisible to Shenlong, it is enough to just say hello. At least you can have a familiar face, right? Therefore, Langting became famous as soon as it opened, and until now, it has become more and more mythical. Countless people are proud of being able to enter here, which is an affirmation of his identity. The black car slowly stopped at the door of the hall. This simple vehicle was simply out of line with the hall. Even the doorman at the door didn't react. For a moment, he didn't know whether to come forward to help park. As soon as Su Bailey got off the bus, a car stopped not far from her. A woman with sunglasses got off the car and said with a proud pace, "Take me to the Autumn Water Pavilion." "Yes, please come in." The doorman, who hesitated at first, no longer hesitated and said respectfully, "Please come here." At this time, Su Bailey also closed the car door and walked in. The two just met face to face. The woman first saw Su Bailey's face, and then her whole body tightened, a little anxious. But when she saw Su Bailey's car, she showed contempt in her eyes. "Little sister, this is not a place where anyone can come in. I advise you to go home quickly." Su Bailey frowned. "Is there any problem with this person? Do you know her?" She couldn't suffer the loss. Just as she wanted to go back, the woman had already thrown the voucher in her hand to enter the field and walked in quickly. Su Bailey is even more angry. Don't run. She can eat anything, but she can't suffer a loss. Why don't you go back? I can't even sleep well today." Su Bailey raised her feet to chase, but was stopped before she took 2 steps. She watched the woman walk into the Langting until her back completely disappeared. "Hello, please show me your membership card, admission ticket, or admission voucher," the doorman said in an official way. "Me card?" Su Bailey pointed to her nose blankly. This touched her knowledge blind spot again. When did she need a card to enter Langting? When the doorman saw her like this, he already regarded her as making trouble. He said very seriously, "Miss, this is a private clubhouse, and we can't enter without a membership certificate. This is embarrassing." Su Bailey shook her mobile phone. "Can I make a call first?" The doorman's cold voice said, "Please go to the side first. Don't block here. I can't bear the responsibility for delaying the pleasure of other guests." As soon as he stopped his words, a series of hurried footsteps appeared behind him, and then the doorman was hit heavily on the back of the head. "Get out of the way. How can I talk to Miss Su?" Su Bailey looked up and saw that it was the manager of Assistant Chen and Langting. The doorman touched his head aggrievedly and looked at the manager puzzledly. The manager was almost scared to have a myocardial infarction. He said why his right eyelid had been jumping today. It turned out to be waiting for him here. "You are still wronged. It's him who should be wronged. If Miss Su is unhappy, there is no need to continue to open this Langting. If you really come to work here, will you become a superior? The seemingly sought-after gold grotto is not only the existence that Mr. Chi can close the business in one word." Warply Doi smiled and explained carefully, "I'm sorry, Miss Su. After the assessment, the previous doormen have been promoted to be waiters. These are all newcomers, so I don't know you. I will definitely ask them to lift their eyelids this time to see your face clearly. Next time, I will definitely not encounter such a thing." The manager is also very innocent. The people Langting can't afford to offend are nothing more than Mr. Chi and Miss Su. Their faces are a living signboard. They can come if they want and leave if they want. And these two, the former will be notified in advance when they come, and even their boss will come to accompany them in person. As for the latter, the number of times they come is only a few. Everyone else has to take out the admission ticket honestly before they can enter. Therefore, such a thing will not be encountered under normal circumstances. Coincidentally, there was a new employee at the door, and Su Bailey came again. They didn't know the special identity of this person yet. If he hadn't met Assistant Chan, who was about to come out to greet him just now, he wouldn't have known about it. At that time, his heart had been panicking. Unexpectedly, when he came over, it was really bad. It was the first time the doorman saw the manager speak in such a tone, and he also panicked. He apologized repeatedly, sorry, it's all my problem." Assistant Chen had a good relationship with the manager, and he just helped to say, "Miss Su, Manager Wu didn't know that you were coming. He had just heard that you were coming, so he came with me to greet him immediately." Manager Wu looked at him gratefully. Su Bailey waved her hand. "It's okay. I can understand. It's all for work. It's not easy for everyone. Let's forget it." If there is no problem here, then I'll go in. Hearing this, the manager and the doorman were relieved. The manager immediately said respectfully with a smile, "Please follow me." Chapter 23, The Golden Grotto. Saw Bailey waved her hand. "No, I'll just go in with Assistant Chen. You can get busy." Okay, please go slowly." The manager nodded hurriedly. Saw Bailey inquired as he walked, "Are you still talking to people?" "Yes, I just got in." "Are you hungry, miss? Would you like to go to the master's private room to have some food first? Maybe you can talk about it after dinner." "No, I'll wait for him to eat together." Saw Bailey shook her head and showed a sly smile, but she could eat ice cream first. "Langting's ice cream is also good, but you can't tell your brother." "Oh, I won't say it." "Then I'll order someone to send you an ice cream to the private room." Assistant Chen nodded to her with a smile. After they walked away completely, the manager dared to wipe the cold sweat between his foreheads, and then stared viciously at the doorman standing at the door. "One by one, remember Miss Su's face clearly for me. In the future, when people come, they will respectfully invite me in, understand?" "Got it." The doorman asked with a lingering heart, "Manager, who is this Miss Su?" The manager glanced at him and said in a low voice, "Don't ask about things you shouldn't have inquired about. You are lucky this time. You even met someone with a bad temper. I don't know how you died this time." When the doorman heard this, he shrank his neck in fear, and at the same time, he was a little grateful to Su Bailey, who was talkative. He knew that if it hadn't been for Miss Su's words, he would have packed up and got out of here. Maybe it's not as simple as get out of here. After all, Langting is also a place of sound and sex, which is not as simple as it seems on the surface. Of course, these are not something that little Karami like him can know. But he only needs I know that Langting is not a place where ordinary people can come to work. First of all, you have to be lucky enough. After all, working here is not only profitable but also has face. If he loses this job, he dares to guarantee that he will never find such a good job again with his ability. It's okay. Sure enough, a good-looking person has a heart like a fairy. If what happened just now had been on him, he would have been angry long ago. The doorman couldn't help sighing in a low voice, "Miss Su is so kind. Thank you." These words were heard by the manager on the tip of his ear. The manager looked over in an instant. The door boy continued to shrink his head in fear, but the expected scolding was not said. Instead, he also agreed and sighed, "Yes, almost, Langting won't be protected." The deep meaning of this sentence made the doorman's eyes widen in an instant. Oh my god, what's the end of Miss Su? Scared and shivering. Qi Shenji has had a private room specially reserved for him in Langting for many years. Even if he didn't come, no one would dare to move the room. The reason why he came to Langting today was that the son of an old man's friend's family begged him. For the sake of the old man, he had this meeting. Because it was someone else's business, he would naturally not use Qi Shenji's private room, so the ordinary private room he went to was a little shabby compared with his own. Qi Shenji frowned the moment he stepped into the box today. In the same way, since he came to Langting, his little Qin Zihe, who is the boss of Langting, naturally followed him. Qin Zihe looked at Yin Yin Yang Yan in the box and laughed jokingly in his heart. I'm afraid he didn't inquire about how Shenji's preferences. Is this crazy? I hope this boss can get to know each other later, otherwise he won't ask for help today, but he will make trouble for himself. Qi Shenji has a cleanliness fetish. Even if he is already wearing black gloves, he is too lazy to shake hands with people who stand up and smile. Fortunately, he had such capital. The person on the opposite side retracted his hand awkwardly, but he didn't dare to be angry at all. Instead, he carefully asked him to sit down. Qi Shenji ignored the group of warbles and went straight to the innermost empty sofa to sit down. Seeing this, Qin Zihe also said hello with a smile. Boss Jin, I haven't seen Shenji for a long time, so I'm brazen to come and chat with you, so as not to disturb your yasheng. No, you can come, that's also flourishing. Jin Qiu smiled like a chrysanthemum. As the boss of Langting, even if Qin Zihe did not have the terrible power of Mr. Qi, he was definitely a person he could not afford to mess with. It's really lucky for such a person to be willing to discuss. The reason why he was able to make an appointment with Mr. Qi to meet in Langting this time was to ask his grandfather and grandmother to get an admission ticket. And this man is the boss of Langting. If he can take advantage of this time to get a good relationship, he may have a chance to ask for a membership card. Thinking about it, his heart jumped. That's good. Qin Zihe has sat down and is ready to watch the good play that will happen for a while. Jin Qiu knew that he had no interest in the trainees he brought to him when he saw that Qi Shen didn't give the meaning to the side. That's right. These people are indeed dull, but it's better to be clean. But fortunately, he also brought a killer. This Tang Maoni is really good. What a day it is today. And he doesn't even look at the time, but he dares to be late. You have to make her look good when you go back. But before that, it's better for him to stabilize Mr. Qi first. Jin Qiu walked over and attentively handed over a cigarette with both hands. After Qi Shenji took it, he came over to help light the cigarette again. Qi Shunji waved his hand in a lack of interest. He only put the cigarette on his finger and did not let it light. I'll give you 10 minutes. If you have anything, just say it directly. To be honest, this scene was really a little embarrassing. He didn't even want to give Jin Qiu the face that wanted to give him a cigarette. A group of trainees look at me, and I look at you. I'm a little scared. What kind of identity is the person Mr. Jin took them to meet today? It seems that they don't care about their boss at all. You should know that their boss is also a giant in the entertainment industry. It's really rare to see him so humble. The little trainees are afraid of saying the wrong thing and doing the wrong thing, so they all sit together obediently and pretend. Quail, no one dares to be that headbird at all. Jin Qiu smiled and said, Mr. Qi, that's right. As you know, I am an entertainment company. Recently, the above policy has been changed. It has overwhelmed several dramas in our company. They are all from the big production team. The effort and money spent are unknown. I really have no choice but to ask you. If these dramas can't be broadcast again, the advertisers' liquidated damages can drag their company to death. It was not a last resort that he played the friendship card of his old man, only asking Mr. Qi to help him with the affection of his predecessors. Qi Shunji's eagle-like eyes swept up and down at him, and a fierce light flashed under his eyebrows. Oh, you don't think I'm doing charity, do you? How can I help you? Of course, Jin Qiu knew that it was not easy to see Qi Shunji under the name of an old man. He must take it. You have something that can impress him, Mr. Qi, as long as you can help me this time, you are my Jin Qiu's benefactor. In the future, if you need me, feel free to ask. This is also a debt. Qi Shunji sneered, human kindness? What I need most is kindness, or do you think you can help me? What he said is indeed right. There has always been only someone else who begs for Qi Shunji, but without him taking the initiative to ask for help. If he can't solve something himself, it can be said that no one in the world can help him solve it. Qi Shunji's simple words suddenly tore off the shameful veil. Chapter 24 Qi Shunji is powerful. Qi Shunji's overly powerful aura made Jin Qiu's forehead sweat instantly. It's because he thinks of himself too much. His brain is spinning fast, and he still wants to find the value he could bring to Qi Shunji was enough, but after thinking about it, he found that he had no capital. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, I can guarantee that these dramas will definitely sell well. As long as you can do me a favor, I will give you 50% of the profit. This is also his greatest sincerity. Although 50% seems not much, in fact, it has been the top of the sky. After he wants to remove the corresponding personnel expenses and publicity, it is already very good to leave the profit. But even so, it is better than being suppressed by these dramas. Now is not the time for him to hesitate. No one can save him except Mr. Qi now. If he makes a slight mistake, he may make the company fall into disaster. Qi Shunji didn't say anything. His hand knocked on the sofa rhythmically, as if he was thinking about something. Jin Qiu didn't dare to urge him. Instead, Qin Zihe, who was sitting aside, felt that Jin Qiu's sincerity was not bad this time. If these dramas really follow what he said, they will definitely sell a lot. Lao Qi will be the biggest winner of the empty glove White Wolf. People, I really envy you. Rich people are richer when they sit there, and people without money are still the same poor even if they are tired to death. Seeing that Qi Shunji didn't reply for a long time, Jin Qiu quickly gave a quint the people on the sofa. So do you. Why don't you toast Mr. Qi and Mr. Qin? When the little trainees heard this, they stood up excitedly. They all know what they are doing here today, but they are also willing to go there. I thought it was a fat-headed and big-eared boss, but I didn't expect it to be a young and handsome gold owner. After watching it for a while, they had already been fascinated. The little trainees held their heads high and maintained their most perfect posture. They held up their wine glasses nervously one by one. We toasted you too. We're done, and you can do whatever you want. After saying that, he raised his head and drank the liquor in the glass, and then everyone stared at the two with expectant and nervous eyes. This scene is like these fresh and beautiful faces, which are goods on the shelves, waiting for people to choose. Unfortunately, before the two gold owners could speak, there was a commotion outside the door, and a graceful woman came in. As soon as she came in, she took off her sunglasses on her face, revealing a beautiful and touching face. Sorry, I'm late. The woman's voice was soft and charming, which instantly attracted everyone's attention. The trainees present showed disappointed expressions one by one. When Tang Mani came, then they had no chance. Jin Qiu saw her with a satisfied smile on her face. She was worthy of his ace player. Compared with these little guys, she was simply a hit. They are still too young. They have to learn slowly. Jin Qiu got up and introduced, Mr. Qi, let me introduce to you. This is Tang Mani, a little flower that has been popular recently. Among the few dramas that have been suppressed, there happens to be a female lead in which she plays. Tang Mani blinked at Qi Shunji's charming eyes. Hello, Mr. Qi, I have admired you for a long time. Qi Shunji glanced casually and ignored it. But this action seems to give different hints to Jin Qiu and Tang Mani. Jin Qiu said flatteringly, Manny, how dare you be late on such a day? Why don't you toast Mr. Qi to make amends? Tang Manny nodded and walked over in the envious eyes of the trainees, with just the right shyness on her face. She slowly knelt down at Qi Shunji's feet and posed obediently. She knew that this kind of action was also the most interesting for men. Mr. Qi, I'd like to toast you. After saying that, he drank a whole glass of liquor into his stomach. The spirit evaporated quickly, and when she looked up, her eyes were already a little confused. Qin Zuhe was stunned by this coquettish operation, and his intuition told him that he was going to be bad. Someone must be unlucky today. As a result, Qi Shunji's eyes became more and more cold. But the people at the scene didn't know that Jin Qiu thought it must be right this time, so she began to sell Tang Manny hard. Mr. Qi, don't worry, Manny is the most sensible child in our company. You can order her to do anything. And you, Manny, serve Mr. Qi well, otherwise I will only ask you. Tang Manny nodded shyly and looked at Mr. Qi's divine side face in front of her, and her heart moved incredibly. As long as the head of the Qi family hangs out in the upper circle of B City, everyone knows his name, which is a hopeable but unattainable existence. The forces behind him are intricate, and he is a real rich family. It can be said that no one dares to disrespect him. If it hadn't been for this opportunity, she would never have appeared in front of this boss in her life. In the face of such an opportunity, she would have cherished it very much. What's more, he was different from what she thought. He was so young and handsome. If this is taken by her, the future will be unimaginable. Even if it is a night of dew, it will definitely be worth it. She said in a delicate voice, I must serve Mr. Qi well. Qi Shunji's eyes narrowed slightly, and his mood became more and more bad. For so many years, no one dared to do these tricks in front of him. This Jin Qiu is really bold. He gently tapped the sofa in his hand with a cigarette in his hand and came to light it for me. Tang Manny was so happy that she quickly knelt forward and lit a cigarette for him respectfully. Qi Shunji took a puff of a cigarette, spit out a string of smoke rings, and then glanced, stretch out your hand over. Chapter 25 The Preference That Others Can't Have. Tang Manny stretched out her hand inexplicably. Before she could react, the lit cigarette in Qi Shunji's hand was lit less than an inch away from her hand. It also fell straight on her skin with hot soot ash. Tang Manny subconsciously shrank her hand because of the pain. Qi Shunji's face is unhappy. Don't move. The momentum of the long-standing person appeared at this moment. Tang Manny was shocked, retracted her hand, and stretched back tremblingly. She raised her head with tears in her eyes. She looked at Qi Shunji aggrievedly, hoping that the man could be soft-hearted. But the ruthless man did not pay attention to her at all, but looked at Jin Qiu mockingly. Has your old man taught you this over the years? Very good. I will definitely visit him when I have time and discuss with him by the way. Jin Qiu was scared. The blood on his face also faded, and his heart was like falling into an ice cave. His whole body couldn't stop shaking. It's over. He didn't ask for help, but he offended people. No wonder the world says that Mr. Qi is in a bad mood and not easy to get along with. It's very good to meet him. No one dares to provoke him further. You never know what will offend such a person, but as long as you offend them once, it is enough to sentence them to death. He, now, seems to be sentenced to death. Tang Manny looked at Jin Qiu as if asking for help. But when she saw Jin Qiu scared like a dead man, her little face turned whiter and whiter. The ash is still playing in her hand with the man swallowing. It's just that she endured the pain this time, biting her lips, and didn't even dare to shout out a syllable. A group of young trainees have never seen this scene, and they have been shocked for a long time. At this time, they were extremely happy. Fortunately, they didn't have time to come forward just now, otherwise they would have been kneeling there now. The ash repeatedly bounced in one place, getting hotter, and Don Manny's hands couldn't stop shaking. Qi Shunji said in a calm tone, pick it up. If you dare to fall on the ground, you can lick it clean for me. Don Manny. She was desperate all over. Don Manny didn't dare to look up at those dark eyes at all, because she knew that he could really do anything. This is a wild wolf that has not been tamed yet. No one can control his mind. At this moment, she regretted why she provoked such a man. But at this point, Tang Manny could only grit her teeth and hold the ash with all her strength. She couldn't imagine what kind of punishment she would face if the ash in her hand fell a little. Sweat slipped down her forehead and mixed with tears. At this moment, her heart is full of fear and helplessness. Qin Zuhe looked at the beauty in tears and couldn't help shaking his head. Unfortunately, he didn't use the right place, so he rushed to die. The person in front of you is not a person who knows how to cherish jade. Don Manny kneeling in front of him may not be as attractive as a stone. Just as the atmosphere in the box fell into stagnation, the door was knocked. Qin Zuhe looked over gloating over. At this time, which bad luck came, and he wanted to take the initiative to send him to his door to find fault. The next second, the door was pushed open, and a familiar face was reflected in front of me. Qin Zuhe failed to watch the play. Why did this little ancestor come today? Qin Zuhe said hello with a smile. Bai Li, why are you free to visit my small store today? Yo, it's Versailles. If Lenting is just a small shop, what do you think of other private clubs in City B? Saw Bai Li rolled her eyes. Qin Zuhe shrugged his shoulders with a smile and began to frown at her. Saw Bai Li. When she looked around the people in the room, she seemed to understand what Qin Zuhe meant. Is this to see her lively? Saw Bai Li's eyes are not kind. This Qin Zuhe just hasn't been beaten for 3 days. It's itchy. She stared at her angrily, and then stopped her eyes on Don Maoni, who was kneeling on the ground. Looking at her miserable appearance, she was a little angry and a little relieved. Anger is to make her angry that she can't measure herself and wants to seduce her boyfriend. It's because her boyfriend actually avenged her. It's really a great job. She said that she was destined to be with her brother, and even such a small thing could help her avenge without her knowledge. But, wait, what did she see? Saw Bai Li's eyes narrowed slightly and walked over with an unkind expression. She pulled the cigarette in Qisha's hand and then threw it heavily on the ground. You smoke secretly again. The tone of questioning and offensive actions undoubtedly stimulated the nerves of everyone at the scene. Who is this girl? Are you really tired of living? Tang Maoni was still a little happy that finally there was someone who could help her share 1 or 2 things. The more she did, the better she did, and maybe she could help her divert most of Mr. Chi's anger. She looked up secretly as if she had found a savior and saw the familiar face at a glance. Unexpectedly, it was really her. When she saw the girl for the first time, she had her intuition. This was also the trainee brought by Mr. Jin. This kind of obedient and innocent appearance is the favorite of some bosses. She may not have compared it, so she just wanted to use sharp words to let her retreat. Now it seems that she didn't leave, even an empty-minded vase. What kind of person is she that she dares to talk to Yingju like this as soon as we meet? She is so careful to flatter, and it's all the end. She must be finished like this. Don Maoni is even in the mood to gloat over the disaster. But she forgot that the boss of Lanting took the initiative to say hello to Saw Bai Li just now. Oh, no, she came late. She didn't know that Jin Zuhe would be the boss of Lanting. She still thought that he was Mr. Chi or Jin Qiong, who was just an disposable figure. Suddenly, a soft laugh interrupted her thoughts, and Tang Maoni was stunned. The expected good show didn't happen. The man who was sitting lazily on the sofa just now had stretched out his hand and pulled him into his arms. Tang Maoni peeked and saw that he took off his gloves and raised his hand to touch Saw Bai Li's face. You still talk about me? You stole it again, didn't you? Saw Bai Li looked at the clear milk stains on Qi Shunji's fingers and felt a little guilty. But on the other hand, it's not right. Isn't this a thief shouting to catch a thief? She slapped Qi Shunji's hand and said quite seriously, it's not a matter. Don't change the concept. Qi Shunji looked at the red hand and said softly, yes, it's mine or not. Today, Boss Jin insisted on respecting me. I saw that his father had some friendship with the old man, so I couldn't refuse to take a few puffs. Really? Saw Bai Li's eyes were full of doubts. Really? Qi Shunji's solemn head. Saw Bai Li didn't believe it. She turned her head and looked at Qin Zuhe with questioning eyes. What do you think? Where Saw Bai Li couldn't see, Qi Shunji's sharp eyes swept over. It seems that if he says that you dare to tell the truth again, he will die. Qin Zuhe was speechless. Why did he inexplicably become a part of the little couple play? Of course, Qin Zuhe didn't dare to tell the truth in the face of his murderous eyes. He didn't blush and made up nonsense. What Shunji said was the truth. In my opinion, it was Mr. Jin's fault today. He had to use the face of the old man to force Shunji. Qi Shunji put his mong around her waist from behind and said with a little weakness, do you see? I am also helpless. Chapter 26 When the face is in progress. Saw Bai Li patted his hand as if to comfort him, and then turned his head and looked at Jin Qiu unkindly. Did he embarrass you? How dare you force you to smoke in the name of an old man? Although Jin Qiu couldn't figure out the situation, he still wanted to explain a few words for himself. I was not. I didn't. Before he finished speaking, he met a narrow eye, which was full of indifference and ruthlessness, as if he were a dead man, which made people shiver. He no longer dared to defend himself, but chose to droop his head. He found that on such an occasion, he just said too much and made more mistakes. Tang Maoni, who was kneeling on the ground, also noticed something wrong. Isn't this the person brought by Mr. Jin? Mr. Chi's attitude towards her is so intimate that he doesn't even care about her offense at all. Who on earth is she? Saw Bai Li's concern was chaotic, and her IQ was not online at this moment. She actually thought that Jin Qian dared to bully Qi Shunji with the face of the old man. I don't know what she thinks. With Qi Shen's ability to see through the sky, the love of the 10 old men added together, no one dares to embarrass him. She is now, but she actually regards Qi Shunji as a poor little bag who is difficult. The desire to protect arises spontaneously. She stared at Jin Qiong fiercely, and this pitiful love dared to embarrass my brother. I think you are tired of living. My brother is easy to talk to, but I am not good at talking. Let's wait and see. Jin Cho's face turned whiter. Although he didn't know who this was, Mr. She called him so intimately that he couldn't afford to provoke. He quickly wanted to explain, but was interrupted by Ji Shenji. Lily was right, just this pitiful affection. Although he had not finished speaking, there was something to say, as if he was talking about the previous thing. Everyone is a smart person. As soon as he heard it, he knew that what he asked for today would not work. This pitiful affection, coupled with the unattractive interests for Mr. Chi, made him out of his own ability. Jin Cho's mouth opened and closed and long, and she didn't know what to say. Saw Bailey turned her head and stopped looking at him. She touched Ji Shenji's head. Poor thing, although the old man is not in China, I will call him tonight. I have to make a good complaint, otherwise all the cats and dogs will come to you to make a blessing. How can this be? Qin Zuhe. Except for this life 38 Jinshou, he really didn't see the second person dare to take the initiative to run to Shenji to ask for trouble, and even said, isn't this one also a humble and cautious one? How dare you be arrogant and bless him? It's a pity that the method doesn't work. Saw Bailey is really a clear master. How can such words be said? In her eyes, why did Xi Shenji become a poor girl who could be bullied? How big a filter does it have to be? Even those who don't know him dare not. And you, Xi Shenji, are still acting here. Why are you pretending to be pitiful and staring at him just now? You can't be so double-standard. Poor Shenji nodded with a smile on the corners of his mouth. Well, Lily loves her brother the most. Sure enough, what is said in the book is right. Appropriate showing weakness can enhance the relationship between couples. Li even took the initiative to touch his head. It must not be because of the incident that she touched Wao Ling's attention last week. After someone reported it, he was jealous. That's it. You can take care of this matter. Saw Bailey patted her chest proudly and said, no one can bully her brother under her eyes, no. Yes. Qin Zuhe. I'm tired and don't want to complain. But this matter has been solved. Lily, we should talk about something else. Qi Shenji's eyes turned deep. He raised his finger. Lily has always been a good boy, and she will definitely tell the truth. Saw Bailey. It's broken. Why hasn't the evidence been erased yet? She looked at the remaining milk stains on Qi Shenji's fingers and said, yes, I just ate an ice cream. Who made you so slow? I'm hungry and waiting for you to have dinner together. What's wrong with eating an ice cream first? What she said was a little unreasonable. Qi Shenji didn't know that she was coming at all, otherwise how could he have the leisure to talk nonsense with Jin Qiong here? Qi Shenji sighed, Lily, don't change the concept. Saw Bailey. To what a familiar word. As expected, the boomerang is deadly. Saw Bailey suddenly fell down like a frosted cabbage. She said with a guilty heart, I won't eat next week. It's okay. Just think of me as an advance for next week. Remember what you said. Qi Shenji let her go in a good mood. It's not that I don't let you eat because it's hot recently. You eat too much, and you have a stomachache. Saw Bailey breathed a sigh of relief when she heard this. She hurriedly picked up the tissue beside her and quickly wiped off the evidence in Qi Shen's hand. Qin Zuhe couldn't help laughing. Bailey, why does Shenji even care about you eating ice cream? I think you didn't find a boyfriend, but a father. 2 flying knives were thrown over in an instant. Saw Bailey waved her fist and said fiercely, I'm willing, I don't need you to take care of it. Oh, it's too much. I'm talking for you. Qin Zuhe joked. No, thank you. I'd just like my brother to take care of me. Saw Bailey smiled flatteringly at Qi Shenji, as if she was saying that I was good. Qi Shenji pinched Saw Bailey's face with burning eyes, so good. To Saw Bailey giggled. Qin Zuhe. Well, it's his own fault. This little couple is really damned. Qi Shenji didn't want to stay longer on this occasion. He helped Saw Bailey stand up half hugging. Let's go and eat. Don't starve Li's belly again. But Saw Bailey didn't move. She turned her head to look at Tang Moni, who was kneeling on the side and trying to reduce her sense of existence, and said, don't think about what you shouldn't think about. It will only harm yourself. Chapter 27 The aura is fully open. Qin Zuhe couldn't help sighing when he heard the threatening tone. Worthy of being raised by Qi Shenji, although Saw Bailey usually looks sweet and easy to talk to. But when encountering something, the tone and the attitude between the eyebrows are just the same as Qi Shenji, which makes people dare not provoke at all. Saw Bailey is not an aggressive person. If she encounters such a thing in everyday life, she may not pay attention to it. After all, flies don't bite seamless eggs. She knows very well what kind of person her brother is, and she has a great sense of security in this regard. Today, it will embarrass a person. It must have happened just now. Qi Shenji's eyes became sharp and he asked indistinguishable, what? What happened just now? It's not a big deal, but it's just looked down upon by people. If she hadn't walked fast, I would have. Saw Bailey waved proudly on the spot. The little fist said that she was not easy to mess with. Then she smiled, but her brother had already avenged me, so forget about it. She looked up and down at Don Maoni, who was very miserable now, and felt that there was no need to say anything more to her. She wasted her words and believed that she had learned a lesson. Don Maoni's body was about to tremble into Parkinson's. She curled up obediently and didn't dare to speak at all. Qi Shengju didn't give an extra look. He just looked at Saul Bailey intently and said, "It's good if my brother helps you get angry. Let's go and have dinner." His tone was sparse and ordinary, as if he didn't take this matter to heart. Saul Bailey didn't think much about it. She nodded and walked out with his arms around him. It was just that at the moment of leaving, he gently looked at Don Maoni like a poisonous snake, cold and wet, and creepy. Everyone present felt it except Saul Bailey. Don Maoni collapsed on the ground in an instant, and her eyes were absent-sighted as if they were withered wells. At this moment, she clearly felt that she was finished. Qin Zuhe shook his head and quickly chased behind. "Alas, wait for me, I haven't eaten yet." Saul Bailey turned her head and stared at him expressionlessly. "Do you know why my roommate's grandfather can eat and drink and live to be 100 years old?" This topic was too out of the topic. Qin Zuhe couldn't react and shook his head stupidly. Because he doesn't like to join in the fun. Qin Zuhe. He frowned, as if he was saying that he was complaining about your boyfriend just now. As for such a grudge, Saul Bailey must have nodded and held a grudge. "What's wrong with your father's boyfriend? You don't understand the goodness of your father's boyfriend. She doesn't have to worry about anything, just move her mouth. She loves her so much." Saul Bailey thought for a little and added another sentence, "And if you disturb the little couple's date, you will be kicked by a donkey." Qin Zuhe. He shouldn't be here. He should be at the bottom of the room. Damn stinky couple, if you don't go, don't go. He hasn't found anyone to have dinner with him. Seeing that the two of them didn't wait for him and left so coldly, Qin Zuhe looked around the room and found a pleasing one. He stretched out his hand and pointed. "Are you free?" These little trainees had long been scared into quails in a group. The people who were ordered were not happy, but showed a mournful face. She pointed at herself carefully and asked, "Me?" Qin Zuhe nodded. "Just you." "Yes, is there?" She showed a smile that was more ugly than crying. "Qin Zuhe, if you have it, you have it. If you don't have it, you don't have it. What's the matter if you have it?" The trainee looked at Jin Qiong as if asking for help. Jin Qiong had long been dumbfounded by what had happened for such a while, and there was no spare time to take care of her. He roared in a low voice, "Don't you know if you are free? Where did so many things come from?" The trainee's tears of fright were ringing in her eyes. She sniffed and said, I'm free. It's still a little stutter." Qin Zuhe joked, "That's all good. Come with me for a meal." "Well," the little trainee said tremblingly. Qin Zuhe was proud. "Look, it's not easy to find someone to accompany him to dinner. Do you need to accompany you stinky couple? Bah. When you need him, he is a good buddy. When you don't need him, he is a stinky piece of shit. Let's go." Qin Zuhe raised his chin. When he was about to leave, Jin Qiong stopped him. Jin Qiong was still trying to find a way to struggle to death. "Mr. Qin, wait, today's matter." Qin Zuhe came over and patted him on the shoulder regretfully, and said with a very regretful look, "Brother, it's not that I don't want to help you, but that you didn't ask about Shenji's preferences before you came. It's okay to beg him to do things with affection, and you dare to bring these people to his eyes. His coldness and ruthlessness are not nonsense. Even if the old man begs for it in person, it's not good for him to do it if he doesn't want to. I could have suggested a solution to you, but you took someone to offend him again. Jin Qiong is really like a hit this time." He said tremblingly, "Is that person just now Mr. Qi's girlfriend?" Qin Zuhe nodded positively. "Yes, and you must have heard that Lao Shi has a little plum in his mouth that is afraid of melting, right?" Jin Qiong nodded blankly. Qin Zuhe smiled at him slightly. "It was this. Jin Qiong. Everyone in B City knows that Mr. Qi has a little young plum that hurts to the bone. I heard that that little young plum is the favorite of this man since he was a child, and he is an untouchable existence. Unexpectedly, he has become his girlfriend now. This is a buff stacked on the buff. He offended him, and it was simply inexplicable." Qin Zuhe smiled at him and showed a self-righteous expression. He doesn't know what will be waiting for Jin Qiong, but for Jin Qiong, the unknown fear may be more deadly. He raised his chin and signaled, "Let's go and accompany me to dinner." The little trainee took a look at the mess here, thought about it and quickly followed it. Qi Shengji's own private room is on the top floor. Except for Qin Zuhe, no one else can come up without invitation. Just now, Saul Bailey had been here for a while, and even stole an ice cream and destroyed it. At this time, when the two of them went in, the luxurious private room was unusually tidy, leaving no evidence. Qi Shengji pinched his soft little hand and pulled her in with a smile. Saul Bailey stamped her feet dissatisfiedly. "This matter is over. If you still dare to mention it, it will be impolite." Qi Shengji shook his head helplessly. "Okay, but don't forget that what you promised me, next week's share is gone." "I got it." Saul Bailey pouted dissatisfiedly. You are so verbose. The thief shouts the little thing to catch the thief. Qi Shenzhi hooked her nose with a smile. You just have no choice but to take you. Saw Bailey blinked innocently, as if to say don't slander me. After the two sat down for a while, there was a knock on the door, and all kinds of steaming delicacies were served one by one. It seems that the moment Qi Shenzhi stepped into Lengting, he had already begun to prepare. The waiters who delivered the food did not dare to look around the whole process, just because they knew Mr. Qi's temper. Everyone quickly closed the door and left the moment they finished the dishes, and did not dare to get in his way at all. Chapter 28 Cleanliness fetish still divides people. Only the two people can be heard in the private room. Qi Shenzhi reached out and scooped a bowl of soup. Come on, drink a little soup first to warm your stomach and eat. Dad Qi was afraid that Saul Bailey would have a stomachache because of the ice cream she had just stolen. Saul Bailey took it with a smile and began to enjoy Qi Shenzhi's service with peace of mind. Brother, I want to eat that shrimp. To when Qi Shenzhi heard this, he immediately put the shrimps in front of him and began to peel them one by one seriously. The slender fingers with distinct joints covered his hands with juice because of peeling shrimps, but at this moment his cleanliness fetish seemed to disappear. Even if his hands had become miserable, his eyes were still very focused on peeling the shrimp in his hand. From Saul Bailey's point of view, this scene is very eye-catching. Her heart seemed to be soaked in a pool of candied fruit, which was sweet. Just say that Qin Zuhe doesn't understand. What's wrong with his father's boyfriend? At first glance, I didn't experience this kind of superior treatment too. Qi Shenzhi felt that Saul Bailey had been staring at his face and looked at her doubtfully. Is she anxious? After saying that, put the peeled shrimp into her plate. You eat it first, and I'll continue to peel it. Saul Bailey's food is very beautiful. In addition, she is in a good mood, which is even more sweet. Qi Shenzhi is also very happy after looking at it. This is the fun of the breeder. Qi Shenzhi was absorbed in providing shrimp peeling service when he suddenly felt something touching his lips. He looked down and saw that Saul Bailey was sandwiching a piece of tender and juicy veal and brought it to his mouth. Qi Shenzhi ate this piece of beef in a very good mood. In an instant, this week's depression seemed to dissipate a lot. Love is mutually tolerant. When Qi Shenzhi took care of Saul Bailey wholeheartedly, his Lily also knew that she felt sorry for him. Especially among a group of dishes, he can accurately find the dish that best suits his taste. The two of them just like this, you and me, and a meal was eaten out of pink bubbles. Fortunately, Qin Zuhe didn't come, otherwise he wouldn't even have eaten this dog food. Saul Bailey didn't have much appetite. After eating for a while, she was full. Qi Shenzhi saw that she was full, so he stopped feeding. The two began to chat. Because Saul Bailey wanted to go to Wang's house tomorrow and chatted, the topic couldn't help but run in the direction of the Wang family. She was afraid that Qi Shenzhi would be unhappy, so she grabbed his sleeve and said coquettishly, I'll go there for dinner tomorrow and then go back to school, but I can accompany you during the day. When Qi Shenzhi saw Saul Bailey's reaction, he knew that he might have been uneasy last week, which was seen by her, so he was afraid that he would be unhappy, so he spoke so carefully. This is not what he wants to see. He doesn't want to affect Saul Bailey's mood because of his own mood. Lily should live freely and happily. So he said gently, okay, you can go if you want. That's your home. Just tell me before you go. Saul Bailey looked up at Qi Shenzhi's expression carefully and found nothing unusual. The heart I was carrying finally let go. It seems that it has been coaxed. Can my brother accept her family members? That's great. Saul Bailey raised her head and smiled sweetly and said, okay but you have to send me there. Qi Shenzhi is very satisfied with her dependence. Okay, I'll send you there. Do you need me to bring a gift to see Erlao? After all, they are Lily's biological parents, and there should be no less etiquette. Saul Bailey stared wide-eyed and knew that he had misunderstood. She waved her hand quickly. No, I don't mean to introduce you to them now. I just want you to take me downstairs. Qi Shenzhi. The more Saul Bailey explained, the more confused she became. She said this as if she were a scumbag, and didn't want to give Qi Shen a name in front of her parents. But Qi Shenzhi didn't think much about it. Lily's words must have her reasons. Sure enough, Saul Bailey's next sentence made him very useful. I've only known them for a week, so I don't want to introduce them to you. Who knows what kind of people they are? What if they are all from the performance now? When they know your identity, what should they do if they have a bad intention? No, I will talk about this matter when I pass their inspection period. Qi Shenzhi is in a good mood, very good. He let out a low smile. Well, I didn't expect my brother to be so important in Lily's heart, so let's do as you say. Saul Bailey's waist is proud of herself. That is, I'm not stupid. Can I tell who is the most important to me? Qi Shenzhi couldn't help hugging Saul Bailey and gently kissed her face. She was so good. I don't know why, the depression he had suppressed for a week seemed to be completely gone. Saul Bailey looked at the handsome face in front of her. Even after looking at it so many times, she couldn't help blushing. But they are both legal boyfriends and girlfriends. Can she show weakness in this regard? Otherwise, you can't. Brave Lily never admits defeat. Although Saw Bailey blushed, she still kissed her back without hesitation. A very loud butter sound sounded in the empty private room, and as Saw Bailey left, a transparent silver thread was taken out. In a closed space, this sound can deepen the sensory experience. Qi Shengji's pupils trembled slightly, and the corners of his lips also evoked an imperceptible arc. Can you stand it? His hand inserted into Saw Bailey's hair, forcing her to get close to him, and instead deepened the kiss. Of course, Saw Bailey couldn't beat Qi Shengji. In the end, she leaned weakly in his arms, like a fish that was about to breathe, and kept panting. She patted Qi Shengji on the shoulder. You won. Qi Shengji. Why can't I suddenly keep up with Lily's brain circuit? It's as if they had some mysterious competition just now. As soon as Qin Zihe finished dinner with the little trainee downstairs, he wanted to come up and see what the two ancestors were doing. As a result, he bumped into two people who were walking out. Chapter 29 Appeal. He was surprised to find that Qi Shengji's low mood had improved recently. Although the valuable handsome face was still as indifferent and alienated, the atmosphere around him had obviously changed, and even he, who was very nervous, could feel it. He is fine. He looked at Saw Bailey curiously again and again. She was worthy of being a cautious little young plum. It was the magic that changed his mood. Alas, are you leaving? Qin Zihe said hello with a smile and didn't stay any longer. Qi Shengji nodded and said, I'll take Lily back first. We'll talk to you next time. At all. Qin Zihe is also one of Qi Shengji's few friends, and he can't talk about anything. By the way, Shengji, you wait first. Are you really not moved by the conditions Jin Qiong just mentioned? Qi Shengji's expression was calm. Why was I moved? It's just the profit of a few dramas. Even if it's a big sale, is it a casual small project under Qi? Those projects can't get into Qi Shengji's eyes, just a few dramas of Jin Qiong. Are you kidding me? That's right, this little profit is really worthless to you. Qin Zihe touched his chin and discussed, but the brother is different. The brother is poor. If you don't want to take care of this matter, then I will do it. Qi Shengji doesn't care at all. It doesn't matter. If you can solve it, you can go. This is what you won. Qin Zihe smiled and said, okay, good brother, I'll just wait for your words, but before the release of these dramas, you should be a little more leisurely, but don't kill people for me, at least wait until I make money. This is the purpose of his words. Jin Qiong is fine, but she doesn't know Qi Shengji's preferences and breaks his rules by taking people without permission. But with the old man's love, Shengji may not take the initiative to deal with him, and let him live and die in fear. But that Tang Mengye was unlucky. No matter how calm Qi Shengji just behaved and how he didn't care, those were all for Saw Bailey to see. He just wanted to leave a good impression of being gentle enough in Saw Bailey's heart. But don't you know him as a brother? It's about Saw Bailey. He will not be as light as he showed. It is more serious to dare to provoke Saw Bailey than to take the initiative to provoke him. Don Maoni's career is also completely complete. He just hopes that Qi Shengji can wait first. One of these dramas is played by this woman. This woman is also a little famous recently. If she wants to die, she has to wait until the play is over and die, which is also considered to maximize the benefit. Qin Zihe looks funny on the surface, but being friends with Qi Shengji for a long time proves that he is not as simple as he seems on the surface. At least his current idea is quite dangerous. Before they die, they also want to maximize their benefits. Qi Shengji is still easy to discuss with his identified friends. He nodded and said, okay, you can discuss the specifics with Xiao Chen, and I don't care about this matter. Good brother. Qin Zihe bumped into his shoulder. Man, don't worry about it. My brother understands you. When I earn this money, I guarantee that the rest will be finished for you. Qi Shengji waved his hand and left. Bai to Qin Zihe said goodbye to the two with a smile. Xiao Bailey often comes to play when she is free. Saw Bailey made a grimace at him. Qin Zihe was not angry at all. This little ancestor was really his little lucky star, and he made money. This kind of person sits at home and the feeling of money coming from the sky is so good. It is very important to choose friends. He knows that he can have soup to drink with Qi Shengji. Qin Zihe turned his head and walked back to the office leisurely to dial Jin Qiong's phone. Jin Qiong's eyes were full of surprise after receiving the phone call. Is he dreaming? How did this matter be solved? Suddenly, the door of his office was knocked, and a voice sounded carefully, Mr. Jin, I'm back. Hearing the sound, a surprised smile bloomed on Jin Qiong's face and came in. Yes, it must be her. She was having dinner with Mr. Qing just now. Why was Mr. Qing willing to help him after dinner? I didn't expect that this little trainee still had this ability. His attitude is getting softer and softer. He's back. Are you tired? Why don't you go back and have a rest first? Then I'll ask your agent to inform you if there is a suitable job. The little trainee had never seen such a warm boss, and his hair was about to stand on his hair. She said nervously, Mr. Qing asked me to bring you a word. You say? The little trainee said fearfully, Man, Sister Manny, I can't keep it. Tang Man Ni is the first sister of their company. If it's really cold, their company will definitely lose its vitality. The little trainee thought that Jin Chio would be incompetently angry and vent all his anger on her, but the expected rage did not happen. Jin Chio just sighed, and then sat weakly on the chair. He waved his hand and got it. Go down. When the little trainee heard this, he nodded and slipped away quickly. Jin Chio looked at the brightly lit streets outside and was stunned. No wonder the outside world said that Mr. Chi was not easy to get along with. People with higher status than themselves dare not go to him to offer treasures. Now he finally knows the reason, but it's a pity that it's too late. But at least the matter has been solved, but the solution is not perfect. Not only did he sacrifice a Don Manny, but he also gave others white labor, but fortunately, the funds could be returned, and the company could continue to survive. It's just unclear which day this respected building will collapse. This incident also made him have a memory. Mr. Chi never dared to take the initiative to provoke again, and he would have to avoid it even when he met in the future. But he wanted to hide, but others remembered him. Saw Bailey returned to the old house of the Chi family, and still did not forget the complaint. She took a shower first. When she came out, she took a look at the time, and it seemed to be about the same. Then she took out her mobile phone by the pillow and called out. The phone was quickly connected. In this video call, you can clearly see a blue sea and blue sky behind the person opposite. It looks like a holiday on an island. Baby, do you miss your aunt? A female voice sounded, and there was a well-maintained lady in the camera. She looked like she was in her 40s at most, but her actual age was more than that. This girl is Ji Shenji's mother, Miss So Qiujun. She is now on a one-year vacation with Ji Shenji's father, that is, Mr. Qi Jindal. So Bailey said coquettishly, of course, Miss So has been really happy recently. If I don't call you, you won't know that you will take the initiative to contact me. Alas, am I afraid of disturbing your rest? So Qiujun smiled. Did anything happen during this period? Did the bastard take good care of you at home? Nothing happened. Of course, my brother took good care of me. So Bailey didn't tell the good news but not the bad news. She didn't tell her about finding her parents. She felt that there was no need to delay Erlau's next plan because of her own affairs. Anyway, they would know when they came back. That's good. Is there anything to say about Lily's call today? She is worthy of being a person who grew up watching So Bailey. At a glance, she must have something to say. Chapter 30 Boomerang. So Bailey blinked her big bright eyes and nodded with great admiration. Auntie, you are really awesome. It's like a god. So Qiujun was amused by her appearance. Just coax your aunt to play. Tell me, what's the matter? Is your uncle next to you? So Bailey tilted her head and asked. So Qiujun turned her mobile phone slightly. Wait a minute, Lao Qi Lili is looking for you. Qi Jindal, who was sitting next to So Qiujun, squeezed into the camera. He smiled amiably. Lili, are you looking for your uncle? So Bailey said coquettishly, Uncle, let me tell you, someone bullied my brother today. What? Lao was obviously stunned when he heard this. Bullying Shenji? Lili didn't say anything wrong, did so? If Qi Jindal was in power, maybe someone would dare to argue with him and Qi. However, since the Qi family was completely controlled by Qi Shen, the whole Qi family has developed to a daunting point in just a few years. Although Qi Shenji is usually low-key, he is unwilling to attend various family occasions in B City. But it doesn't mean that someone dares to look down on him. After all, those who dare to look down on him don't even know how many meters high the grave grass has grown. In the first few years of taking over the Qi family, there were always people jumping in his minefield. But after his thunderous rectification methods, everyone behaved like a little sheep. With the progress of the Qi family in recent years, there is no such fear of death. Now, Lili suddenly said that someone dared to bully their son, and both of them thought they had heard it wrong. So Bailey over there didn't know Erlau's idea, and was still nodding hard, right? It's still the son of your old friend, uncle. He asked his brother for help under your banner and wanted to bully him. He was so bad. Qi Jindal. What a big pot fell from the sky. But he doesn't bear the blame. He doesn't have such a shameless old friend. At first glance, his relationship is ordinary. People who have a good relationship with him are usually afraid of bothering him. Generally, they stay away from him when something happens. How can they be brazen to ask for help? He wanted to explain, but he didn't know how to say it. After all, he doesn't know what happened today and who is under his banner. But even if he wants to bully Shenji under his banner, it's impossible. It's not that he's lying. Since the child grew up and had his own idea, he hasn't listened to him at all. He felt that he didn't have such a big face with his son. Even if he was a brother, he was not angry. Ting's method of counterattack is not compassionate at all. Seeing that Qi Jindal didn't say anything, Saul Bailey immediately transformed into a little nagging spirit and began to chatter endlessly. Uncle, you can't help outsiders. My brother is your son. There are two things like this. If everyone, like him, runs to his brother's head to be a blessing, how pitiful the brother would be. Well, yes, you're right. Su Qiujun tried to hold back her laughter. Of course, she didn't forget to stir up trouble and wanted to see the old man's predicament. Right, auntie, you also think so I think that in the future, uncle's friends will beg you to come to your brother under his banner, and you will all disappear. After all, uncle, you don't want your son to be bullied by outsiders because of you. Qi Jindal. Master Qingtang, he is innocent. Who will help him be the master? But the girl opposite doesn't care about him. Her delicate face is so emotional that her whole face even comes to the screen. Two grape-like eyes were looking at him with water, as if to say that, uncle, you are so powerful that you must be able to solve this matter. Who can bear such a pitiful critical blow? Of course, Qi Jindong can't. His big hand, he said boldly, if something like this happens to Lily in the future, you can come to your uncle. If Shinji is embarrassed to refuse, I will help him refuse. He wants to bully my son under my name. I don't think they want to mess with me. I'll tell you that such a person must not be my good friend. You just don't worry and fight back boldly. Uncle is still there in everything. Alas to okay. Saul Bailey was satisfied. What she was waiting for was this sentence. Who is Lily talking to? Qi Shenji came out wiping his wet hair. His bathrobe was not tightened, and his strong chest was exposed. He habitually walked behind Saul Bailey and sat down. Just as he was about to hug her waist, he saw his parents' faces on the screen of his mobile phone. The raised hand was put down without a trace. When the old man saw his big face, he asked unceremoniously, I heard that you were bullied today. Qi Shenji. Did his stupid baby really come to sue? At that time, Qi Shenji was just out of the mentality of teasing her, and also showed a little weakness to enhance her feelings. To put it bluntly, it was interesting. Unexpectedly, Saul Bailey showed it so bluntly in front of his parents. He still wanted a face. He coughed softly, nothing. Saul Bailey turned her head and grabbed his arm and said, Brother, you don't have to be embarrassed. I have already told my uncle that if there is such a thing in the future, you don't have to look at uncle's face, just refuse directly. Can the couple not see the embarrassment of their son? Of course, it's impossible. Looking at his reaction, I knew that he must have been teasing Lily at that time, but he didn't expect to be taken seriously by Lily. They just said that no one dares to bully the bastard, and it's not really boring. Qi Jundal just took the blame for no reason, and naturally, he didn't want to comfort this bastard. He said seriously, that is, if someone bullies you in the future, tell your father that you can't do it, and I'm here. Qi Shenji. What's going on with this familiar boomerang? Qi Shenji replied expressionlessly to his father's joke, I know. Su Qiujun looked at the appearance of the father and son and couldn't help laughing. Saul Bailey blinked her eyes inexplicably. What's wrong? Why do I feel that the atmosphere is a little awkward? Did she say something wrong? Chapter 31, Falling in Love Secretly. Qi Shenji sighed helplessly. He took the mobile phone from Saul Bailey's hand. Is there anything else? If it's okay, I'll hang up. Alas, you bastard. I haven't said a word to Lily yet. Hang what? Hang. It's getting late. It's time for Lily to go to bed. After Qi Shenji finished speaking, he hung up the phone neatly without waiting for the reply from the other side. Su Qiujun looked helplessly at the hung-up phone in her hand. She couldn't help complaining, this bastard, for so many years, still eats everyone's flying vinegar. What? His sister can only belong to him. Lily is not a doll. It's just that Lily has a good temper and is used to him. He doesn't know who to learn his temper from, and he doesn't even want us to say 2 more words to Lily. Yes, but I finally saw his dejected appearance. It was worth it even if the phone was hung up. Qi Jindal patted his wife's hand and gloated, this bastard probably wants to keep his pure face in front of Lily. He can really make up any nonsense. Will he give me the face of those old partners? I don't believe it. I know best what kind of temper my son has. Su Qiujun sighed. Lily is so big that he still cares so much. What should Lily do if she finds a boyfriend in the future? She won't even be jealous of his boyfriend. Thinking of that scene, she felt weak for a while. Her poor Lily might not be able to get married for the rest of her life. After all, the son's aura is too strong. Who dares to offend him in person? Maybe they were dealt with in advance before they met. Qi Jundal comforted, alas, children and grandchildren have their own blessings. Maybe when Lily really has a boyfriend, he will know how to keep a distance. Wait, when you say this, keep your distance. If I'm not mistaken just now, the bastard went to Lily's room just after taking a shower, right? Su Qiujun slapped her thigh suddenly. This is not good. What does this look like? He is so big. Why doesn't he know that there is a difference between men and women? No, I have to call and talk about him quickly. I don't dare to talk about him. Qi Jindal pressed her hand. Forget it, is this something you can handle if you want? Do you really think that your son is the poor thing that anyone can bully in Lily's mouth? He won't give you face at that time, but don't blame me for not persuading you in advance. Su Qiujun awkwardly let go of the hand holding the mobile phone. Yeah. She doesn't seem to control it either. This bastard doesn't listen to them at all. It's really sad. The people on this side are still worried, and in the bedroom over there, Saul Bailey has long been pulled into Chi-Shunji's arms. The dim yellow light gently shone on the soft duvet. If you smell it carefully, you can also smell the room filled with the fragrance of bathing. Saul Bailey lay in Chi-Shunji's arms and said with some feeling guilty, "What do you think uncles and aunts should do if they object to us together?" Chi-Shunji kissed her forehead and comforted her. "No, father and mother are people who watch you grow up. How can they disagree with our affairs? Besides, you are my lifesaver. Even if I am given to you, it is right. If you don't feel at ease, I can talk about this matter, and you don't have to worry about anything." "Wait a minute." Saul Bailey grabbed his hand in a hurry. "Take your time. Let's take our time. Anyway, uncles and aunts still have more than half a year to return to China. You asked me to prepare in advance. Okay, it's all up to you." Chi-Shunji grabbed her chin and asked Saul Bailey to look straight into her eyes. Lily didn't need to worry about these things. Her brother was there in everything. Isn't she allowed to want to know alone? Saul Bailey nodded with a smile. "Got it. Chi-Shunji is right. Instead of thinking nonsense here, it's better to leave it to him. Even if Lao doesn't agree with them to be together, he is so powerful that he must have other ways. She just needs to trust him. Forget it, never mind. Anyway, uncles and aunts still have more than half a year to come back. Before that, it is the time she can use to prepare. If she doesn't believe it, she can't come up with a perfect set of words to satisfy the second old man." Saul Bailey left her troubles behind in an instant. As soon as this trouble left, other thoughts surged into her mind. She suddenly sat up. Chi-Shunji was shocked by her. "What's the matter?" Saul Bailey ran to the cloakroom barefoot. After a while, she found a check in the bag that had been thrown somewhere. She was relieved. "I thought I had lost it." Chi-Shunji frowned. "What is this? It's worth being so anxious." Saul Bailey ran back like a little bird again. She held the check in her hand in front of Chi-Shunji like a treasure. As a result, she found Chi-Shunji's frowning. She couldn't help laughing and said, "You don't even have to be jealous of a piece of paper." Chi-Shunji didn't say anything and took the paper from her hand. He wants to see what it is, and dares to separate Lily's vision. Line. Check. Or a check for 1 million. Just this kind of thing, does it match? It's not Chi-Shunji's arrogance, but $1 million is like change for him. Even if it falls on the ground, he doesn't bother to pick it up condescendingly. At the moment, he threw the check aside indifferently and took Saul Bailey into his arms with a low smile. "What's the matter? Isn't it 1 million? What's so strange?" Saul Bailey blinked her eyes. 1 million is not rare, but this is the money that the Ling family gave to my parents to buy out their care for Ling Tian over the years. Chi-Shunji narrowed his eyes slightly and sighed contemptuously. He looked a little disdainful. "Just this much money? Baby, aren't you angry?" Saul Bailey shook her head blankly. The reason why I was angry was not because of the money, but because of their attitude. Besides, I don't think the Ling family is rich. I checked it before. They started in electrical appliances and probably didn't have much money, so they searched for everything. At that time, I saw that Mr. Ling still wanted to take this million, so he could stand on the moral high ground and blame my parents. Fortunately, I saw it and gave it back on the spot. Her tone seems to look down on the industry of the Lee family, but even if the Lee family is not good, it is still a well-known electrical appliance enterprise in the country, which is like an ordinary family in her mouth. But that's right. No matter who compares with the Chi family, it seems that they are not qualified. Well done, and you should do the same in the future. You don't have to get used to them. Only then did Chi-Shunji remember such a thing. At that time, he also heard it on the phone, but the Lee family didn't get anything from Lily, so naturally, he didn't take this matter to heart. Now it seems that the Ling family still doesn't know how to raise it. Saul Bailey wrinkled her face. "I took the check away at that time, and my parents didn't mention it to me. I almost forgot to return it to them." Chapter 32 Lifesaver. Chi-Shunji coaxed, "It's okay. No one will blame you. Since they didn't mention it to you, they didn't want to ask you." "That won't work." Saul Bailey bit her lip and said uneasily, "The conditions in my house are not good at all. You haven't seen where they live. The environment outside is simply hard to describe. I want to take the check back to them tomorrow, at least let them improve their living environment first. It's really not a good place." Of course, Chi-Shunji knew that when Saul Bailey first stepped into the slum, the bodyguard had already reported nervously. His pears have grown so big that they have never been to such a place. They are dark, damp and dilapidated, which is completely out of place with her. Even if there are bodyguards in such a place, it won't work. In case something happens, who can compensate him? He originally wanted to find an opportunity to find a way to get the Wang family out of there. Now it seems that Lily also has the same idea, so there is no need to hide it from her. Chi-Shunji has always been more careful about Saul Bailey's affairs. He thought for a moment and said, "This million is not enough to change a good house. Why don't I help you find a way to solve the house problem?" Saul Bailey's eyes lit up. She was worried about how to tell Lao about this matter. Her brother was willing to help her solve it. She really liked her brother. Hey, then I'll leave this matter to you, but don't do it too outrageous. Saul Bailey pounced on it with a smile, and then thought about it and added another sentence. Otherwise, it is not too much to do anything outrageous with Qi Shenji's character. Got it. Feeling the warm and soft jade on his body, Qi Shenji's voice gradually became hoarse, and his eyes were also dark and unclear. Saul Bailey saw that the straight path was not good, and last week's pain seemed to have not dissipated so far. This is not good. She slipped into the quilt cleverly, obediently tucked the corner of the quilt, blinked her big eyes innocently and said, "Let's go to bed, brother." Qi Shenji saw that she looked obedient like a little rabbit, and also knew that he had done a little too much last week. Some things still need to be done gradually, otherwise the baby will be scared and there will be no meat to eat in the future. He lay down on his side and patted Saul Bailey on the shoulder from time to time. All, go to sleep. Seeing that the goal was achieved, Saul Bailey grabbed the corner of the quilt and closed her eyes with satisfaction. Ah. Finally, I can have a good sleep. But I heard her steady breathing for a long time. Qi Shenji pulled her into his arms and only felt that the person in his arms was so cute that he couldn't wait to put her into flesh and blood. He stared at Saul Bailey's face and was stunned, and his thoughts gradually withdrew. In the blink of an eye, it seems that it is the age of 10 again. That year, he was taken away by Qi Jindo's enemy family. He was originally a group of fugitives and did not intend to let him go back alive. At that time, he was not solved immediately. It was nothing more than waiting to receive a fund for escape and tearing up the ticket. As a result, he, who had just regained consciousness, was drilled into the bag and ran to the back garden of a welfare home. That year, he also met Saul Bailey, who was only 5 years old. Oh, no, at that time, her name was not Saul Bailey. She didn't even have a decent name. People in the welfare home called her Qiu Qiu. It's like a name like a cat or a dog, and no one cares about it. He will never forget the little face of Milk and carefully ask him what's wrong. At that time, Qi Shenji was not yet after fully recovering from the drug. No one can believe that in the face of such a small milk ball, he still relaxed a little. Nightwenzi innocently asked him what was wrong. He just said that a bad guy was looking for him. Little Saul Bailey still didn't understand the age of the bad guy, but she understood that if he was caught by the bad guy, he would be separated from his parents. So the little hand with the smell of milk led him nervously and came to the abandoned warehouse of the welfare home that no one cared about. Let him continue to hide. At the same time, she also carefully stretched out her little arm and swore to God that she would not tell anyone about his existence. Sure enough, not long after he hid, the group of people also ran here and said that they had lost a child. But under the cover of Saul Bailey, no one cared about the old and disrepaired warehouse, and Qi Shenji also escaped smoothly. When he got better, he didn't dare to leave even if he wanted to. No matter how powerful he was now, he was just a 10-year-old child at that time. So I could only continue to hide there honestly. Where is the little Saul Bailey? He kept her promise and never let others find out about Qi Shenji's existence. But people can't do without eating, so she quietly saved her own food and secretly brought it to him when no one noticed. The welfare home is not as beautiful as imagined. In the absence of external donations, every child's food is fixed, and there is nothing more. Saul Bailey gave it to him, which would make him hungry. But she didn't say a word and smiled sweetly every time she came to see him. This is also the first time he feels that a person is so cute, like a little angel. The two of them are so hungry and full. After a few days, just when both of them were almost unable to hold on, Qi Jindo's men finally followed the clues left by Qi Shenji's escape to find him. Everyone was relieved when they saw the intact young master. The bodyguard's top priority was to take Qi Shenji away, but Qi Shenji held Saul Bailey in his arms and said that he would go together. Everyone was in trouble at that time, but fortunately, the Qi family arrived in time. It was also the first time they saw their son's stubborn appearance, and they were surprised at that time. This was the first time he had clearly said what he wanted since he grew up. However, this is not an object, but an individual. After they understood, they found that it was the little girl who helped their son. In the face of their son's cold eyebrows, the two of them decided to adopt on the spot. In the end, she was brought home, but when it came to adoption, the little girl didn't do it. She cried and said that she wanted to wait for her parents and didn't want other people's parents. Seeing this, Qi Shenji refused the suggestion of the Qi couple on the spot. He could not have a sister, as long as Saul Bailey could stay in their house all the time. At this point, Saul Bailey only changed her name and Sue's mother's surname. After all, she did not register on the Qi family. Now, Qi Shenji is extremely grateful to himself for his ignorance at that time. If he really registered in their family's household registration, he would not have chased Lily so smoothly. He doesn't care about other people's opinions, but Lily should not accept it. Thinking of this, he sighed deeply. It's okay. God is taking care of him. Otherwise, he doesn't know what crazy things he will do. Chapter 33. The little brother-in-law successfully hugged his thigh. A black Bentley quietly stopped on the street, shining in the sunlight. Its appearance is calm, the lines are smooth, and it is full of low-key luxury. Qi Shenji came to see Saw Bailey off in person today. Naturally, he would not drive her modified small broken car. So the car is parked here and looks out of place with this block. Qi Shenji set foot in this area for the first time. Although he had heard of the poor environment here, he didn't expect it to be so bad. Looking into the alley, the houses on both sides are very close to each other because they can't be exposed to the sun for many years, and all the wall skins are peeling off everywhere. At first glance, it looks so dilapidated. Not to mention the broken window, there are messy wires everywhere above the head. The garbage is piled up on the roadside at will, emitting an unpleasant smell. Qi Shen frowned consciously. How can people live in such a place? At that moment, he had the idea of taking Saw Bailey away, but luckily, Hiwasa Bailey saw it, and she quickly grabbed his arm and said coquettishly, although the environment outside here is not very good, but the house is very warmly cleaned up by your parents, you can rest assured. To Qi Shenji endured the impulse to take people away and said helplessly, well, go and come back quickly. I'll take you to school later. Saw Bailey shook her head. No, you can go back directly. Just ask Uncle Chin to send me back. Qi Shenji neither agreed nor refused. Saw Bailey tilted her head. Qi Shenji rubbed her hairy head. Get out of the car. I'll take you in. Okay. To Saw Bailey nodded obediently. As soon as they got out of the car, they didn't expect an excited voice to hear. Sister, are you back? Why didn't you say it in advance? Let's come out to pick you up. Although I don't know why, the street has been much quieter this week, but no one can guarantee that those gangsters will come back. No matter what he said, he didn't worry about his sister walking alone here. Saw Bailey turned around stiffly. Why is it such a coincidence? She also deliberately chose a remote corner to park. How did she meet it? Saw Bailey said hello mechanically. Xiaofeng. Hua Lingfeng came over excitedly and took her arm and said, go, sister, Mom cooked a lot of delicious food today. She must be very happy when you came back. Qi Shenji, who was one step behind, saw the hand holding the little girl's arm at a glance, and the corners of his eyes gradually showed a cold light. Looking at the person opposite, it is getting more and more unpleasant. Wang Lingfeng was too excited to find another person in the car. He foolishly looked at the man who was full of reserve, and then at the car they got off. Did you get off from a car? Is this? Qi Shenji's eyes are still on Wang Lingfeng's hand, and he can't wait to chop his claws at this time. But this is Lili's younger brother. He can't make Lili sad. So Qi Shenji stepped forward without a trace, forcing the hand to leave Saw Bailey's arm. Then he suppressed his cleanliness in his heart and stretched out his hand coldly. Hello, Qi Shenji. Hua Lingfeng has never seen such a temperamental man. He was stunned by this overly powerful aura, but when he came back to his senses, he still quickly stretched out his hand. Hello, I'm Hua Lingfeng. You must be my brother-in-law, right? Hello, brother-in-law. After all, he can't think of anything else except his boyfriend to get out of a car so intimately. In order to leave a good impression on the man he met for the first time, Hua Lingfeng also saluted like a treasure. Qi Shenji was staring at the glove that had just been held in disgust, and he was also caught off guard when he heard this. He slowly looked up and finally looked at the boy he didn't care about at all. Good boy, good-looking and well-sighted. Unexpectedly, the relationship between him and Lili can be seen at a glance. This time, Qi Shenji finally brought a sincere smile. You guessed right. I'm Lili's boyfriend. While Lingfeng showed such an expression, I knew it. Brother-in-law, you are so handsome. You are a perfect match for my sister. Did you come to see my parents with my sister today? Don't worry, just like you, your parents will be impressed by you. Thousands of flattery but not wearing it. What should I do when I see my sister's boyfriend for the first time? Of course, he is a sweet-mouthed flattery. As long as it is the person chosen by his sister, Wang Lingfeng will unconditionally support him. Besides, dating is not marriage, and he doesn't need to think so much about it. Let both sides feel happy first. I have to say that Wang Lifeng is a young man with great emotional intelligence. Qi Shenji's unhappiness just now also completely dissipated. I have to say that he was very comfortable to be held by Wang Lifeng. Is this the fun of having a younger brother-in-law? Saw Bailey saw that something was going wrong and quickly interjected, he just came to see me off. Xiaofeng, don't tell your parents about this today, understand? Why? Wang Lingfeng tilted his head puzzledly. His sister was already a sophomore, and it was normal to fall in love. If we don't talk about it now, when should we talk about it? Even if my parents knew, they wouldn't object. They even said that with the current psychology of the second man, even if they wanted to oppose it, they didn't have the confidence. Because they feel that they haven't raised children for a day and have no qualifications. Saw Bailey explained, I'm not ready yet. Today, he just saw me off and didn't mean to see my parents. I didn't expect to meet you here. Wang Lingfeng nodded fiercely. I know. Isn't it just shameless? If you are embarrassed to say it, I'll talk for you. After all, it's really unkind to take your boyfriend to meet his parents. He understands. What do you know? Saw Bailey knocked on his head helplessly. We'll talk about it later. You can't tell the outside, okay? No one can do it. Wang Lingfeng looked at such a cruel sister and made a gesture of pulling her mouth very knowingly. Only then was Saw Bailey satisfied. She wiped her neck threateningly. If her parents knew, I would only ask you. It's just that her fierce appearance doesn't have much killing power, and she even looks like being spoiled. Wang Lingfeng held back his smile in his heart, but his face still nodded honestly. He must not laugh out loud. He is angry with his sister. As a considerate brother, he should listen to his sister obediently and sensibly. He understands. It's just that he took a sympathetic look at the extraordinary man. Brother, it's not easy for you. You can't even get a name. He even bumped Qi Shenji's shoulder with pity. Qi Shenji's first reaction was not to dodge, and he could still look at him with a little smile, indicating what was wrong. Saw Bailey looked at Wang Lingfeng in surprise. How could this stupid boy's treatment be so high? Normally, with Qi Shenji's cleanliness fetish, if he doesn't want to, no one wants to touch his shoulders. The silly boy didn't know it and continued to joke, brother-in-law, I don't even give you a name. You are so pitiful. Saw Bailey waved her fist angrily. What did you say? Wang Lingfeng begged for mercy. No, I'm saying that my brother-in-law can find such a good girlfriend as you. It's really lucky, isn't it, brother-in-law? Speak quickly, brother-in-law. Chapter 34, The Bottom of the Food Chain. This voice of brother-in-law simply touched Qi Shenji's heart. Unexpectedly, he said, yes, it's my luck in my life to be able to catch up with a good girlfriend like Lily. Saw Bailey smiled sweetly at him when she heard this. Wang Lingfeng, why do you feel like you have been fed a handful of dog food? Qi Shenji didn't let him go, and said with a low smile, there is no one in the world who likes you better than Lily. Wang Lingfeng, is there no end? He seemed to suddenly become a part of other people's play. Saw Bailey was confessed by the person she liked in front of her brother, and suddenly blushed. She quickly said, shut up, but stop talking. Okay, I won't say anything. Qi Shenji hooked his lips and smiled. Wang Lingfeng stood aside and shook his head helplessly. It's okay. I know you two are a good match, but I haven't eaten yet. Now I'm almost full. I still want to have some dinner. Please let me go. Saw Bailey. Why didn't she notice that Xiaofa's little mouth was so good last time? Saw Bailey pulled Wang Lingfeng home vigorously with a little embarrassment and anger. Shut up, too. We're going home. As she walked, she turned her head and waved to Qi Shenji. Brother, let's go up first. To Qi Shenji waved his hand, let's go. Wang Lingfeng also turned his head and glanced at the man. The man looked reserved, like a nobleman of the upper class. Standing here, he seemed to be out of place. But his eyes were so hot when he looked at his sister, as if he, a big man, did not exist. Wang Lingfeng, who really wanted to find a sense of existence, couldn't help waving his hand. See you next time, brother-in-law. If you have a chance to come to my house in the future, don't worry, I'll protect you. Okay. When Qi Shenji heard this for the first time, he was shocked, and then nodded kindly. At this time, Wang Lingfeng didn't know, because he left a good enough impression on Qi Shenji this time. How helpful can this be for his future? Holding his thighs is often in this invisible moment, and he succeeded in taking down a boss. In the stairwell, Saw Bailey kept telling Wang Lingfeng to remember that he must not say it. Wang Lingfeng nodded solemnly. Don't worry, I'm very strict. If you don't let me say it, I won't say it. But sister, you have good eyesight. I think my brother-in-law is a young and talented man. This has been defeated by you. It's worthy of my sister. She is awesome. Saw Bailey put her hands on her chest, but she was proud of herself. Right, I just said that I have good eyesight. Be sweet-mouthed when you see your brother-in-law in the future. Don't make him angry, understand? When Wang Lingfeng saw that Saw Bailey would tell him so much, he knew that Qi Shenji's position in her heart was very important, at least more important than their relatives who had not seen each other. Qi Shenji equals don't offend. This has put an equal sign in his heart. In this case, when I see my brother-in-law in the future, he will also maintain the same attitude as today. In this way, the brother-in-law is happy, the sister is happy, and the atmosphere of their family will always be better. It's a great deal. Wang Lingfeng felt that everything seemed to form a closed loop. Just as the two were about to continue to say a few more words, the security door was suddenly opened, which also shocked them. I just said that Lily came back. Zhao's mother said excitedly, what are you two stupid children squatting here for? Saw Bailey and Wang Lingfeng were a little tired of standing and chatting. They squatted down unconsciously while chatting. As soon as Zhao's mother opened the door, she met two innocent faces. Zhao's mother was in a very good mood to see this similar face and exactly the same movements. Saw Bailey stood up and patted her pants. I was chatting with Xiaofeng. Zhao's mother said with a smile, you child, if you have anything to say at home, you have to pull your sister to the stairwell and say, come on, let me see if your pants are dirty. Wang Lingfeng raised his hand weakly. It wasn't me first. Before he finished his words, he was interrupted by Saw Bailey. Alas, you don't understand. Children of this age are different when some small secrets are inconvenient for you to hear. I am different. At my age, he said it was just right for me. As soon as Zhao's mother heard this, she immediately turned her head and looked at Wang Lingfeng suspiciously. You are not in love, are you? I told you, Wang Lingfeng, you will take the college entrance examination in 1 year. If you dare to fall in love, I will break your dog's legs. Wang Lingfeng. No, he is innocent. Sister, say something quickly, it's none of his business. He doesn't want to carry this pot. Su Baili blinked her eyes innocently, looking quite white and black. Wang Lingfeng opened his eyes incredulously. Well done, I didn't expect you to look like such a sister. You took yourself out and put him in. Wang Lingfeng frowned at her threateningly, as if he was saying that if you didn't explain it to him, he would say it all. Su Baili felt bad and quickly explained with a guilty heart. No, then you can think too much. If it's not these things, don't worry. Xiaofeng is very good and will never fall in love early. Wang Lingfeng also nodded fiercely, that is, how can I? If you want to fall in love early, you are also my sister. Who knows when she will have a boyfriend? Really not? Zhao's mother looked at him suspiciously. Wang Lingfeng said helplessly, that's not true. Just go in. Haha, don't worry, I can testify. Su Baili also tried to change the topic. By the way, what delicious food did you make today? I'm a little hungry. Are you hungry? As soon as the mother heard this, she immediately pulled Su Baili to walk in. Mom cooked a table of delicious food, which is guaranteed to be your favorite dishes. Her appearance completely left Wang Lingfeng behind. Wang Lingfeng. He found that he was at the bottom of the family's food chain at any time. Zhao's mother's craftsmanship is really good, better than some chefs outside, at least it suits Su Baili's appetite. What she ate was said to be full of satisfaction. Mom, the food you cook is really delicious. Chapter 35 100 Things Return to the Original Master. Zhao's mother looked at her daughter's little face lovingly. If you like to eat, you should come back to eat more. Mom will cook delicious food for you. Seeing that you are thin, you don't eat well at ordinary times. Be kind to yourself and buy more things to eat, okay? Well, I got it. Su Baili was a little sad. In fact, she didn't deliberately diet, but she didn't know what was going on even if she didn't gain weight. She didn't even dare to say this kind of physique, for fear of being beaten by everyone. It was really too angry. Father Wang also told us that if you don't have money, you must tell us that although mom and dad's conditions are not good, there must be no problem to support you. Su Baili. She felt a little guilty when she said this. Well, maybe it shouldn't be so easy to support her. After all, she felt that she was quite expensive. But when it came to money, Su Baili naturally thought of the check. She hurriedly took out the check she was carrying and said, by the way, parents, you take this. What is it? Zhao's mother took it curiously. Su Baili said without much concern, I forgot to bring you the check given by the Ling family last time. Speaking of this check, the second old man looked at each other, and Zhao's mother stuffed the check back into Su Baili's hand. The money was given to you, and you don't have to give it to us. I don't want it. It's useless for me to hold it. Su Baili blinked her eyes in confusion. With the living conditions at home, shouldn't she accept it immediately? What should I do for her? This money is not enough for her to buy something casually. Wang's father sighed. We shouldn't have received this money in the first place, but last time I and your mother looked at you like that, we thought you had something to spend money, so we didn't dare to ask you to return it to Mr. Ling. Zhao's mother also asked carefully, Lili, you haven't encountered any difficulties, have we? I don't know what you have experienced before, but if you have any difficulties, you must tell us. We are a family, and we can always get through it together, understand? What they said made Su Baili even more confused. What could she have? She eats well every day and doesn't worry about everything. The only trouble is that her boyfriend is too clingy, but it's all a small problem, and she actually enjoys it. Of course, she won't tell her parents about this, as if she was suspected of self-detonation. Su Baili shook her head quickly. No, don't get me wrong. I'm just holding your injustice. After all, the Ling family's face is also a little ugly. It's the same as I said last time. They want to buy off your relationship with Ling Qiyan with this million. It's not expensive at all. Raising a child is not enough to spend money. I don't know how much effort I have paid, and the Ling family hasn't raised me for a day. You should have received this money, and you should have taken it generously. It's their family that should feel uneasy. The husband and wife were used to being honest. Hearing this, they squeezed their lips nervously. This. Although Wang Lingfeng didn't know the whole thing, he also heard it roughly now and also agreed with Su Baili's statement. That's right, they should have lost their sister. It's time to feel guilty. You still raised Ling Qian well. Even if you spend less, you have hundreds of thousands of yuan. What's the point of giving $1 million? It's not enough to hire a nanny. To put it bluntly, don't they just want to spend a little money to send you? Look, even Xiao Fang can understand this matter. Su Baili patted Wang Lingfeng on the shoulder with relief. Fortunately, I saw through it. At that time, she went back with them. You didn't see the embarrassed face of the Ling family. Who did you look down on? Well done. Wang Lingfeng praised. If I were here, I would have scolded them well. It's not that my parents are too talkative, so they have been bullied. Saw Bailey comforted with a smile. It doesn't matter. Now I'm here. Let's see who dares to bully his parents. Well, my sister is the best. Wang Lingfeng said what he praised as if he didn't want money, which made Saul Bailey proud. This kind of full sense of accomplishment is really perfect. The Wang couple looked at the appearance of their children singing together, and their thoughts gradually changed. Yes, what are they worried about? They should have taken this money. Even if they do, they are not the ones who should feel guilty. Is it reasonable for the Li family to lose their daughter? When they think of this, they become more and more righteous. So you can take the money. Saul Bailey stuffed the check back into Zhao's mother's hand. She promised, I really don't need money. If I need it, I'll tell you as soon as possible. Zhao's mother glanced at Wang's father. Wang's father thought about it again and again. Finally, he gritted his teeth and nodded. Okay, this money is yours. No one can move it. We will take it for you first. If you need it, please ask us at any time. Saw Bailey waved her hand repeatedly. No, you can watch the flowers yourself. Xiaofeng is also going to take the college entrance examination. It's time to spend money. Don't save money. Well, I got it. Wang's father was happy to be attached. This is his daughter, who is so careful about the family, unlike the white-eyed wolf who can't be raised well. Forget it, I don't want to. The more I think about it, the more angry I get. Wang's father had a good idea in his heart. He promised to return, but the money was from Bailey, and no one could use it. Saw Bailey saw that they finally received the check, which was also a problem in mind, but she didn't know how to euphemistically persuade them to change houses. After all, living in such an environment is not very good for her body and mind. However, forget it. Isn't there still my brother here? He told me to leave this matter to him. Then, he will definitely complete the task successfully. Zhao's mother has been in a good mood these days. There is nothing happier than finding your own daughter and finding that she is still a sweet little cotton jacket. Even if their family is a little worse now, the children can get along well, which is the atmosphere they want to see most. Well, my daughter will be back tomorrow. She has to go out quickly to buy more vegetables. Look at how thin the child has become. He doesn't eat well at ordinary times. If he doesn't make up for it when he goes home, he will lose weight sooner or later. If Qi Shenji knew that Zhao Qing thought so, he would have cried out. He is very careful about Saul Bailey's food, whether it is vegetables and fruits shipped by air on the same day, or all kinds of delicacies that have not been seen on the market. They are sent to their homes every day as if they were free of charge. There are a lot of ingredients that don't have time to get into their owners' stomachs. The ingredients thrown away every day are enough to thrill ordinary people. It's really sad that you can't gain a little weight like this. Chapter 36. Saul Bailey was remembered. As soon as Zhao's mother walked out of the house with a cloth bag to buy vegetables, she saw a neighbor not far away saying hello to her. Zhao Qing, are you going to buy vegetables? Yeah, you too? Yes, then together? The neighbor had a good relationship with her, so she gladly issued an invitation. All right, let's do it together. Naturally, Zhao's mother will not refuse. The two went to the vegetable market together. As he walked, the neighbors couldn't stop the gossip and quietly inquired, who is the girl who often comes to your house recently? I haven't seen it before. It looks really likable. Zhao's mother thought about it and felt that, to be honest, after all, she was the neighbor of the opposite door, and she would often meet Bai Li in the future. She may be able to help her someday. After all, they are not very peaceful. She sighed quietly. That's my daughter. What? If the neighbor pats the thigh, isn't there only 2 children in your family? Where did this come from? Lao Wang's illegitimate son? No way, how dare he get an illegitimate child like that? The neighbor's words were really harsh, which made Zhao's mother frown. She immediately explained to her man, no, don't talk nonsense. That child is my biological daughter. It's a long story. Anyway, it was the wrong report in the hospital when I gave birth. This child is my daughter. Ah. The neighbor's eyes widened incredulously. What kind of hospital is it? It's so irresponsible. Alas, it's all fate. No one expected such a thing to happen. The neighbor touched his chin. What do I say? I haven't seen your Qi Yan recently. It turned out that she went to her own father and mother. But on the other hand, I used to think that Chia's girl was not like your family, but it was not interesting to say. Zhao's mother sighed and said not to talk about this. The neighbor didn't let her go. What do I think? No wonder you are in such a good mood recently. When I see you, you are smiling. It turns out to be such a happy event. It's also good. At least the family can be reunited together, and you will be satisfied. By the way, the child is also coming back today. You came out to buy vegetables in advance, right? Zhao's mother shook her head. No, she is in school at B University. She is busy on weekdays and only has time to come back on weekends. It is not easy for her child to study on weekdays. I think she will come back tomorrow and prepare in advance today. Oh, that's amazing. He's still a talented student. The neighbor ignited the soul of gossip. By the way, does this girl in your family have a boyfriend? Would you like to introduce her to my nephew? My nephew is a department manager in Lee's Group, which is the Lee's Group, which sells electrical appliances. You must have heard of it. The annual salary is also less than 1 million, which is amazing. Zhao's mother shook her head quickly. No, the children are old. As a parent, don't interfere in this kind of thing. It's easy to be disliked. Look at what you said. The neighbor said with a smile that if you introduce ordinary people to her, it will certainly be unpleasant, but my nephew is different. I introduced her to your daughter's good. You always don't want her to live with us for the rest of your life. If I could find someone with such good conditions, I would have found my daughter to introduce her. Unfortunately, this is my nephew. Son. The neighbor has a good relationship with his own sister. Recently, her sister has always been worried about her child's marriage, so she is also worried. Who let his nephew have good conditions, but the requirements are also high. The first condition is that the woman can have no money, but she must look good. After all, a good-looking wife also has face when she takes her out. The neighbor was in love with Saul Bailey when he first saw him. The child was not only good-looking, but also pleasing to look at. Otherwise, why didn't she tell Zhao Qing about such a good thing before? It's not that she doesn't like their Wang Qiyan. But I didn't expect that Wang Qiyan was not their child. Their biological daughter looked like a fairy, and she was also a talented student of B. It was not easy. She couldn't help but be moved. Although the conditions of the Wang family are a little worse, and Lao Wang is also a cripple, it's okay. The worse their conditions are, the more their nephews have a say at home after marriage. Before she finished talking about this matter, her thoughts had already drifted so far. But it's a pity that Zhao's mother has no idea at all. No, forget about my girl. How about I'll help you pay attention to it recently? If a girl of suitable age is introduced to you, that's not need. I just really like your child, and it's pleasing to look at. When the neighbor heard this, he naturally refused. Can any girl like her nephew? The first condition is to pass the test for her first. She still wants to fight for her nephew, so she said, it's okay. You don't have to refuse me in a hurry. We live so close that there will always be opportunities to know each other. What if your children see each other? In her perception, her nephew is a very good man. After all, it is difficult to find a young man who can make so much money. As long as Saul Bailey is not stupid, how can she let go of this high-quality man after knowing him? Zhao's mother frowned slightly and felt that the neighbors were more and more disliked to others. She waved her hand and said quickly, you don't need to say more about this matter. It's impossible. By the way, I remember to go to the supermarket opposite to buy soy sauce first, so you can go to the market first. All right, you can go. Neighbors at all without self-awareness, I didn't forget to add before Zhao's mother left. It's okay. I'll just say it first. I'm not in a hurry about this matter. We all live opposite the door. Maybe one day my nephew will come to my house for dinner and know each other. Zhao's mother turned her head and left when she heard this. She didn't even want to smile. The neighbor didn't find out, but he still made a plan in his heart to ask his nephew to come to his house tomorrow, so that he would take the opportunity to see if Saul Bailey didn't like him. Zhao's mother thought that her refusal was obvious, and the matter was completely overturned, but she didn't expect that she was more and more thinking about her daughter. She just wanted to get rid of her neighbors who had no sense of boundaries, so she pretended to go to the supermarket. In order not to go to the market immediately and bump into her neighbor, she just wandered around the supermarket for a while. I don't know why, there are a lot of people in the supermarket today. She walked in and saw the gate surrounded by 3 layers of people inside and outside. Out of curiosity, she pulled the security guard at the door and asked, brother, what are you doing over there? The security guard said in a good temper, oh, there is an event in the supermarket today. If you buy more than 88 yo, you can draw a prize. Such activities have been held in supermarkets, but Zhao's mother doesn't pay attention to it. After all, there are no prizes in it. What we draw is nothing more than some paper towels, mineral water and so on. Chapter 37 won the first prize. Seeing that she didn't want the lottery, the security guard quickly said, several prizes have been opened today. If you have something to buy, take advantage of today to buy it quickly. The supermarket's activity this time is very strong. Zhao's mother asked curiously, really? What kind of grand prize has been won? The security guard thought for a moment and said, 3 shopping cards of 5,000 ye were issued, and several 20 grams of gold ornaments were also issued. I heard that there were also cars and a house in Lifengyan in the south of the prize this time. What? Zhao's mother was stunned. So much force? Yes, I asked my wife to come and buy something quickly. If you spend 88 ye, you can draw a prize. The price is not expensive, and the things you bought can also be used at home. What if you are lucky enough to win? Zhao's mother was moved. No wonder she surrounded so many people this time. She said with a smile, thank you. Then I'll go in quickly to see if there is anything to buy. Yes, good luck. The same. Zhao's mother took another look at the security guard. She found that this man didn't seem to be the previous security guard. The young man was so good at talking. Originally, Zhao's mother didn't plan to buy anything, but the security guard said so mysterious that she wanted to try it by the way. The 88 yuan thing was very satisfying. After a while, she came out with the invoice she had settled. But it's a pity that on the way she was queuing, she didn't see anyone win any grand prize. It was nothing more than some napkins or something like before. When it was finally her turn, the man glanced at her and handed out the tablet with a smile. Click here, and the system will automatically draw the lottery in 3 seconds. Zhao's mother looked strange and didn't expect that this little shabby supermarket would keep pace with the times. The lottery was no longer the old local lottery box of the past, but became artificial intelligence. But she doesn't have much hope now, just casually on the tablet. A moment later, the word first prize clearly popped up on the interface. The staff rang the bell next to them happily. Congratulations, you have won the first prize. Zhao's mother is almost dumbfounded. First prize. There was no such minority word in her life. She still couldn't believe that such good luck would come to her. She asked cautiously, what is the prize? The staff's warm reply is a house of more than 100 square meters in Lingfangying in the south of the city. Congratulations. Zhao's mother was completely petrified. Did she get a house? Or is it the house in Lingfangying in the south of the city? Even if she has never been to the south of the city, she has heard of the name of Lingfangying. In the prize of the supermarket lottery, you can really put such a big prize. Is the boss crazy? A conscientious enterprise, what a conscientious enterprise. Now it seems that she has never won the jackpot before. Either the boss did something on purpose, or simply bad luck. This time, is it finally her turn to be rich and noble? Zhao's mother's body trembled into a sieve with excitement. The audience was also in an uproar when they heard the news, and the desire to go shopping became stronger and stronger. At this time, Zhao's mother has been respectfully invited to the office of the supermarket. The staff enthusiastically explained to her that this is your winning certificate. Please give me a copy of your phone number. Someone will take you to see the house tomorrow, and by the way, I will process the property certificate for you. Zhao's mother pulled the staff's arm uneasily. Big sister, do you really give the house? The staff smiled at her soothingly. Don't be afraid. Since you have won the prize, we will redeem the prize that belongs to you. Don't worry, our supermarket operates in good faith and will never do anything to deceive people. No, I'm not doubting you. Zhao's mother waved her hand repeatedly. That is, Lingfangying's house is a well-known community in the city. The house price is not cheap. Your boss gave it away like this. Aren't you afraid of losing money? After all, in this small supermarket, she suspects that she can't earn a house in Lingfangying after a year of work. The staff laughed. You just laughed. Our boss is not the only one in this supermarket. I heard that this activity was also because there was a happy event at home, so he specially made some big benefits to give back to the public. Zhao's mother couldn't help sighing that your boss is really generous. Haha, it's okay. I think you're so lucky today. Why don't you go to the supermarket to buy something and continue to draw the lottery? Is there any unexpected surprise waiting for you? No, if there's nothing wrong, I'll go first. Zhao's mother didn't dare to think about how she could always have such good luck. That's all the way. You can go, and then we'll contact you by phone. The staff did not force him to see this, but said goodbye to her with a smile. Zhao's mother didn't dare to stay for a moment when she walked out of the supermarket, and didn't even buy vegetables. She grabbed her cloth bag and walked home quickly. For them, ordinary citizens, when they are in their arms, they see that no one around them is a good person, and she always feels that they will steal their winning certificate at any time. Along the way, she looked left and right, always staring at the people passing by, but fortunately, no one was on the road with her. It was not until there was no one downstairs that she was completely relieved. Soon after she left the supermarket, the staff dialed a phone call. Boss, this aunt only bought 88 things, so she could only have a lucky draw. I let her win the first prize first. After receiving the prize just now, I wanted to persuade her to go to the supermarket to buy something and give away the second prize, but I didn't expect that she didn't want to continue shopping. The man on the phone said with a smile, it's okay. You did a good job. It's good enough to give away a house. This month's bonus will be doubled. Go back to work. Thank you, boss. The staff said happily. The man on the phone also put down his mobile phone with satisfaction. Unexpectedly, he had such great luck to talk to Mr. Chi. Mr. Chi's task has been completed this time. Even if things were not done so perfectly, at least a house was sent out smoothly. In this way, he also showed his face in front of Mr. Chi. However, he is also calculating in his heart now. What does this woman have to do with Mr. Chi? It's worth his great expense to send the house. If it weren't for the age, he would have almost been wrong. The first priority is to inquire first, so as not to offend people without knowing it. Chapter 38. A house of 15 million. The Wang family. Wang's father was sitting on the sofa watching TV. Suddenly, he heard the sound of the door opening in his ear. When he turned his head, he saw Zhao's mother rushing into the door. He asked curiously, didn't you go shopping? Why did you come back so soon? Zhao's mother came over with her chest covered. She gasped heavily. My own mother, she scared me to death. What's the matter? Wang's father hurriedly handed over the water cup on the coffee table. He drank his saliva and looked at Yu panting. Zhao's mother took the water cup, and in the blink of an eye, a glass of water was finished. I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. She felt that her throat was about to smoke. Zhao's mother put down the water cup and turned her head to see her husband's puzzled eyes. She said carefully, Lao Wang, sit down first. Father Wang? What's the matter? Isn't it good for me to sit? Wang's father became more and more confused. All right, then I'll say it. Zhao's mother confirmed again. Father Wang was confused. Did something happen? His heart rose to his throat. You say it. Zhao's mother carefully took out a piece of paper from her bag. Look at this. When Wang's father looked, he saw a few huge words. The winning certificate is written on it. Yo, it turned out that you won the lottery. I said, why are you in such a hurry to come back? What did you win this time? Father Wang said with a smile. He was shocked and thought something big had happened. It turned out that he had won the lottery. Didn't you win several prizes in the past? I haven't seen such excitement. Sure enough, when I'm old, I'm easy to be surprised and not calm at all. It's not what he said. His wife has to learn from him. Zhao's mother took a deep breath and said, I won a house in Li Fongying in the south of the city. Oh, the house. Father Wang nodded. Isn't it the house? It's not that I haven't been one before. Wait. House? Isn't it a napkin? Zhao's mother looked at Wang's father with a calm face and couldn't help but put a question mark. The next second, the cry of breaking through the sky sounded in her ear. What house? Zhao's mother was shocked, but she also showed such an expression. By the way, this is the right reaction. She said, how could he not be excited at all? Unexpectedly, the reflex arc had become longer. This shout, at first glance, was in good shape recently. Zhao's mother looked at his disgrace with satisfaction. Yes, it was the house. You can see what was written on the winning certificate. It was very clear. Father Wang stretched out his trembling hand and put it on Zhao's mother's head. You were not deceived, were you? Zhao's mother took off her hand on her head with tears and laughter. What are you talking about? Can the prize I won in the supermarket still be fake? It is said that there are a lot of prizes today. Someone won the 5,000 yen shopping card and gold. What's wrong with me winning a house? Yes, what's wrong with your house? Wang's father repeated mechanically. When he came back to what he said, he screamed again, no. What's wrong with your middle house? This is a house. It's still Ling Fengye's house. Do you know how much a square meter of the house there costs? Zhao's mother said cautiously, 100,000. That was the price a few years ago. I saw on the news last time that Ling Fengye has now been speculated to 150,000 square meters. 150,000. Zhao's mother covered her chest and said, Lao Wang, hurry up, quick acting heart-saving pill. She felt that she was a little confused. 100 square meters is 15 million. Mom, money has fallen from the sky. She has never seen so much money in her life. Seeing this, Wang's father quickly held up the crutch to find medicine. After a series of chicken flying and dog jumping, the couple finally calmed down on the sofa. Lao Wang, our family seems to be developing. Zhao's mother said in a daze. The staff of the supermarket said that they would take me to see the house tomorrow, and then transfer the ownership on the spot. Do you want to tell the children about such a big thing? We can also go and have a look together. Wang's father was still a little uneasy. He always felt that it was more reliable to find the children to go together. After all, they were quick-headed. What if they were cheated? Yes, then I'll call them and tell them that Lily will come back for dinner tomorrow. Now, we are going to see the house, and I don't think we have time to eat this time. Are you still considering what to eat? Can't we go out to eat if we have money? Yes, you're right. Zhao's mother's face smiled like a chrysanthemum. In the past, she had no money, and she didn't dare to think about eating out. Now, she is about to get rich. What's wrong with eating out? The next day, both of them went to school and went home on time. After Saw Bailey heard the news yesterday, she knew that it must be the solution that her brother had come up with. In this way, Mom and Dad can finally move. So when she came home, she looked light, but Wang Lifeng couldn't calm down at all. His reaction is not much better than yesterday's, Lao. I have been looking at several people stupidly. The Wang family was out of the ordinary today. They dressed particularly solemnly, which was not much different from the appearance when they went to see Saw Bailey for the first time. Zhao's mother said with a smile, are you two staying at home or going to see with us? Saw Bailey raised her hand and said, I want to have a look. Wang Lingfeng also followed the mechanical attachment and said, I also want to have a look. Well, then let's go together. Let's go quickly. The staff of the supermarket were very enthusiastic and did not deal with it perfunctorily because they won the big prize. Instead, after contacting Zhao's mother, they specially called a car for them, and now they are waiting downstairs. Chapter 39 Unrighteous. As soon as several people put on their shoes and opened the door, the neighbor's house opposite the door also opened the door. Two people came out facing each other, a neighbor and a strange man. The man lingered on the faces of several people and was instantly attracted by Saul Bailey. His eyes showed appreciation, and the corners of his mouth also evoked a charming smile. When the neighbor saw her nephew's appearance, she knew that he was in love with him. She greeted him warmly. Lao Zhao and Wang, are you going out with your child? Yeah, you too? Yes, let's go out to do something. With yesterday's incident in front of her and seeing this strange man, Zhao's mother didn't want to pay attention to her. But Wang's father didn't know what his neighbor said to Zhao's mother yesterday, and nodded with a smile. Is this your child? Why haven't you seen it before? At first glance, he is a young talent. The neighbor waved his hand with a smile, looking a little proud. Where is this? This is my nephew, but he is a department manager of Ling's group. He is not a young talent. Oh, it's so awesome. Father Wang sincerely praised that you are too modest. Hello, my name is Zhang Xinliang. The man smiled and stretched out his hand to Wang's father. Seeing that the person opposite didn't dislike him as a disabled person, Wang's father also smiled and stretched out his hand. Good boy, it's really amazing. The neighbor laughed. My nephew is not much older than your children. Let them get to know each other and often come and go in the future. That's okay. Father Wang said with a smile, we live close together, so we should take care of each other more. When Zhao's mother heard this, she knew that the neighbor had not given up. She gently twisted her father's waist in a place where no one could see. Wang's father was in pain and turned his head curiously. He saw his wife who had been happy all morning, and her mood suddenly became not beautiful. He hesitated a little, but the neighbor opposite had already said with a smile, oh, yes, that's the reason. Xinliang, get to know them. Zhang Xinliang thought he showed a handsome smile. Hello, my name is Zhang Xinliang. He stretched out his hand to Saul Bailey with a clear goal. It's a little presumptuous to have direct physical contact with a girl you meet for the first time, even if it's just a handshake. Saul Bailey didn't want to reach out. Especially the inevitable gaze that the man opposite fell on her made her a little disgusted. Wang Lingfeng also felt a little wrong. He took the lead and stretched out his hand. Hello, I'm Wang Lingfeng. This is my sister, Saul Bailey. Saul Bailey nodded reluctantly. Hello. I often come to my aunt's house to play together when I'm free. Zhang Xinliang took out his mobile phone with a smile. Otherwise, we can add a green bubble to facilitate future contact. Although Wang Lingfeng was shaking hands with him, his eyes fell on Saul Bailey when he spoke. Wang Lingfeng suddenly noticed something was wrong. He quickly took out his mobile phone to block Zhang Xinliang's sight. All right, brother Zhang, you can add me? Zhang Xinliang's vision was blocked, so he reluctantly turned his eyes to Wang Lingfeng. All right. Facing Wang Lingfeng, his smile obviously faded a little. After adding this annoying Wang Lingfeng, he continued to say persistently, Bai Li, you can also add me. Wang Lingfeng frowned and quickly interrupted. No, brother Zhang, just add me. My sister is usually busy studying and doesn't look at her mobile phone at all. Even if Wang's father was nervous, he also noticed something wrong. He quickly said, yes, it's useless for you to add Lili. If you need help, just contact Xiaofeng. It's convenient for you men to talk. All parents said so. Even if Zhang Xinliang is thick-skinned, he can only use his mobile phone regretfully. But it doesn't matter. The future is long. A group of people went downstairs and thought they would part ways. But Zhang Xinliang said enthusiastically, Uncle and Aunt, where are you going? How about I take you there? Wang's father waved his hand repeatedly. It's not troublesome. We can't sit down even if there are too many people. The neighbor's aunt smiled and said, it's okay. At worst, let Xinliang see you off first. Anyway, we are not in a hurry. The more Wang's father looked at it, the more he felt that his neighbor's smile was full of calculations, and his heart sank slightly. The view of neighbors has changed over the years. Seeing this, Zhao's mother also refused and said, it's really no need. We have already called a car, and he parked on the road outside. Well. Zhang Xinliang glanced at Saul Bailey and said with some regret. This kind of gaze from men is too strong. Which makes Saul Bailey feel that her whole person is hairy. I don't know why I just feel a little sick. Zhao's mother also seemed to notice something. He took a look at Xinliang staring straight at his daughter and pulled Saul Bailey to his side without a trace, completely blocking his sight. Then let's go first. Together. Zhang Xinliang waved the car key, and my car was also parked on the road outside. Seeing that Zhao's mother could not get rid of these two cowhide plasters, she had to pull her daughter and walk out helplessly. But fortunately, she and Wang Lingfeng, who sensed something was wrong, and strictly blocked Saul Bailey left and right. Even if Zhang Xinliang wanted to talk to Saul Bailey, there was nothing he could do. Chapter 40 Puxinnan. Fortunately, when they arrived at the intersection, the taxi called by the supermarket workers for them had been waiting on the roadside for a long time. Zhao's mother was also relieved. Our car is right there. Let's go first. Oh, what a coincidence. The neighbor slapped him with a smile. My nephew's car was parked in front of him. Look, that Mercedes-Benz is 1 million. Not bad, isn't it? Zhao's mother was absent-minded and perfunctory. That's good. Right. I've told you that few people of the same age as my nephew are as promising as him. It's good for your sons and daughters to have more contact with him. Finally, he showed off fiercely, and this time he made the neighbors proud. Zhao's mother. Why didn't I notice that this man kicked his nose in the face like this before? Zhang Xunliang couldn't help but feel a little proud when he saw this. This feeling of showing off his strength invisibly was so cool. Su Baili must have admired him. He looked sideways and found that Su Baili didn't seem to be looking at his car, but was whispering something to Wao Lingfeng beside him. His proud face was stunned. Is this pretending to be reserved? He understands, he understands. He didn't know anything. At this time, Wang Lingfeng was complaining ruthlessly to Su Baili. This Zhang Xinliang has a bad heart for you at first sight. He is not a good person. If you see him in the future, stay away from him, understand? Su Baili didn't bother to pay attention to such a person at all. I know, he is a popular man. Look at his appearance, pretending to be gentle and polite, but in fact there is no trace. The purpose of showing off his luxury car is to deceive a little girl like you. This kind of person is a wolf in sheep's clothing at first glance. You must be careful. Su Baili knocked on his head in a funny way. I'm your sister. Can I not see it? Don't worry, how can you worry so much like an old man at a young age? Wao Lingfeng showed a playful smile. Isn't I guarding the relationship between you and your brother-in-law? If you want to dig into the corner of my brother-in-law, you must pass my level. Oh, no, you just met him, and you just turned to him like this? Su Baili is happy. This is her boyfriend's personality charm. I only saw Xiaofeng once, and I succeeded in taking him down. Wang Lingfeng pointed to his eyes. I'm not blind. Can't I see who is better? The first talent of the brother-in-law, look Cupid's a perfect match with you, and I've never seen the temperament around you in reality. You see, compared with the guy next to you, it's like heaven and one earth. Ha 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 ha. Su Baili couldn't help laughing. This relationship is still a face control. Good brother, he has the same vision as your sister. If your brother-in-law knew that you have such a high opinion of him, he would be very happy. Hey hey. Wao Lingfeng touched his head and giggled. He lowered his head and said quietly, the most important thing is that his brother-in-law is not an ordinary person at first glance, is he? He is definitely a small boss. You see, Zhang Xinliang is a department manager. He can drive a Mercedes-Benz. Although I don't know my brother-in-law's car, it is better than this car. How dare he show off in front of us? Sister, you definitely don't like it? Su Baili couldn't help poking Wang Lingfeng's forehead. She was clever. Wang Lingfeng showed a smile like a treasure offering. As soon as Zhao's mother turned her head, she saw the sister and brother chatting happily. She hurriedly said, the car is coming, let's go. Seeing this, the two didn't even say goodbye to the person opposite. They turned their heads and followed Zhao's mother's buttocks into the taxi. Until the taxi left, Zhang Xinliang's eyes were still looking at the direction of the Tashi's departure and did not move for a long time. When the neighbors saw his appearance, they knew that his nephew liked him. How about it? Do you like it? He is still a student of B University. In the future, if you have a child, your genes must be very good. Zhang Xinliang nodded with a smile. Her aunt's eyesight is really good. This girl looks good. Right. It's just that her parents are too incomprehensive. The neighbor complained ruthlessly that you didn't look at such a good golden turtle son-in-law, and what kind of thing do you want to find for their daughter? Zhang Xinliang thought of the appearance of the old man and showed a smile that he was determined to get. It doesn't matter. It's still a long time. With the conditions of his family, it's not bad if I don't dislike them. They still want to choose someone. After a long time, they will naturally understand. Yes, I guess they are pretending to be reserved now, so that they can save more cards for their family, but they are not thinking about it. Under the conditions of his family, a younger brother who is not a minor needs support, and his father is also a disabled person. When he is old, he is a drag. It is already burning incense to be liked by us. These words were particularly harsh. Zhang Xinliang just smiled and didn't say a word of rebuttal. It seemed that he had the same idea as his aunt. So, you can wait for my good news. I still say that the future will be long. It seems that I will often come to your house on weekends in the future. As long as we meet often, there is no need to worry about no chance. His words reveal that full of a sense of superiority. This sense of superiority comes from his affirmation of his own conditions, which makes him more and more bound to Su Baili. Well, Auntie is waiting for your good news. Ling Fengyun in the south of the city is not far from the Wang family, only half an hour's drive away. Although they are all located in the city center, the environment is completely different. Foreign vehicles are not allowed to enter the community here. They can only get off at the gate of the community. The moment they got out of the car, the Wang family was impressed by the surrounding environment. For them, Ling Fengyun is a place that only appears in legends. This is a street they have never stopped at. The first time they came here, they had a clearer understanding of it. Chapter 41 Is this the life of the rich? Ling Fengyun is a high-end residence that focuses on privacy, saying goodbye to the design of ultra-high floors. Each floor has only 7 floors at most, and of course there are many villas among them. But the gap between these buildings is far away, and they can even look at each other from afar, as if it is necessary to ensure that every home living here can be exposed to sunlight. The staff of the supermarket has been waiting for their arrival at the door for a long time. When she saw Zhao's mother, she waved her hand enthusiastically and said, "Auntie, here." Zhao's mother walked over embarrassedly. "Hello, thank you for your hard work. You have to come here specially for our affairs." "Where?" "This is what we should do." The staff enthusiastically introduced the people around them. "This is the housekeeper of Ling Fengyun. If you have any problems after moving in, you can contact him for help." The housekeeper smiled decently and did not show any surprise because Wang's father was a disabled person, as if his appearance was a normal thing. This also made Wang's father feel much better with some low self-esteem. The housekeeper introduced himself with a smile. "My surname is Thao. You can call me Xiao Tao. Come on, please go this way. Let me introduce the public facilities of Ling Fengyun to you." Everyone followed his footsteps and walked in. The community was like a private garden with a different world, and everything he saw was green and shady. "This is a private stadium in our community, which is equipped with basketball rooms, swimming pools, billiard halls, gyms and other infrastructure. Of course, these are provided to the owners free of charge. You can experience them when you are free. This is our private clubhouse. If you need to entertain guests and don't want to cook at home, you can make an appointment in advance. Each family has a free banquet every month, but we only provide basic dishes. If you want to upgrade the package, you need to pay extra." When Wang Lingfeng heard this, he exaggeratedly said the word "oh," and also came here to treat me to dinner. The housekeeper nodded with a smile. "Yes, if you don't have any guests who need to be invited this month, you can also leave it to your home for use this opportunity. Our chef's craftsmanship is quite good. Of course, if you don't want to come down to eat, we also provide door-to-door delivery service." The Wang family was deeply shocked by these words. This also makes them clearly realize the differences between people for the first time. It turns out that high-end communities can still be like this. It refreshed their knowledge again. Is this the life of the rich? How can they live such a life? The housekeeper continues to take them inside. "Our community is relatively large, and there will be a shuttle bus every 15 minutes at the door, which will take you directly to various places in the community." Periluan Bai Li heard this. She finally nodded with satisfaction. Finally, there was a good service. At least this could make it convenient for Wang's father to travel, otherwise foreign vehicles were not allowed to enter here. When Wang's father wanted to go out, it would take a lot of effort just to go out of this community. "Well, we're here. It's this building. We have 1 staircase and 1 house here. This is your elevator card. You can swipe the card to enter the house directly." The housekeeper took several people directly to the 6th floor. When he opened the door, a luxuriously decorated cottage was revealed. Zhao's mother said incredulously, "Install, decorated." The housekeeper smiled and said, "Yes, we are handing over the house in hardcover and moving in with a bag. All the facilities inside are first-line brands, so you can rest assured to use them." This made Wang's father and Zhao's mother couldn't help looking at each other again. They were all shocked by each other's eyes. "Then that's all for my introduction. You can visit at will. If you need anything, please feel free to contact me. This is my green bubble. This is the service phone number of the property. There are people on duty 24 hours a day to serve you wholeheartedly." Wang's father quickly said, thank you for your hard work." After the housekeeper left, the supermarket staff said with a smile, "How about it? Are you still satisfied with this house?" Zhao's mother nodded repeatedly. She covered her heart and looked at the house carefully. She was satisfied. "How could I? Look at what you said, this is your luck. Others can't wait to win the first prize. Unfortunately, I don't have such good luck as you." The staff checked the time on the mobile phone. "If there is no problem, please go to the real estate center with me. Let's go through the transfer procedures today, so that I can complete the task smoothly." Zhao's mother took a look at Wang's father. Wang's father nodded and said, "Go and write your name." "This is not good, isn't it?" Zhao's mother pursed her lips. "What's wrong? It's a family, and it's the same for anyone to write." Zhao's mother also knows that no one's name is the same, and she will not abandon her husband just because she owns this house. But it's not good not to show your attitude. After all, her husband has been extremely inferior over the years because of his disability. She is afraid that he will think nonsense. But fortunately, she didn't. She relaxed a little. "Well, I'll go through the formalities with her first. Let's go. Let's take advantage of this time to take a good look at this house." Zhao's mother waved her hand and left with the staff. The remaining 3 people also began to look around the house. The more Wang's father looked, the more shocked he was. After all, the queen's mother told him yesterday that the area of the house was only 100 square meters, but he had just walked around, and it seemed to be more than 100 square meters. Wang's father said tremblingly, "Are you sure you're not wrong?" How do I think this house should be at least more than 150 square meters? Wang Lingfeng also took a deep breath. After all, 1 more square meter, the house price is a new height. He tried to comfort his father, as if he was comforting himself. He should not have made a mistake. After all, it was the housekeeper who brought us here. Maybe his mother made a mistake. He will know when she comes back. Saw Bailey pretended to be dead quietly. She felt a little guilty at this time. Sure enough, it was unreliable to leave this matter to her brother. It has been said that the house should not be so outrageous, but now it seems that it is still a little outrageous. At least the 3 of the Wang family can't afford it. However, Saw Bailey thought about it. Qi Shenjie may not have lived in such a small house. It should be a very simple life for him. Ah, the damn gap between people. Wang's father never bought it in his life. After the room, I didn't expect it would take so long to go through the formalities. The 3 of them waited all afternoon, and Zhao Qing hasn't come back yet. He almost thought that his wife had been kidnapped. When he called, he knew that he had to wait for a while. Zhao's mother was afraid that they would be hungry, so she asked them to find a place to eat first without waiting for her to come back. Wang's father looked at the time and felt that it was quite early. He could wait for her to come back and go out to eat together. But on the other think, what if the children are hungry? So he said, "Are you hungry? Dad will take you out to eat first, and your mother will have to wait a while before she comes back." Chapter 42. The mansion has arrived. Wang Lingfeng glanced at Wang's father and felt a little sorry for his legs. After all, he had walked a lot today. He had to go out to find a restaurant to eat, and he didn't know if his legs could stand it. Saw Bailey saw her brother's entangled face, so she smiled and suggested, "Isn't the property providing a meal? Why don't we use it today? We don't need to invite others to dinner, right?" A small star appeared in Wang Lingfeng's eyes. He looked at Saw Bailey with admiration. "My sister was right. Our family usually doesn't need to treat us. We just took this opportunity to taste the craftsmanship of the chef here, and didn't the housekeeper say that he could deliver food to your door? We can also wait for Mom to come back and eat together at home." Wang's father couldn't see that the child cared about the 2 of them. He said with a smile, "Okay, Xiaofeng, you can contact the housekeeper. I don't know if the free dishes provided are enough to eat. If not, can we pay for 2 more dishes?" Wang Lingfeng quickly took out his mobile phone, and I asked him carefully. Not long after, Wang Lingfeng communicated with the housekeeper. Although the dishes given away were relatively ordinary, there were 10 dishes, which was enough for their family of 4. Because the scheduled time is a little late, it will take 2 hours to deliver. I don't know if the shadow will affect their meal. Wang Lingfeng felt that the time was just right. He estimated that when his mother came back, the food would almost be delivered. So he turned his head and discussed with several people. When Wang's father heard that it would take so long, he was a little afraid that Saw Bailey would be hungry. "Bailey, are you hungry? If you are hungry, we won't wait. Go out to eat first." Saw Bailey smiled and said soothingly, "I had already eaten when I came, and I'm not hungry now." Wang's father was relieved to hear this. "That's all right, Xiaofeng, just confirm the time with them." Sure enough, Wang Lingfeng's estimated time was just right. Zhao's mother just came back, and the food was delivered. Zhao's mother said in surprise, "Ah, didn't you go out for dinner? Is this the takeaway you ordered?" Wang's father smiled and signaled that this was the meal provided free of charge by the property. The children were sensible and had to order this meal and wait for you to come back to eat together. There is pride that can't be concealed in that tone. Zhao's mother also looked at her children with relief. They were all good children. "Let's go to eat first, and talk about the rest while eating." Saw Bailey smiled and walked around. "I don't know how the chef here is." Several people walked over and saw Wang Lingfeng standing stupidly at the table. Saw Bailey shouted curiously, "Xiaofeng, what's the matter?" Wang Lingfeng pointed to the dishes on the table in disbelievingly. Is this the ordinary dishes in their mouths? How luxurious it is to pay. When Wang's father and Zhao's mother heard this, they hurried over and took a look curiously. Good guy. They have never seen such a big abalone in their lives, not to mention the Australian lobsters and king crabs. If this is ordinary, what do they usually eat? Pig food. Wang's father's hands are shaking again and again. This property is too proud. Wang Lingfeng couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Can such a dish be reserved once a month? Then we are lucky. Seeing that several people were slow to sit down, Saw Bailey quickly said hello, "Don't be stunned. Try it quickly. It's not delicious when it's cold." Yes, Lily is right. Let's eat first, and we will talk while eating." Zhao's mother quickly asked everyone to the table. After serving, she looked at Saw Bailey curiously. "Why do I feel that my daughter doesn't seem to be surprised at all? It's like these dishes in front of you are ordinary dishes, just like what the housekeeper said." Before she could think about it carefully, Wang's father couldn't help sighing, "This craft is more delicious than what we have eaten in the big restaurant. Don't be stunned and try it quickly." Wang Lingfeng couldn't wait to pick up his chopsticks and eat with satisfaction. When everyone was almost ready to eat, Zhao's mother took out the heavy property certificate from the bag she brought back. The property certificate is here. Let's discuss how to deal with the house. The real estate certificate was in hand, and Zhao's mother's heart was completely lost. She felt that her luck in her life was not all used here. Father Wang thought for a moment, then sell the house as we discussed before, right? Then we can buy a cheap house, and the rest of the money can be saved. Saw Bailey's eyes widened incredulously when she heard this. This is not good. If this is the case, isn't she working in vain? She quickly refused. Why do you want to sell the house? The environment here is so good. Can't we move here? If Wang Lingfeng had not come here before, he would have agreed with Wang's father's idea, but after this meal, he was deeply convinced. Seeing that his sister had raised an objection, he couldn't wait to say, that is, can't we live by ourselves? It's great to have a free banquet once a month if you live here. Eat, 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 you know how to eat. The queen's mother stared at him helplessly, but when she faced her daughter, she changed her face again. Lily, do you like this place very much? Saw Bailey nodded positively. Don't you like it? Wang's father and Zhao's mother looked at each other. They liked it so much that they liked it, that is. It's enough to like it. Saw Bailey quickly interrupted their conversation. Didn't I give you the check of 1 million? Our family should not be short of money now. Why are you in a hurry to sell the house? Isn't it good to enjoy yourself? 10,000 steps back, the house price of this house will only increase, and it will appreciate every year. If we are really short of money, when can't we sell it? Wang Lingfeng nodded fiercely. I think my sister is right. As soon as Saw Bailey finished her words, Wang's father and Zhao's mother were also completely dumbfounded. Because they think what their daughter said makes sense. With the house in hand, they don't have to worry about money. When they really don't have money, when the house is sold, it will be a huge amount of money. Instead of selling the house now, it's better to live in first and enjoy it. All well, then we will live by ourselves. Wang's father patted the board to accept the suggestion. This makes Wang Lingfeng very happy, okay? I have already looked at the room. The master bedroom facing south is the largest, so it is for your parents to live in. My sister can live in the room with a balcony. The sunny room is better, so I won't choose it. You can sleep anywhere, hee to after all, everywhere is better than the previous room. Chapter 43 Saw Bailey hee, Saw Bailey does not hee. Wang Lingfeng was so happy that he was about to move. Zhao's mother finally showed a comfortable smile. You to Father Wang suddenly remembered the key point. Yes, my wife, I just wanted to ask you, is there really nothing wrong with this house? Yesterday, you told me that the area of the house was only more than 100 square meters, but today I saw that the 150 square meters was almost too large. When it came to this, Zhao's mother couldn't help but be dumbfounded. You're right. This house is 180 square meters. Remove the common area, and there are still 152 square meters left. Hiss. Wang's father covered his numb chest and looked at her carefully. So what's going on? Did you say something wrong yesterday? Zhao's mother shook her head. I'm not wrong. I couldn't believe it when I saw the real estate certificate today. You clearly told me yesterday that it was more than 100 square meters, but why did it become 180 square meters today? As a result, people said that 101 is more than 100, and 108 is also more than 100, but it was not made clear. It also asked me not to think too much. Father Wang took a deep breath and sighed. As expected, we don't understand the ideas of rich people. Zhao's mother nodded fiercely. Yes, this is too scary. Now that everyone has decided to move here, they put this matter on the agenda as soon as possible. After all, you only need to clean up here, and you can check in with your bag. So the family happily agreed on the time and moved when the two children had a holiday next week. So far, Saw Bailey's matter of changing a house for her family has completely come to an end. She was in a very good mood and wanted to see the master who helped her solve the problem immediately. Seeing that it was getting not too early, she said goodbye. Zhao's mother and Wang's father thought she was going back to school, so they didn't keep her. They just told her when she left and gave her money. Remember to eat more good food at school. Saw Bailey refused, so she had no choice but to accept the 5,000 yen. When Wang's father saw that she was looking at the money in her hand, he thought she was embarrassed to spend it, so he quickly told her, why are you so polite about the pocket money your parents gave you? It's not easy for you to live alone for so many years. Now that we have found you, we should take care of you. You can rest assured and boldly spend, which is just a month's living expense. Don't be afraid of not enough money. Yes, yes. Zhao's mother listened to this and agreed repeatedly. I thought I would take the million for you before. You should not be short of money to spend, but now you have put all the money with us. You must take this pocket money, especially when our family is not short of money now. Don't save too much money at school, even if this money is not, it doesn't matter if it's enough for a month's spending. Just tell us when you come back. What she said was heroic, and Wang Lingfeng beside her was envious. He raised his hand and said, I want it too. Zhao's mother glared at him with a smile. Why do you need so much money in high school? Let's talk about it when we go to college. Oh, well. Wang Lingfeng is wronged. Wang Lingfeng won't say it. Saw Bailey also showed a crying and laughing expression. Okay, I won't be polite. Although the money is not enough for her at all, in Lao's worldview, 5,000 yuan is already a lot of money. At least for an ordinary college student, he can get 5,000 yuan a month for living expenses, which is already more than 99% of his peers. She should be happy to be loved. Ah, I didn't expect that she could also have such a day. Sure enough, the child of parents is like a treasure, and she is also that treasure now. It's so good to my heart is sweet. Saw Bailey left with this huge sum of money, completely forgetting that the 5,000 yuan was something she exchanged for 15 million, and only she foolishly didn't care about the money, so she could do such a thing. After taking the money, she wanted to feed back. After all, she didn't forget to dig water when she ate the well. So after Saw Bailey left the Wang family, she rushed to the mall with interest. The young lady has never been to ordinary shopping malls on weekdays. As usual, she went directly to the well-known luxury shopping malls nearby. She had never been here. As soon as she came in, she was attracted by the milk tea shop at the door. She happily took the pocket money given by her parents to buy a cup of milk tea, but she forgot that it was different from the university city here, and she spent 200 yuan at once. Saw Bailey wanted to cry. What kind of milk tea can be worth 200 yuan? You really think of her as a fool? But Jindal came in. Facing the warm smiles of several clerks, she was really embarrassed to turn her head and leave. Woo woo woo, it's really a loss of blood. I forgot that this kind of shopping mall is a place that specializes in picking fat sheep. If she had put it in the past, she wouldn't care about the 200 yuan at all, but this time she came to the mall to buy a gift for Shi Shenji with the 5,000 yuan given by her parents. As a result, it was good, because she was greedy and suddenly lost 200 yuan bills. Oh, it hurts my heart. Saw Bailey bit the straw aggrievedly. Well, it's even more heartbreaking. It's not delicious either. What's the difference with a 10-year cup at the school gate? Blue thin, shiitake mushroom. At this time, how much she wants to have the ability to go back in time, even if it can only be back for 5 minutes, she will definitely not step into this store. Saw Bailey, he, Saw Bailey, no he. The mood changes so fast. She walked into a men's clothing store that Chi Shenji often wears depressedly. Nath's shopping guide who works in the luxury store has very sharp eyes. She can see at a glance that Saw Bailey's clothes are worth a lot. Although there is no logo, the top is from C's and the trousers are from B's, and they are all new styles of the season. Even the shoes were only familiar to her, but she couldn't recognize them for a moment. Maybe it was a private custom-made brand. The shopping guide came over with a smile. Hello, miss. What do you want to see? Are you going to give someone away? Saw Bailey sucked the milk tea unhappily and chewed it. Well, give it to my boyfriend. The shopping guide's eyes lit up and the big order came. She said more enthusiastically, what do you want to see? Clothes? Shoes? Or a wallet? Saw Bailey shook her head. I don't know. I'll take a look casually. You are here. The shopping guide welcomed her in with a smile. As a result, it's okay not to look at it. Saw Bailey can't wait to cry bitterly when she sees it. The clothes are always tens of thousands of yuan, and she is not even qualified to see them. What can she buy with more than 4,000 yuan? Why does she feel that she can't afford anything? Do she have to take her own card? But that's also Chi Shenji's money. If you really do that, isn't it just too much to take off your pants and fart? She just wants Chi Shenji to share her joy with her today, not just to buy things. So the things she bought today must be made with the money given by her parents. Saw Bailey sighed, this is too expensive. Chapter 40 for Distinguished Black Card Users. When the shopping guide heard this, he did not show a look of contempt, but looked like he knew what I knew. The girl is well dressed and has a superior temperament. She looks like a child who was spoiled by thousands of people. Isn't it the same mentality as her to say such words now? She can buy Llama skincare products herself, but it's not a treasure for her husband. This is not a conflict. In the face of such invisible customers, she prefers to fight for a long time. So she said with a smile, then would you like to take a look at the pendants or socks in our store? These prices are very cheap. Saw Bailey showed a happy expression. Thank you for taking me to have a look. The shopping guide bowed slightly, this way, please. Sure enough, as the shopping guide said, these things are really cheap, 3 or 4,000 yuan. Saw Bailey looked at it tangledly. At the last glance, she liked a small pendant. This small pendant turned out to be the shape of a white pear. She liked it. The shopping guide saw the slight expression with her shining eyes. What else did he not understand? She took out a box containing a series of pendants. Please see if you like these pendants. These are pendants on the bracelet. There are still activities, 2,800 yuan a piece, but if you buy 2, you can get a 20% discount, only for 7,600. Saw Bailey. This price is really amazing. Just good. She even doubted whether the shopping guide had seen her pocket. Saw Bailey took a closer look at the pendants and found that there was also a small branch shape. Oh, it's a heartwarming feeling. Couple style. This idea flashed in her mind, and she could just buy it together. Lucky Lily is online again. She said happily, this and this, please help me wrap it up. Okay, please take a break here, and I'll help you pack it. Saw Bailey sat for a while, and the shopping guide came over with a pose machine in one hand and a gift bag in the other. Madam, this is the item you bought. How can I pay for it? Saw Bailey looked at the pose machine in the shopping guide's hand and said embarrassedly, is cash okay? The shopping guide blinked his eyes and said outrageously. She has been a shopping guide for so long. It's the first time she's heard such a niche word. But for the sake of performance, she still said with a decent smile, of course, please come with me to the cashier, where cash can only be paid. Okay. Saw Bailey immediately got up and followed. The person at the front desk took a pile of cash from Saw Bailey in surprise. She quietly glanced at the shopping guide, and the shopping guide shook his head to signal her not to talk nonsense. The front desk received a warning look and also showed a decent smile. Hello, I will charge you $76 in total, and I'm looking for 40 for you. Please wait a moment. After saying that, she finally found 40 yen from the corners of the cash register. This is your change. Please take it. Also, madam, you can get points for the things you buy in our store. If you accumulate a certain amount, you will get more gifts. Do you need me to apply for a membership card for you? Saw Bailey asked curiously, can I check the mobile phone number of the membership card? It's okay. Saw Bailey tried to report a string of numbers. Can you check if this number has a membership card? Okay, madam, I found that you have a membership card in our store, and the points have been accumulated for you this time. The front desk glanced at the points inside and opened her mouth to say, you have accumulated points here. Halfway through the words, she was suddenly stunned. After barely coming to her senses, she quickly counted in her heart, 10, 100, 100,000, million, 10 million. Hiss, what level of strength is this? $1 is 1 point, and the person opposite actually spent tens of millions in their store. What did you buy? Seeing that the other side did not continue, Saw Bailey tilted her head and had some doubts. The front desk immediately cheered up, and the smile became more and more attentive. You have tens of millions of points here, and you can exchange a lot of things in the store. Do you need to exchange them this time? It's enough to have a membership card. You can accumulate the points first, and I don't have to exchange it. Saw Bailey made such an expression when she heard this. What she had just reported was actually the number of the housekeeper. After all, he is responsible for ordering the clothes every quarter. It seems that these stores fill in the information of the housekeeper. Saw Bailey doesn't care about the points in the card. In line with the high-quality virtue of diligence and thrift, she just wants to accumulate these points in it. She may not be able to let the housekeeper change something he likes. Well, please go slowly. The shopping guide sent people out more and more respectfully. After Saw Bailey left, a few shopping guides looked at me, and I looked at you. Finally, the front desk couldn't help sighing. This is definitely the most powerful customer I have ever met. I just took a look at her membership card, and it turned out to be a black card. There are only dozens of black cards in our family in the world. What's the girl's name? The shopping guides shook their heads in shock. Sister Linda, your eyes are fierce, so that we don't offend such a distinguished guest. If it were me, I would probably not be able to stand the moment I saw her take out the cash. Linda showed an expression that you still have to learn. You don't understand this. Don't look at guests with colored glasses. The richer those people are, the more strange fetishes they tend to have. Maybe she thinks it's better to pay in cash. You are right. Others have no brain to attain. Saw has a strange fetish number. Bailey sneezed. She touched her nose blankly. Who said her behind her back? Night has completely fallen, and Saw Bailey has just returned to the old house of the T family. The housekeeper looked at her in surprise. Miss, why did you come back today? Are you hungry? I'll arrange someone to prepare dinner. Saw Bailey waved her hand with a smile and said, no, I've already eaten. Is my brother back? The housekeeper nodded with a smile. The gentleman is back and should be working in the study now. Okay, to good night, housekeeper. I'll go up first. Okay, miss, have a good dream, too. Saw Bailey said goodbye to the housekeeper and ran to the second floor with a shopping bag. She pushed the door excitedly and saw Chi Shen-ju sitting in a spacious office chair, looking at the computer with a serious face. It seemed that he was really dealing with official business. Saw Bailey didn't think much about it. She rushed over happily and then sat on Chi Shen-ju's lap. Chi Shen-ju was surprised for a moment. After looking at Saw Bailey's face, he pressed down the lens of the notebook with one hand silently. Chapter 45 Show a Love Invisibly. There were many people's faces on the notebook. They were all executives of the T family. At this time, they were stunned by the scene in front of them. Who on earth is this? How could you sit on Mr. Chi's lap so intimately? Doesn't his old man have a cleanliness fetish? Did they see something amazing? You won't be silenced tomorrow, will you? Everyone carefully stared at the picture on the computer, but unfortunately, the camera of the opposite person was lowered, and they could only see the lower body of the two. But this posture looks ambiguous. Everyone was arrogant and didn't dare to gasp, for fear that no one would be the first to speak out and be the first to be punished. Why did Lily come back today? Aren't you happy when I come back? Saul Bailey looked at him excitedly with the gift bag. Guess what I bought for you to happy, of course happy. Chi Shunji smiled in a low voice. Will Lily buy me a gift when she grows up? That's. But it made Saul Bailey very proud. Guess. But before Chi Shunji could speak in a hurry, his eyes swept over Saul Bailey's feet, and his eyes gradually became deep. Why don't you wear shoes? He reached out and held Saul Bailey's feet, and his sensitive feet shrank unconsciously. Ha 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 ha, don't touch it, it's itchy. She smiled and bent down on Chi Shunji's shoulder. It's too hot. I must remember to wear it next time. Let go. Saul Bailey said as she stretched out her foot to kick his hand, which stunned the people in the camera. You should know that Mr. Chi is famous for his cleanliness fetish. They can still understand that he sat on his body and was not kicked out. After all, there are clothes separated, but he is actually touching a person's feet now. The man was even kicking his hand, and he didn't react at all. You know, there was an ignorant employee who accidentally touched his cup, and the cup was immediately thrown away by him. Now, it's true. The world is really too magical. It's really long enough to see everything. Seeing that Chi Shunji still didn't let go, Saul Bailey pretended to be angry and stared at him. Let go quickly, or I would be really angry. The threatening tone is so soft that it can be said that it is not threatening in everyone's ears. But alignment always seems to be very useful. They only saw the slender and powerful big hand like Jasper, and quietly touched Baya's little foot. In the midst of the other party's laughter, they regretfully let go of their hands. Well, I'll let you go, but if you dare not wear slippers next time, don't blame me for tickling your flesh. I know, Dadchi. To as soon as these 3 words come out, all the management members present can't wait to have a pair of ears that have never heard this. I always feel that if they hear something unknown secret, they won't be silenced. Saul Bailey took the gift bag and put it in front of Chi Shunji expectantly. I won't quarrel with you. Take a look. I bought you something to okay. Chi Shunji opened the box in the gift bag with a smile and saw 2 small pendants. Saul Bailey said proudly, how about it? It looks good. One is a small white pear and the other is a small branch. The white pear is for you, and the branch is for me. This is the couple pendant I have painstakingly selected. I'll find a bracelet for you to wear later. You have to carry it with you all the time. Chi Shunji was very happy. He couldn't help kissing Saul Bailey's hair. Okay, my brother will take it with me all the time. Saul Bailey asked expectantly, how is it? Do you like it? Chi Shunji is in a good mood to the extreme. Of course, he likes it. He likes everything Lily sent, but this little white pear must represent Lily, but what's wrong with the small branch? Saul Bailey blinked at him playfully, Jiji. It's a consonant stalk, how about it? I'm smart. Hearing this, Chi Shunji tried to hold back his laughter and said, well, he is very smart. Saul Bailey's eyes widened incredulously. Are you laughing at me? No, I can swear to God. Chi Shunji's desire to survive is still very strong. He quickly said, I just think why Lily is so cute. Such direct words made Saul Bailey couldn't help blushing. She turned around and stopped looking at him. You were so annoying too, but with this twist, her eyes inevitably fell on the notebook on the desktop. So she looked at the more than a dozen people in her notebook. Of course, strictly speaking, it is not an eye contrast. After all, only Saul Bailey can clearly see everyone's shocked expression, but the person opposite can't see her face. But she doesn't know. She let out a scream, and then suddenly turned her head and buried her face in Chi Shunji's chest and pretended to be dead. Woo, I have no face to meet people. Chi Shunji touched her hair to comfort her as if he were a normal person. Saul Bailey quietly stretched out her hand and pinched his waist. It was so bad. My brother was so bad. Why didn't she say such an important thing when she entered the door? It's a mess for her. Such a private conversation has been heard. Wow, I want to die. Chi Shunji, who secretly showed off his girlfriend, didn't think so. He looked at the screen with satisfaction and coaxed in a low voice, Lily, the camera has been pressed down, and no one can see you. Saul Bailey hit his chest with her head, as if to say that it didn't work. If you don't have the face to meet people, you have no face to meet people. Chi Shunji sighed when he saw this. He didn't tell Saul Bailey at the first time that he was in the video conference, which was nothing more than possessiveness. He wants everyone to know that he has a girlfriend, and his girlfriend is so cute. But this is a bit too much for Saul Bailey. This kind of showing love in front of people is like running naked, which makes people blush and beat their hearts. Chi Shunji shook his head with a smile, then covered Saul Bailey's face and lifted the lens of his notebook. The man's expression of oppression was directly exposed in the camera, and his sharp eyes looked straight at everyone present. I don't want anyone to know what happened today. That kind of indifferent and ruthless gaze made people shiver, and the executives immediately scrambled to say, I see, don't worry, Mr. Chi, we won't say a word that we shouldn't say. Well, that's all for today's meeting. Let's break up. After saying that, he turned off the computer decisively. The remaining people looked at each other in the camera. Didn't you say before the meeting that the content of today's meeting is very urgent? Why hasn't you said a few words yet? It's over? This. When did Mr. Chi, who has always been decisive in killing, learn that the king does not wake up in the morning from now on? Chapter 46, The Taste of Green Tea. Someone asked weakly, this. The matter hasn't been solved yet, so what should we do next? The secretary said with a smile, what else can I do? Since the boss is not in a hurry, let's break up. After all, important things are not as important as the little ancestors of Mr. Chi's family. He can't understand. The secretary is the person who follows Qi Shunji, and he is also the person who knows him best. When everyone saw him say that, they were relieved. But some people asked anxiously, we have heard so many things that we shouldn't have heard today, and we won't be transferred to the African Project Department tomorrow. The secretary pushed wisely. Push your glasses, don't worry, Mr. Chi will only let you see what he wants you to see. Today, this is not someone else, but the little sweetheart in Mr. Chi's family. Presumably, everyone has also heard of her name. Just rest assured. When everyone heard this, they suddenly realized. The little Qingmei in Mr. Chi's family is a legendary figure. It is said that she can't be spoiled, but no one has seen it. They still thought it was just a rumor, but they didn't expect that there was really this person. And no one would have thought of Mr. Chi's unique attitude. He is the man who usually rejects people thousands of miles away. Now, they are enlightened. It's not that he is too cold, but that he didn't meet the right person. Some preferences are destined to be given to the person he cares about, but it's not their turn. Who is envious? It was them. Saw Bailey over there probed quietly when she heard the sound, and indeed found that the notebook on the desktop had been turned off. So it immediately jumped out of Qi Shunji's arms. Saw Bailey stared at the big eyes without threat and complained ruthlessly, I didn't see that you have thick eyebrows and big eyes, but you have a belly of bad thoughts. Qi Shunji's success was amused. Saw Bailey was so angry with his reaction that she blew her beard and stared at her, and you still laughed. What's so funny? It's over, it's fried. This idea flashed in Qi Shunji's mind. He decisively chose to pretend to be pitiful. No one would have thought that a man who kills decisively in everyday life still has such a scoundrel side at home. Qi Shunji leaned slowly on the sofa. He raised his head and squinted at a 45-degree angle, and asked with a little sadness, am I so insight of people? Why can't you introduce your girlfriend to everyone? Saw Bailey. What's the matter with this green tea-like tone? How did the head of the Shi family become green tea? Who did you learn this from? Monster, give her brother back to her quickly. Perhaps the shock she suffered was too great. Saw Bailey digested it for a moment before looking at him with incredible eyes. The eyes seemed to be saying, where is the face? How can you not even have a face? Qi Shunji didn't say, but continued to look at her with that sad look. Saw Bailey. Very good, man, you have successfully caught my attention. Qi Shunji blinked his eyes and tilted his head. Saw Bailey covered her heart with her hands. Why did she seem to be shot an arrow by a child with a bare butt just now? Saw Bailey lost the battle. She admits defeat. Saw Bailey's eyes turned, imitating the appearance of the bully flirting with the young lady on TV, and raised his chin frivolously. Well, I'll let you go this time. Next time, I won't allow it. Qi Shunji didn't choose to accept it when he saw it, or didn't say anything. Saw Bailey. No, man, what else do you want? In the end, Saw Bailey was stunned by the handsome man's plan and took the lead in losing the battle. She said self-abandoned, let's go, let's do what you love. I don't care. It's okay. Qi Shunji was finally satisfied. He reached out and pulled Saw Bailey into his arms. I know what you are worried about. Isn't it just that my parents won't accept our affairs? But don't worry, I can solve this matter alone, and the people present today are all Qi's management. They don't have the courage to talk about today's affairs. I don't mean to expose our relationship. I just want them to know that you are a person, so that you don't always have those random thoughts. Saw Bailey sat up when she heard this. She said dissatisfiedly, what? How dare someone steal people from me? Alas, it's also a sweet trouble for a boyfriend to be too good. Qi Shunji pinched her face and was blocked by me. They should not dare. Where Saw Bailey couldn't see, there was a bloodthirsty light in his eyes. It can be imagined that these people who had crooked ideas must not have a good end. Saw Bailey raised Qi Shunji's neck with satisfaction. Oh, it was my fault just now. I didn't know that you were for me, brother. It doesn't matter. I can forgive you. Qi Shunji kissed the soft little face. Saw Bailey resisted and stretched out her hand to pinch Qi Shunji's face. There was a smell of green tea, and she didn't know where you learned it. Qi Shunji smiled in a low voice. Doesn't Li like it? I like it. I like you as you are. Are you satisfied? Saw Bailey glanced at him angrily, then stood up and went to the cabinet to take out 2 couples Buddha bead bracelets, and the small pendant was also installed by her. With a little sense of revenge, she put the Buddha beads on Qi Shenji's arm. Don't take it off, do you understand? Seeing it means seeing me. Qi Shenji raised his hand, and the ink jade-colored bead was matched with a small white pear pendant, which looked a little childish and a little out of the ordinary when put it on him. But at this moment, he looked at the Buddha beads in a very good mood. He turned around and put another string on Saul Bailey's hand. It's the same. If you don't pick pears, I won't pick them. Saul Bailey blinked with satisfaction, and that's the deal. One word is settled. Qi Shenji took her into his arms with a smile. How did he think of buying a gift for his brother today? Speaking of this, Saul Bailey's eyes lit up. My parents gave me 5,000 yen of pocket money today, and I wanted to buy something for you. After all, you helped me a lot this time. Qi Shenji said jealously, I'm so happy with 5,000 yen. I gave you so much money. Why didn't I see you have a smiling face? Saul Bailey pouted and said coquettishly, this is different. This is the first time I have received pocket money from my parents. Qi Shenji also knows that it is not the cause of money, but this unique intention. Li used to want to find her biological parents so much. Although she didn't talk about it later, it was not a kind of giving up. Unexpectedly, in the end, she found her parents, and spoiled her and loved her like the parents in her imagination. He should be happy for her. Then you should thank Lily. Can you think of me with the first pocket money you received? Chapter 47, Ugly Rejection. Saul Bailey patted him on the shoulder happily, giving full play to her shameless spirit. You're welcome. Who made you my boyfriend? But Qi Shenji seemed to be unable to hear it. He only felt that his heart was right. His Lily could think of him at any time. That's great. The next day, during the routine meeting of Qi's group, everyone found that Mr. Qi was in a good mood. Even if someone made a mistake in the data in the report, he would no longer look at them with the same garbage eyes as before, but just said lightly that it would be submitted after correcting it today. This made the person who made the mistake sweat even more. He had never met such a Mr. Qi. Suddenly, he was so talkative that he even suspected that this was his last day in the Qi family. But fortunately, until the end of the meeting, the whole conference room was in a peaceful atmosphere. All kinds of speculations flashed in everyone's hearts, but they still couldn't figure out the reason. Only those executives who participated in the online meeting yesterday seemed to be able to get a general understanding. Is it because Mr. Qi is in such a good mood today because of his little childhood sweetheart? Meeting at the end, everyone followed Mr. Qi's pace and walked out together, and their afterglow inevitably aimed at Qi Shenji's arm. The man who used to be extremely upright in the cuffs has now rolled up his sleeves. The arm, which has always only worn a million-name watch, is now wearing a Buddha bead that does not match his temperament. Oh, no, it's not that the Buddha beads don't match. The Buddha beads are still very suitable for a man's cold temperament. It's just that there is an irregular pendant on the Buddha bead. Someone squinted carefully and saw that it was still a cartoon-shaped pear. The executives couldn't help but think of what they heard yesterday. By the way, isn't this the gift that Mr. Qi's little Qingmei gave him yesterday? Does Mr. Qi's good mood today come from it? The manager of the finance department looked at the man's rolled-up sleeves, pondered for a moment, and finally praised boldly, Mr. Qi, did you change to wear Buddha beads today? It's good-looking. Qi Shenji slowly raised his hand, and the string of Buddha beads was also clearly exposed, right? I think so too, especially the little white pear above looks especially cute. When the executives who were waiting for the elevator heard this, they showed a real expression. It turned out to be a show of love. Since Mr. Qi wants to show his love, it's easy to do. They scrambled to compliment. Yes, 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 it's so beautiful. I just wanted to say it. I don't know whose vision is so good. This Buddha bead looks very suitable for your temperament. Especially the little white pear above looks more suitable for you. Qi Shenji was satisfied and smiled at several people in a happy mood. This also made everyone look like they saw ghosts. Mama yeah, Mr. Qi laughed. Unexpectedly laughed at them. Oh, my god, they have worked for Qi for so many years, and it is also the first time they have seen him show such an expression. Is this the magical charm of Xiao Tingmei? This little young plum must never be offended. If they meet her one day, they must offer her. If you accidentally offend, you really don't know how to die. Saul Bailey, who is in class, still doesn't know what kind of occasion her boyfriend showed her love. She was just looking at the book intently when she suddenly sneezed a few times in a row. Saul Bailey touched her nose speechlessly. What's the matter recently? Why do you always sneeze? Who is thinking about her behind her back? In the middle of summer, it was so hot that the sun had just come out, and the air seemed to be on fire. The weather is so hot that even the trees don't cry, but the Wang family wants to move in this weather. Saul Bailey sat in the car and blew the air conditioner greedily. Alas, I don't want to get out of the car. It's so hot outside. She felt that she was about to melt in the car. Qi Shenji frowned. His pear had never suffered this, and he wanted to take her home at the moment. Why don't you help? Saul Bailey shook her head quickly. What's the point? I'm also a member of this family. I have to go up to help. Qi Shunju frowned and tried to discuss with her, how many bodyguards should I call to help? Saw Bailey's righteous words refused. No, the bodyguards at home are too powerful to scare them. That can't let you run back and forth in such a hot weather, can you? You know, I can't bear it. Saw Bailey came over to please. Why don't I go up and have a look first? If I'm really busy, I'm telling you, okay? Qi Shunji pondered for a moment. It's okay. You must not be stubborn, understand? Got it, got it. Saw Bailey opened the car door, and I went up first. Qi Shunji looked at the dazzling sunshine, and his delicate skin turned red in a blink of an eye, and his eyebrows couldn't help wrinkling again. He looked back at the abandoned hat on the car seat and sighed helplessly, ready to stop the careless little white pair. But at this time, a sound sounded. Alas, white pair? What a coincidence that you met here. Saw Bailey turned her head and looked over the moment she heard the sound. When she saw the person coming, her beautiful brows also wrinkled gently. But the man opposite didn't find it. He just thought that she was blinded by the sun, so he unconsciously frowned. Saw Bailey said hello out of politeness, Brother Zhang. Zhang Xinliang shook the car key in his hand as if he was afraid that Saw Bailey could not see it, as if the car key was a symbol of his strength. He showed a very charming smile. Where are you going? I'll send you. How about it? He must have been fascinated by him. Such a little girl who has not been deeply involved in the world will probably be stunned immediately after his series of plans. Saw Bailey felt that her eyes were hot. Don't smile so ugly. It's even more greasy. She said indifferently, thank you, no, I'm going home. Go home. Zhang Xinliang threw the car key in his hand and continued to discharge the power. That's just on the way. I'm going to my aunt's house. Let's go together. The car key turned and turned, emitting dazzling light in the scorching sun. Saw Bailey wanted to kill his hand in an instant. She was crazy. The sun was so strong, and she was still dazzling with the car key. I'm afraid there was something wrong with this person's head. Why don't she find an excuse to slip away quickly? Don't do anything nonsense and make her more irritable. Saw Bailey kept muttering in her heart, but Zhang Xinliang didn't think so. When he saw that Saw Bailey's eyes fell on his key, he felt that she must have been impressed by her own strength. So he said with a slight look, do you like it? If you like, I'll take you out for a drive when you are free. Thank you, no need. Ugly refusal. Saw Bailey quickly refused. And give him a very disgusted look. Chapter 48 Self-esteem is crushed into slag. It's a pity that the man on the opposite side can't see it at all, and he's still constantly discatting electricity there. Zhang Xing's conscience thought that Saw Bailey was just refusing and welcoming. He understands, girls are like this. So his eyes became more and more explicit. You're not polite. I know that young people like you like my car the most. You don't have to be embarrassed. Just tell me when you want to sit down. I can pick you up from school to show off. You are welcome at any time. Saw Bailey. No, she is going to vomit because of this greasy man. It was already hot, and she encountered such a nauseating thing. She felt that she had been angry. Can this dog skin plaster give her a round roll? Saw Bailey's mood fell to the bottom at this moment. In the face of such a person, she also wanted to give him a little picture. No, I don't know you well, and I don't want to take your car. Do you have anything else to say? Without me, I'll go first. Saw Bailey doesn't care whether to save face for the person opposite at this time. Anyway, their family is about to move out. In the future, everyone will never see each other. Today, in the face of such a greasy man, there is no need to be polite to talk, even if it is for the people. Zhang Xinliang was dumbfounded by her attitude, but the girl's angry appearance was like a kitten, which made people want to tame her even more. He didn't feel ashamed at all. Instead, he continued to show his greasy smile. Why was he still angry? Did I say something wrong? It's okay if I change it. Don't be angry. Saw Bailey. Love is completely incomprehensible to people's words. Just as she was about to explode, a cold voice sounded, Lily, you forgot to take your hat. Saw Bailey turned her head and saw her boyfriend's cold and noble handsome face. She held back her anger and suddenly fell down. Qi Shunji's god, his appearance seemed to wash her eyes in an instant. Saw Bailey ran over with a smile, and I said I had forgotten something. What can you do without me? Qi Shunji naturally put on her hat. Zhang Xinliang was stunned by the intimate action. Who is this person? He opened his mouth to say something, but he didn't know what to say. The eyes of the man opposite were dark and sharp, staring at him in the corner that Saw Bailey could not see, like a bloodthirsty beast. He has only seen this kind of momentum in their boss. The sixth sense told him that he couldn't afford to offend this person. Zhang Xinliang broke out in a cold sweat under the man's gaze, and he didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Qi Shunji raised his eyebrows. What is this? Saw Bailey hugged his arm and shook it. It doesn't matter. You don't care. Brother, I'll go upstairs first. Well, let's go. Qi Shunji patted her on the back with a smile. The girl waved her hand with a smile, and then disappeared at the intersection. Now, there were only 2 people left at the scene, and the atmosphere became particularly awkward. After the series of small actions just now, how can Zhang Xinliang not see that this brother is a love brother? Unexpectedly, the girl had been taken first. He regretted why he couldn't have known her earlier. Zhang Xinliang's hair was looked at by Qi Shenji. What's wrong with his eyes? Why is it like looking at a dead person? Zhang Xinliang said hello. Hello, I'm Bai Li's neighbor. You can ask me for help if you need anything in the future. Oh, Qi Shenju showed a mocking smile, as if he didn't care about him at all. This contemptuous attitude stunned Zhang Xinliang. Just as he looked at the man angrily, the man had already turned his head and walked into the car. Under the dazzling sunshine, the fluent black lines are so familiar that he seems to have seen it in the news. Wait, isn't this a luxury car with only 3 cars in the country? Who the hell is the person in front of you? Zhang Xinliang looked back and remembered the girl's eyes just now. It turned out that the attitude was not to refuse and welcome him, but didn't like him at all. In an instant, his face was hot and painful. At the thought that when he was pretending, the man on the opposite side was afraid that he might regard him as a fool, and his heart was powerless. The luxury car started and passed by him. The man's eyes came from the car, mixed with disdain and contempt, as if silently mocking his incompetence. Sometimes this kind of silent attack is more deadly. What Zhang Xinliang was proud of was crushed at this moment. He is completely shameless. Even his aunt didn't want to come again in the future. After all, as soon as he came here, he couldn't help thinking of this humiliating moment. Zhang Xinliang turned his head and glanced at the building behind him, and ran away. It's like there are man-eating beasts here, which makes him dare not step in. When Saw Bailey went upstairs, she found that the house had been packed up. As soon as she walked in, she was stuffed with the large and red cherries by Zhao's mother. Good boy, go and play. We are enough here. Saw Bailey blinked blankly. Didn't she come to help? Zhao's mother smiled and said, what can you do with your small arms and calves? When the moving company comes to your door, you can sit there and supervise the work. Oh, that's good. Saw Xiaoweiji obediently held a small basin of fruit and sat on the sofa. After a while, the people from the moving company knocked on the door. The Wang family opened the door, and Wang's father began to command. There are fragile items in these boxes. You should be careful. The porter responded carefully. Okay, we will be careful. Although Ling Fengying is a fully decorated house, Zhao's mother was reluctant to throw away any things when she sorted out things. She always felt that she would need them in the future. In the end, it was up to Wang's father to decide. Since he was reluctant to throw it away, he would take it all away. So there are a lot of things to carry today. Just when the porter was busy, perhaps the sound of their moving disturbed the neighbors across the door. As soon as the neighbor opened the door, he saw a cardboard box on the ground. She walked over curiously. Lao Wang, where are you? Oh, move. Wang's father didn't want to talk to her more, especially after the last time. His wife had already told him, and this person was a little confused. Unexpectedly, she wanted to introduce their precious daughter to her nephew. Not to mention that Zhao Qing has clearly rejected her, but she is still unforgiving. It is estimated that the appearance of Zhang Xinliang last time is by no means accidental. How old is his good daughter? She is at the age of going to college. What kind of partner does she need to introduce? Now it's the 21st century, but don't engage in blind marriage and dumb marriage. There are so many excellent classmates in the university. Isn't it good for his daughter to find one she likes? Chapter 49 Auction. In the face of the person who planned his daughter like this, his attitude naturally became cold. But the neighbor didn't seem to notice it. He was just surprised and said, "Oh, you're going to move, so we won't be able to see each other in the future." "Well, we won't come back in the future," Father Wang said firmly, and his tone was also full of yearning for a new life. When the neighbor heard this, he was shocked. This is not good. The nephew hasn't taken down Saw Bailey yet. Are they going to move? So what should he do in the future? By the way, didn't he say he would come today? Where are the people? She hurried home and dialed the phone. "Xiliang, where are you? The Wang family is going to move out. Why don't you come here quickly? At this time, it's time for you to brush your impression score in front of Saw Bailey." Zhang Xinliang is so ashamed that his whole face turned red just by hearing the word Saw Bailey. He can't go. He doesn't have the face to go. As long as he thought of the way his peacock opened the screen just now, which fell into the girl's eyes like a beam-jumping clown, he was very ashamed. When the neighbor saw that there was no follow-up on the phone, he said anxiously, "Hello. Xiliang, where are you? Don't miss such a good opportunity." Zhang Xinliang shouted self-abandoned, "Don't say that in the future. I'll chase her. What do you want to chase? Do I deserve it?" After saying that, he hung up the phone first out of shame. The neighbor looked at the hung-up phone and showed a confused expression. What's wrong with her nephew? How can I feel a little annoyed and angry when I hear this? Could it be that she doesn't know what happened recently? Oh, this kid is so anxious that he can't make it clear. But when she dialed back, there was a busy tone on the phone. There was no other way. In the end, the neighbor could only look at the opposite door with his own eyes and was moved into a bare appearance. The Wang family seemed to have no lingering for this place at all. As soon as the things were packed, they immediately left with the car. It's too late for her to say hello. Perhaps this farewell is a farewell forever. After all, those who can leave want to go back to this slum. The neighbor sighed regretfully. Alas, why did this kid lose the chain at the critical moment? It's hard to find such a good girl in the future. After the Wang family moved, Saw Bailey's heart was completely relaxed. Recently, she was caught by her tutor at school, so she didn't go home much. It was hard to have a free day. After thinking about it, she decided to accompany her boyfriend, who had been neglected for a long time. Chi Shenji hasn't seen Saw Bailey for 2 weeks, and the air pressure is very low now. Very low. Everyone was impressed by his air. So much so that in the middle of the meeting, one of his subordinates didn't even dare to gasp for fear of something to frown him. At this time, his assistant came in with a mobile phone. "Sir, Miss Phone." The moment Ji Shenji heard the name, his eyes softened. He picked up his mobile phone and left a pause in the meeting, then turned around and left. Everyone looked at his back incredulously. What on earth happened? Why did the whole person's aura change in an instant? Only the senior officials who have experienced the last video conference know it. They frowned at each other and showed a funny expression, as if they were communicating something silently. After these people made fun of each other with their eyes, they showed an expression. Sure enough, only the little young plum of Mr. Chi's family can have this kind of charm, which directly turns the tough man into a twister. Hair. The other side of the phone was very quiet. Saw Bailey was afraid of disturbing He Shinji's work, so she asked uncertainly, "Brother. Are you busy? Did I disturb you?" Chi Shenji said lightly, "No, I just have nothing to do now. I'm resting." The assistant behind him widened his eyes when he heard the words, as if he couldn't believe that he was such a Mr. Chi. There is still a large group of people waiting in the conference room behind. You'd better say such words. You touch your conscience and ask him if it hurts. Saw Bailey, so what are you going to do next? Chi Shenji, there will be an ordinary meeting to be held later. It will be fine after the meeting. Assistant. The more you say it, the more outrageous it is. What they held today was not an ordinary meeting, but an acquisition meeting worth 800 million. And only the boss would say such words in such a tone. If it were another person, he would think he was pretending. The assistant secretly glanced at Chi Shenji, who had turned his head into the office, and then chose to be an honest quail standing by the door and waiting. For the sake of his own bonus, he won't say a word more about touching the mold. Saw Bailey on the other side of the phone was finally relieved to hear this. She asked with a smile, "My project has come to an end for the time being. The tutor gives us a holiday today. Let's go out on a date." Chi Shenji smiled and said, "That's not a coincidence. There will be an auction tonight. How about I take you there to have a look? In case there is something you like, you can also treat Lily for her hard work during this period." Saw Bailey tilted her head and thought for a moment, and finally agreed. "Well, then I won't be polite." Chi Shenji said, "If you are hungry, you can go home for a meal first. When I'm done, I'll go back to find you. The stylist will be there later. You don't have to worry." Saw Bailey said sweetly, "Brother, you don't have to come back to pick me up so hard. I'll ask the driver to take me there first when I'm ready. We'll see you later." Chi Shenji thought about the meeting to be held, but he did not insig. "That's fine. If I arrive late, you can take a look by yourself first and buy anything you like." Saw Bailey said obediently in a soft voice, "Well, it's the beginning of the night." The lights outside the auction venue were bright. There are various luxury cars gathered at the door. The long red carpet is placed at the get-off point, and the winding osh has been on the steps in the venue. Everyone who got out of the car was dressed gorgeously, and Saw Bailey was no exception. She was wearing a light pink dress, and her skirt was dotted with sparkling diamonds, like twinkling stars. If you are a knowledgeable person, you can tell at a glance that the skirt she is wearing is not cheap at first glance, and even its price may be higher than the lot inside. Saw Bailey was a little puzzled and didn't know what happened today. She was puzzled from getting off the bus to entering. Unexpectedly, no one checked her invitation letter at the door. Maybe he was amazed by her appearance. Or maybe she came down from a high-priced limited edition luxury car. Therefore, the security guard at the door should think that she is the person of this world. I didn't even bother to check it, for fear of enduring the unhappiness of the nobles. Saw Bailey also encountered such a thing for the first time. Until she officially stepped into the venue, the waiters around her greeted her warmly. "Hello, miss. Do you need champagne?" "Thank you, no need." Saw Bailey refused with a smile. She looked at it curiously. "What time did the auction start?" The waiter enthusiastically introduced, "There is still half an hour left to start. If you have a seat in the inner field, you can take a break here first. When the time is almost up, you can enter the inner field. If not, you have to wait until the auction is over in the outfield before you can go into the banquet." "Okay, I got it." The waiter continued to introduce, "Miss, please look in the direction on the right. There are all kinds of delicious food over there now. You can also go there to cushion your stomach first. Saw Bailey followed her hand and saw all kinds of small cakes on the exquisitely crafted table. Her eyes lit up instantly. Thank you. Chapter 50. It's hard to get a vote. The people in the hall greeted each other in twos and threes. Saw Bailey didn't know anyone and simply sat on the sofa and ate delicious cakes quietly. White pear? Saw Bailey was eating happily, and an uncertain cry sounded in her ear. She looked over with her cheeks bulging, and suddenly saw the tutor who had just been separated from her for less than an afternoon. The scene was so scary that she almost jumped up. No way, why is his old man everywhere? Wait. Is there something wrong with the project, so he came here to catch Zhuang Ding? Saw Bailey wanted to cry. No, how did he find his own? Did you install surveillance on yourself? This is against the law. Saw Bailey stared at him in accusation, trying to awaken his conscience. When Young Yi saw her expression, he knew what the girl was thinking. I can't help it. This child is too easy to understand. Facing his proud disciple, Young Yi shook his head helplessly and stopped. Put away the strange thoughts in your head. I'm not here to find you. Am I still wondering? Why are you here? Saw Bailey blinked her eyes blankly. I'm here to play, but you? Why are you here? Why can't I be here? Young Yi asked back with a little bad smile. There are also adults' affairs. If children don't care. Well, I just don't ask. Saw Bailey made a gesture of pulling her mouth. Young Yi looked at her childish appearance and couldn't help laughing and shook his head. Just as the master and apprentice were chatting happily, a questioning voice sounded in their ears. Young Yi, what are you laughing at here? You are so old, why do you still flirt with other girls? Young Yi almost laughed angrily when he heard this. He showed a rather disgusted expression. Go, you are so kind of talking about me. Young Chen, you don't even look at how old you are. You still talk so out of tune. This girl can be my granddaughter. Why should I talk to me? Call me brother, how can I talk to you and me? Young Chen hit up with a skewer. Brother, what kind of brother? He was just born a minute earlier than me. Young Yi began to recite with dissatisfaction. Yo Chen stared at him when he heard the words, and Yo Yi was silent in an instant. There is nothing we can do. This old guy's fighting power is too strong. His fighting experience for most of his life tells him that he can't afford to provoke. Saw Bailey was also carefully looking at the visitors at this time. The arrival is in his 60s, dressed in decent Chinese clothes, with long hair on his head, and a bun on the top of his head. He looks like an old naughty boy with a little fairy style. He saw Saw Bailey looking at him, so he showed a very amiable smile. Kid, don't be afraid. Is he bullying you? Say it boldly. Grandpa will send it to you. Yang Yi was suppressed and dared not speak, so he could only show an extremely aggrieved expression. Saw Bailey looked at the person and turned her head to look at the tutor. In addition to the hairstyle and temperament, the two actually looked like each other. Combined with the conversation just now, are these two twins? Wow, it was the first time she met twins in reality. Saw Bailey took a few more glances curiously. On the contrary, this confused Yan Chen and slowly typed a question mark. Saw Bailey suddenly found that she seemed to be a little impolite and quickly said, Hello, I'm Professor Ya's student. My name is Saw Bailey. We were just chatting just now. You misunderstood. Students? Saw Bailey emphasized the head, Young Chen turned his head in surprise and said, Oh, Yao Yi, you are really amazing. You are a subject that is all registered by stinky men, and there is such a watery female doll this year. Yang Yi said proudly, How about it? Envy me, this is still my proud student. Young Chen looked at him in surprise when he heard this. Hearing such words from his mouth, it can be seen that he has a high evaluation of Saw Bailey. It seems that the well-behaved female doll in front of her is still a rare talented student. His smile is getting more and more kind. Good. Are you here alone today? Saw Bailey shook her head and nodded. Yes or no, I was waiting for someone. Oh, the person who brought you here hasn't come yet, has he? How about you go in with us first? Young Chen warmly invited him up. He felt that since he was Yang Yi's proud student, the two of them could take care of one or two more. After all, ordinary people can't enter this auction, and even if they come in by chance, it's hard to find. How many people can only watch the excitement in this lobby? If you want to enter the infield to participate in the auction, you need to have seats in the infield. But even so, many people have worked hard to enter the lobby. Just because there will be a banquet after the auction, everyone will be able to attend, and they will also have the opportunity to get to know the people they usually can't touch, and maybe they can reach some cooperation. Therefore, the people who participated in the auction this time almost gathered the upper-class figures in various circles in city. Young Chen himself is famous in the antique treasure industry, and naturally, there is a special invitation. After all, such a background occasion often needs some discerning figures. As soon as he received the invitation, he thought about bringing Yang Yi here to play, and maybe he could get some money for his broken project. When the organizer heard that he was going to bring his brother Yang Yi, he was naturally happy to give the ticket. Although Yang Yi doesn't hang out in the circle, he is a famous academic fighter. Although he is in B University, no one can ignore his existence.